Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Iran's new supreme leader vows to keep blocking the Strait of Hormuz and calls for the closure of US regional bases in his first statement. Oil prices rise, reaching $100 a barrel as more cargo ships are attacked in the Gulf. And the US take responsibility for striking an Iranian girls' school with a deadly Tomahawk missile after a preliminary investigation. Now, Iran's new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, has released his first statement vowing to keep blocking the Strait of Hormuz. He claims Iran is only targeting American bases in the region and called for their closure. He said, "We send a message to the leaders of the region and emphasize that we are going to have good relations with the countries around us." But the existence of the US bases in some of these countries and usage of those bases to attack Iran is not benefiting the region, and they must be closed. He also talked about finding unity among the Iranian people, saying, "We have to protect this unity, and this is only possible when we are together and when we find common ground. This is something that I share with the people who have lost their loved ones, because I lost my father, I lost my wife. I assure everyone that we will not ignore the fact that we are going to avenge our martyrs." Let's go live to Beirut to speak to Al Arabiya's advisor on US and international affairs, Rahida Dergam. Rahida, thank you so much for joining us. I just want to begin with the fact that I just read out that statement there. So we have heard from Iran's new supreme leader, and that's for the very first time today. Mujtaba Khamenei called on regional countries to close US bases and vowed to avenge war killings. What did you make of his statements?
I see that Mujtaba Khamenei presented his credentials to the Revolutionary Guards, who are the extremists in Iran and who got a hold of the country after the war started. And he's going to implement their agenda. They are his and he is theirs. And therefore, there will be further escalation, a call to revenge, and expansion of the role of the, we call them the arms, it's basically the proxies. Mm-hmm. And he just said that we are going to be free to use the countries where the proxies are in order to do what we need to do. It is a call to arms, suicidal as it may be, but it's a religious call, not only one of a doctrine. So we are in for a very difficult time, escalation in a very fundamentally different and harsh way. So I believe that the US will respond in kind. I think President Trump has already said that he called Iran the empire of evil. I believe that there will be radical changes in the military sort of strategy of the United States. And I think the neighbors of Iran are really probably gathering and thinking of what to do now that it's clear what the new leader of Iran has in mind. They thought maybe he might send one or two sort of, nice messages, but he didn't.
And what do we know about the health of Iran's new supreme leader? Because there's been so much speculation about this, and because he hasn't actually been seen in public.
We don't. Actually, that this was not sort of like a personal appearance on TV. It was a statement that someone read on his behalf. So we don't know how well or how ill he is. We know that if apparently the Israelis are ready to act and assassinate him should he show up. So maybe that's one of the reasons. But maybe he's not well. Maybe, in fact, it is the Revolutionary Guard who are running the country, and that's obvious in the spirit of the message that he came out with. And so he basically, there's no other institution in Iran that is now able to make itself heard. Not the presidency, not the army, at least not for now. So now we have the control of Iran by a very harsh liner. That's the Revolutionary Guard at the of course, the command of basically Khamenei is the commander-in-chief of the country. So we hope that we can see him to see if he's alive. But regardless, what's happening is that the Revolutionary Guards who are running the show.
And 2 tankers were hit near Iraq, while a container ship was struck near the UAE. As more cargo ships are attacked in the Gulf, has the US Navy said it's not ready to escort tankers across the Strait of Hormuz? Why aren't they ready for this?
Well, I guess now they are going back to the drawing table to figure out what's next. I believe there are important meetings in Washington now and tomorrow to draw a new strategy in line with the clarity of what Iran now has in mind. So let's wait and see. In fact, maybe they were waiting to see if the Iranians will actually hit in the Straits of Hormuz. But if they join their words with actions, the Iranians, I think the U.S. has something big in mind. As I said, probably radical action. But we have to wait to see tomorrow what's the military assessment of where things are. Maybe the Iranians are bluffing it as far as their victory. Their victory, basically, they calculate their victory in terms of the non-collapse of the regime. So there is no full collapse of the regime. Therefore, this is translated as victory by the Iranian regime. Let's see if now there will be stronger military objectives, massive ones in Iran, in order to try to really cripple the backbone of the Revolutionary Guards, which is the backbone of the regime, actually.
And you are currently in Beirut. The Israeli army says it has begun a wave of airstrikes across Lebanon's capital city. What more can you tell us? And what is Israel trying to achieve?
It's what Israel is trying to do. Of course, the declared purpose is to eliminate Hezbollah and its structure in Lebanon, wherever it may be, wherever the cost is. The other objective is to have sort of a security zone in the south that they want to establish, and that may turn into occupation, unfortunately, if the situation does not ease up. I don't see any signs of Hezbollah backing down. I don't see any signs of Tehran telling Hezbollah to back down. In fact, I think the order that's going to come from Tehran to all proxies in Iraq, the Houthis in Yemen, and Hezbollah in Lebanon is to escalate and use all the force they have. And that is why we see that there is this fight between Hezbollah and Lebanon, not Lebanon, the government, Hezbollah and Israel. And I think, of course, it's obvious that the people from the south, from in Lebanon, in Beirut, all people, particularly the Shiites of Lebanon, are paying a big price for this escalation on both sides. And I don't believe that the Israelis will let out, nor will the Hezbollah, nor will be the purpose of the Iranian leadership now, Haras al-Thawri, that is the Revolutionary Guards, to dictate that it's time to take a step back. So I think that we will, unfortunately, expect more escalation and a worse situation, at least for the few days and weeks to come.
And you mentioned Iraq there, and I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about Iraq, because it looks like Iraq is becoming the secondary battlefield, with multiple parties fighting on its soil during this ongoing conflict. Can you give me some context to why that is?
That's because, again, back to the Revolutionary Guards, back to the regime in Tehran, they decided, and that was clear also by what the new leader of Iran has said, is that the proxies have a job to do. And therefore, the orders to the proxies is that do act against American interests, against even the government that, if it does not, of the country where they come from if it's not responding to your demands and if it's trying to curtail you. So the orders to the factions who are armed factions, of course, whose loyalty is to Tehran, is to escalate. And now we expect they will escalate against not only the Americans, but also against anything that stands in their way, as are the orders to Hezbollah, as there will be orders to the Houthi in Yemen. Particularly the Houthi will have a big role in the Hormuz Strait. So, and I believe that the response will come also from the United States. They are going to have to deal with these proxies. Possibly right now, Lebanon's proxy Hezbollah is left for Israel. I don't think the one in the proxies in Iraq will be left to Israel. They will be really done. I mean, they will be handled by the United States. And obviously, in the Strait of Hormuz, we know the answer is the US, and probably the Europeans may have to come in. So let's have let's just, now that we heard clearly, honestly, now we heard clearly from Mujtaba Khamenei. We were waiting to see if he has any signal to send that he's willing to save Iran from the disaster that it awaits it should this war go on. No, the message came clear, loud and clear, that the doctrine is one of suicide, the doctrine is one of revenge, the doctrine is one of retaliation to no end.
Fascinating to get your analysis as always, and please do stay safe in Beirut. Rahida, thank you. Thank you. Let's continue this conversation now with Major General Dr. Rajan Kocher, Senior Advisor, Defence Research Studies. Great to have you on my show. Dr. Rajan, from a strategic and a military perspective, how do you perceive the ongoing war involving Iran, Israel and the US? And where do you see this conflict heading in the coming weeks or months? Because you heard my conversation with Rahida before you, and she said we could see an escalation after we did hear from the new Supreme Leader.
Thank you very much, Leigh Ann, for inviting me to your program. You see, I tend to agree with the earlier panelists that this war is not going anywhere. And it's rather unfortunate to see this war taking the shape it is, taking now. It is going towards a regional confrontation rather than a quick military victory for either sides. See, the problem in an attrition war is like this. Both sides want to claim a victory, but there are no tangibles available with them to show their gains on what grounds are they claiming victory. So you see, ultimately, it is the war of the narratives which plays around in the minds of the people. Every country, like we just heard, Donald Trump saying that he has won the war and he has targeted Iran, and whatever has to be achieved has been achieved. But still, we are seeing the escalatory capability of Iran is still there. And Iran is not vanquished. And this statement of Mujtaba Khamenei is a very disturbing statement for this region, I would say that. He is making it very, very clear that American bases have to be closed down. That is a maximalistic demand, a demand which possibly cannot be accepted by the US as well as by the GCC. Second important aspect, he is sending a message that he will continue to wage this war, and he will avenge all those who have been martyred. So now there is a strong sentiment here, which is saying that I don't want to end the war, and if this war has to end, it has to end on my terms. So if that is the case, I think we are looking for this war may end because basically in an attrition war, the logistics plays a very important role, and Iran does not have any unending missiles to fire at the US, but it has a weapon in the form of asymmetric war, and Hezbollah and Houthis are the two main proponents from where Iran is going to hit back now. My larger actually concern is that the way this war has spiraled up, and it has actually affected the entire world. Sitting in India also, I can feel the impact of this war here. There is a shortage of gas, a shortage of oil, and the Strait of Hormuz has been made like a leverage, a kind of a jugular vein, I'll call it, or a center of gravity as far as this war is concerned. And Iran is using this as a center of gravity. Now, we are looking for what kind of reaction Donald Trump has to give to the statement of Mustafa, because the kind of statement which Mustafa has given, he has left no scope for any further negotiations. So we'll have to see the American response. And my last point is, I would also like to see the role of Russia and China into this entire thing.
I'm sorry, Major General, I just want to cut in there because you said you'd like to see Russia and China, a response from them too. But I want to speak to you a little bit more about the region, because you did say that, we had heard this disturbing statement from Mujtaba Khamenei. But with Iran targeting its neighbours like Oman, Dubai, Qatar, Bahrain, how do you assess the risks of the war spilling over into a wider Gulf conflict?
See, what I can see is that Iran has gone rogue now, and it will be very important now to re-strategize the entire strategy in which Israel and the US have started this war. You may have to look, see now in case, a very good question you have asked for, because what will be the future of these countries, because these countries do not have strong military of their own. They don't have that kind of a missile system or those drone powers to fight Iran, and they are largely a peaceful country and economic and commercial hubs. And the people here also are living in a sense of freedom. They don't have a kind of restrictions we see in Iran. So now there is a clash of cultures also taking place here. And I think this would be very important for the world at large, and especially powers like the United States, to ensure the security of these areas. Because as you rightly said, that in case it will not happen, we are looking at the expansion of this war into a regional war in which all these countries may get together to form a kind of a formidable force with the help of the United States. So this is a cause of concern, because we would not like this conflict to be prolonged beyond a point. It has already actually gone beyond a point, and I would like to see some kind of sense emanating from the leaders of Iran to come to the table and negotiate a settlement.
Major General Dr. Rajan Kocha, as always, good to have your analysis on the show. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much.
Now, oil prices have risen again, reaching $100 a barrel as more cargo ships were attacked in the Gulf. The rise comes despite an agreement from the IEA to release 400 million barrels of oil reserves to calm markets and also supply tensions. But US President Donald Trump says prices will come down. Take a listen.
But oil prices are already coming back down, and it's going to come down. But we're not leaving until that job is finished, and it's going to be very fast. It's going to be very fast. But we're not going to count on having competent presidents. We have to assume we're going to have incompetent ones, like the one we had last time. They couldn't walk off a stage, remember?
Later on Truth Social, President Donald Trump also said the United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far. So when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. I'm now joined by economist Laurie Laird. Laurie, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me.
My intrepid colleague in Dubai, keeping the news on the air.
Yes, indeed. Yes, we're here keeping it going. Lots of news too, I must say, Laurie. It's keeping up with those headlines. But we obviously heard from Iran's new supreme leader saying the Strait of Hormuz should stay closed as a tool to pressure the US and Israel. But how will higher oil prices impact the global economy?
Yeah, no surprise there that the new supreme leader has said the Straits of Hormuz are going to stay closed for the foreseeable future. Not a surprise. It's such a very big piece of leverage that Iran has, not only over the U.S., but over the rest of the world. And I think what that means is that oil prices, the risk to oil prices is to the upside. Unless we see a complete cessation of hostilities and the Israelis and the Iranians and the Americans holding hands and singing Kumbaya, I think that the risk of this thing stretching out, even if the U.S. declares some sort of victory, I think the risk is still to the upside. All that Iran has done so far is to target the transport of oil. It hasn't yet, and it has threatened to attacked in any serious way oil producing equipment like it did in Saudi Arabia in 2019. So if Iran wants to hold the rest of the world hostage, it certainly has a few more tricks up its sleeve. Now, this will reverberate all across the world because energy is used in almost everything. It's used in powering our cars, but also heating our homes, lighting shops. It's used in farming. You need to make fertilizer, which relies on some petroleum derivatives. So this will reverberate all across the world, and it means at the very least we're going to see higher inflation.
And we also heard from Donald Trump, and he's been speaking and he's been posting on his Truth Social that when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. But the reality is, how do rising oil prices impact US consumers? Because we have to think, yes, it gives higher profits for oil producers, but not for the likes of you and me.
It's a very good point. It's not like ExxonMobil or Chevron are taking their windfalls and sharing them amongst the American populace, right? This is simply going into higher profits and better margins. And it's remarkable because, Leigh Ann, I don't think I can overplay the emotion that oil prices have in the American psyche. It's a metric that people use to assess the state of the economy. It's a metric they use to assess their general well-being. And we've heard Donald Trump talk about oil prices all the time. We just heard it. Those oil prices are coming down. Don't you worry about it. Gas prices are coming down. Well, they're not. Nationally, motoring fuel costs, gas costs are up between 15 and 20%, varies from state to state, and that is going to go higher. And the irony here, Leigh Ann, is that Americans pay less for motoring fuel than most other places in the entire world. Americans pay about $1 a liter, which is pretty much what the Democratic Republic of Congo pays for a liter of motoring fuel. Democratic Republic of Congo, average wages $40 a month. So motoring fuel in the U.S. is so cheap compared to other countries. It's about $1.85 here in the U.K., so almost double what Americans pay. Yet, it is such an emotive topic.
And it's really interesting because Donald Trump loves to talk about the price at the pumps in all the rallies that we do see him do. I always see him focus on that. He always says, I was driving here and it's $1 here and 85. It's really interesting. I never thought of that, but absolutely true. And Laurie, the IEA says the war is causing the largest oil supply difficulties that we're now seeing in history. And this is quite scary, actually, and we have to think about what they're saying. But do you think that Donald Trump's next move is maybe to allow more countries to buy Russian oil? And what will this mean for India and China? Because I guess this is something that could relieve some of that pressure on President Trump.
I think it's an incredibly astute observation, and Trump has already given India a waiver for a limited period of time to go back to resume buying Russian oil. And I suspect that we will see more of that, whether it's implicit, that the U.S. turns its head or, sort of ignores the fact that this Russian oil is getting out there, or whether it's more explicit, saying, okay, temporarily, we're going to allow this Russian oil to hit the international markets. I very much think that will be the next step. Now, Russia produces about, it's hard to say because with so much of Russian oil coming offline, it's hard to restart production. So we don't have a sense of the health of Russian oil fields and Russian equipment, but we're looking at about a maximum of 8 million barrels a day. Well, that's less than half of the supply that has come out of the market in that massive transformation that the IEA talked about. So that could help prices a bit, but it's certainly not going to take prices back to where they were. And I'm glad that you mentioned India and China, because we talk a lot about the developed world and how inflation will skyrocket and how it's affecting the U.S., the UK. Asia is going to be even more affected than Europe and the U.S. simply because they import more of this stuff and they import more from the Gulf region. Add to that China has really set its store in recovering its economy by increasing manufacturing and increasing manufacturing, making things cheaply and flooding European markets. Well, when energy prices rise a great deal, that model, sort of goes to pieces, and China hasn't shown any indication that it wants to do things like boost consumer demand. They really are going all in on manufacturing. It's going to be a lot more expensive. India is a different story because agriculture, as I said earlier, will be affected. And we talk about oil and gas in the Gulf, but it's also a big transit point for fertilizer. Now, that won't affect immediate harvest, but it will when the next harvests are planted. India, this is a big deal. 1 in 2 people rely on agriculture for their employment. So these are both two massive economies that are going to suffer.
And just a final thought from you, because we always do like to talk about central banks, and Donald Trump always blames the Fed for not cutting rates quick enough, and we know that. He's got a real thing about Jay Powell not cutting the rates. But right now, we were just talking about higher inflation because of oil prices. What does that mean for central banks and for global inflation?
Excellent question, Leigh Ann. And it certainly means, I think, in the developed world and in developing economies as well, I suspect interest rate cuts are off the table for now. Inflation has been coming down, but we still haven't recovered from the last oil price shock. Inflation in the U.S. still at about 2.5% and going in the wrong direction. The Fed targets an inflation rate of 2%. Certainly, we are going to see an uptick in prices over the months to come. We won't see March data until the second week of April, but expect the inflation to go. Some economists are talking about 3% at an annual rate, but it's too early to tell. We don't know how long oil prices will be sustained at current levels. But it means interest rates cuts really off the table now. Here's some economists talking about interest rate rises. I'm not sure about that. I think it would take a very courageous central bank to do that. We're seeing economic slowdowns in so much of the world. And this is the pernicious thing about an oil price shock. It raises inflation, but because things become more expensive, it cuts consumer spending, it cuts manufacturing output. So you tend to see a slowdown in economies, but central banks that target inflation rates can't do much to affect that slowdown. So we could have some difficult times coming up.
Laurie Laird, thank you so much for speaking to me. And I just want to bring some breaking... Yeah, always great to have you on the show. I was just going to say, I'm going to bring some breaking news to the audience because apparently Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says many ships can still pass through the Strait of Hormuz if they coordinate with the Iranian Navy. So we are hearing that right now from Iran's foreign ministry saying ships can pass through the Strait of Hormuz if they do coordinate. More on that as we go through the show. Now, the United States is responsible for the deadly Tomahawk missile strike on an Iranian school, according to a preliminary military investigation. The attack on the elementary school, which killed at least 175 people, most of them children, took place on the 28th of February. Preliminary findings concluded U.S. Central Command used outdated data for the strike. It's been seen as one of the most devastating military errors in decades. I'm now joined by Sasha Birchman, who is a senior fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Sasha, good to have you on the show. First of all, what does the strike on the girls' elementary school reveal about civilian protection and also accountability in the Iran war?
Well, good evening, and thanks for having me. Look, civilian protection is always one of the first casualties in war. It's always been extremely difficult to keep civilian casualties or these instances or tragic instances of loss of civilian life to a minimum. Accountability is unfortunately a different issue. You have already alluded to what the Americans described as outdated information. For accountability, for example, under international humanitarian law and law of armed conflict, one would have to prove, for example, that the commanding officer who ordered the strike was aware and deliberately targeted the school. So if you look at the satellite imagery and you read the reports about the history of this location, this used to be part of the base until years ago. And even now, knowing that this was a girls' school, if I see the satellite imagery from above and I just see the perimeter around it, it still looks like part of the base. So this could really be one of those tragic instances where outdated data, where the lack of any informants or intelligence on the ground leads to the wrong conclusions and a tragic outcome, as we see here.
Yes, and as you say, if you have a look at that footage yourself, it still looks like it's part of that base. But we heard from Iran's Supreme Leader a little bit earlier, and he spoke about this incident that happened, and he is vowing to avenge the blood of the Minab school victims affected. And I was just wondering, what are your thoughts? Could this see an escalation of the war?
I think the Iranian regime is already escalating very much, right? We've seen strikes across the GCC countries. I'm sure you're aware, and you've had plenty of people talk about this today. So I think this has more to do with psychological momentum, psychological operations. The Iranian military is not able to gain tactical or operational advantages in this war. In fact, they're being pummeled from the air as we speak. So it's really attacking on two fronts. And I think the previous guest talked about the economic one, the Strait of Hormuz and the closure that builds up political pressure on Trump. And the other one is portraying your enemy as evil. This strike is one of the few, the only really that I'm aware of that produced casualties in this war, civilian casualties from the US side. So obviously the Iranians now trying to portray the Americans as evil will use this, will try to keep this in the media, will try to amplify the narratives around this. Whilst, I mean, do I need to remind everyone that Mojtaba Khamenei has been around since, I mean, at least 2009 when he supported Ahmadinejad and the suppression of the Green Movement and every movement since, and that this regime has killed 30,000 people potentially only last month, and he himself was part of the ruling regime in 2022 when they branded women in the Mahsa Amini uprisings by popping out their eyes. So it's also a bit it's very, very cynical by this regime to brand the United States as an enemy and as evil. But I think this is exactly what they're going to do from an information operations perspective.
And Sasha, Donald Trump and Israel were hoping for some sort of organic movement inside of Iran to overthrow the government. And we've heard them say this time and time again. Now we're just talking about the girls' school and how the new Iranian leader could use that as a propaganda tool in many respects. But does this mean that those organic protests are just not going to happen because now people are rallying around the Iranian flag?
I'm not there yet with that assessment. I think this is more tailored towards international audiences. This is towards building up pressure on the political side, internationally and in Washington, where this will also be fodder against Trump, and he is domestically divisive in the US. I don't need to tell anyone that. I think when it comes to on the ground, both Trump, other members of the administration, also the messages from Reza Pahlavi, they've all cautioned the Iranian people to stay put for now. So we cannot disentangle this. I wouldn't say that the silence currently on the streets is evidence that there's a lack of credibility for the Americans. I think we need to wait and see when and if, I should say, when and if they will call upon the people to come to the street, and then whether they come or not. Currently, I think we're seeing besieged militias, even though their headquarters were bombed, on the streets of Tehran, basically as mobs running around and telling people whoever comes out will be treated as an Israeli soldier and shot on the scene. So that also, I think leads to the quiet, and it does not automatically equate to a lack of credibility for the Americans.
And why did people criticize the White House's bowling video about Iran? Because that has been making the rounds and people have not been very impressed with it, Sasha.
If you remember a couple of no, not months ago, last year it was, the Gaza, the Gaza promenade video. I think it's something similar, right? He sometimes likes to do these things. They shift the narrative, though. People online watch this and they talk about this now. This gets away from one or the other thing that the White House doesn't want to talk about. And apparently, I mean, we're talking about this now, and he said people online are talking this. So this is actually a tool that is working.
Sasha Birchman, yeah, it does indeed shift the narrative. Thank you so much for speaking to me today.
Pleasure.
Australia has assured the 6 members of the Iranian women's football team seeking asylum in the country they will have all the help needed to rebuild their lives. Earlier this week, they were granted humanitarian visas. The players feared persecution at home after refusing to sing the national anthem during a match. Patrick Falk reports.
A chance at new lives. At a press conference, Australia's Defence Minister confirmed 6 members of the Iranian football delegation accepted humanitarian visas.
It's been a sensitive issue that we've needed to manage very carefully over the course of the period where the team and the associated party were in Australia. From here, those 6 people have stayed and they will be given all the assistance that people on humanitarian visas in Australia are given.
The team had travelled to Australia to compete in the Women's Asian Cup, but several players refused to sing Iran's national anthem during a match, a move widely seen as a sign of protest. Iranian state media labelled the team traitors, raising fears about what might happen if they returned home. Earlier this week, protesters gathered on the Gold Coast and blocked the team bus, urging more players to stay. Former Afghanistan's women's captain Khalida Popal says the Iranian players have taken a brave stand.
What the Iranian women is doing right now, what they have done, their stand with so much pressure against a murderer government, a government that killed their own people, that's a brave stand. They are very brave. They should be proud of themselves.
Popal, who fled Afghanistan after facing threats linked to her football activism, says athletes who speak out often face difficult choices about their safety and their future. For the players now staying in Australia, the decision marks the start of a new chapter, far from home. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
A reminder of our top stories. Iran's new supreme leader vows to keep blocking the Strait of Hormuz after calls for the closure of U.S. regional bases in his very first statement. Oil prices rise, reaching $100 a barrel as more cargo ships are attacked in the Gulf. And the U.S. take responsibility for striking an Iranian girls' school with a deadly Tomahawk missile after a preliminary investigation. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel or follow us on X too. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
What if a drone that costs around $30,000 could force a country to spend millions just to shoot one down? That's Iran's battlefield advantage. It's called the Shahed 136, a one-way attack drone, sometimes called a kamikaze drone, designed to fly into its target and explode on impact. Each drone costs around $30,000 to $50,000 to make. It carries roughly 50 kilograms of explosives and can travel up to 2,000 kilometers. It's not especially fast, it's not especially sophisticated, but it's cheap. And that's the point. Iran's strategy isn't perfect precision, it's saturation, launching dozens, sometimes hundreds at once, to overwhelm air defenses. Even if most are intercepted, each one forces defenders to use missiles that can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per shot. Over time, that cost imbalance becomes a weapon in itself. During recent escalations, UAE authorities to this day say they have detected 941 Iranian drones, intercepting 876 of them, while 65 fell within the UAE. Israel has also faced waves of these drones as part of broader attacks. Even when interception rates are high, it only takes a handful to cause serious damage. But this isn't new. Russia has launched more than 60,000 of these Iranian drones against Ukrainian territory, targeting cities and energy infrastructure. So the question is the Middle East ready to intercept a similar wave? The UAE Defense Ministry recently stated that the region has strategic reserves of air defense systems capable of countering aerial threats for a prolonged period. The spokesperson also added that the UAE will not accept any infringement on its sovereignty or the safety of its territory.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travellers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometres from the nearest city, Kolu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamningirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kathkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands, but most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकते हैं, आप भी नहीं जा सकते हैं.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighboring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई
It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है थी नशे मतलब ऐसे families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. and only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions if there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves. There's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर, जमदग्नि ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने. दानु का राज था. हाँ, दानु ने हार माना.
When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात पे और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamdan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework, indeed, has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote, yet peculiar village.
Jandamji Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see there's behind there's a railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishi ji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewellery as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of the things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
These mountains are our future, because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है.
Hello and thank you for joining us for this special edition of the Real Deal Plus. Now, Luma AI is one of the biggest names in generative AI and 3D intelligence. Well, the company has expanded globally and recently raised $900 million in a funding round led by the Saudi AI firm Humane. Well, Luma AI has established its regional headquarters in Riyadh, and today we're going to be discussing the company's growth, vision and recruitment plans. We'll also be asking, where do Saudi Arabia and Humane fit onto the global AI map? Well, Jason Day is the head of EMEA region at Luma AI and joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Can we just start by asking you to tell us a bit about Luma AI and tell us how it all got started and where you see things heading?
Yeah, I mean, Luma is a relatively young company. We're less than 4 years old, and we're a foundational AI research lab. So what that means is that we have some amazing scientists, engineers, developers who are working on the frontier of AI models. And what we're really focused on is something called multimodal AI or world models. So this means that instead of training in a very linear way or developing our models in a very linear way or being focused only on text or only on image, we're focused on every single modality that a model can be trained on. So that's video, that's audio, that's text, that's image, that's everything. And that's really the core of the business, and that's the core of the research that we're doing, and we're absolutely delighted about the models that we're developing and the products that we're also launching as part of that.
Okay, thanks for that intro, Jason. Just who is the end user here? Is it someone young who perhaps wants to have a bit of fun? Or are we talking about much more serious end users, sort of blue chip companies, for example?
Yeah, I mean, really, the product that we're launching today is designed for the whole creative community. So that could be filmmakers, producers, it could be B2B, organizations, advertising agencies, blue chip brands, and it also could be people who are creative in their own right and want to be going to do amazing creative work within our platform. If I think about some of our existing customers, certainly we have a great relationship and great pedigree with large multinational enterprises, be it Publicis, for example, or Service Plan, a global agency in Europe. But also we have a large B2C customer base as well that we're very focused on ensuring that they love our technology, love our model, love our product, and are continuing to love our model and product.
Okay, now you've announced that you're making your regional headquarters for Luma AI in Saudi Arabia. Why did you decide to do that?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, we've got an amazing partner in Humane who led our Series C investment round, which we announced in November. So that means that not only are we going to be benefiting from the infrastructure developments that Humane are making as part of Project Halo, but also it's a very natural place for us to be putting our regional headquarters. Number one, it's a significant market. It's one of the leading market in the Middle East. Number two, our key strategic partner is based there. And number three, we're seeing an increasing roadmap of great talent that's moving to Riyadh. So all of those things coming together means that we can really build a really good regional HQ, be very, very close to our strategic partners, and by extension then work very closely with both the public sector and the private sector in Saudi Arabia. And we've got some fantastic customers who we're working very closely with already, that we're delighted to be helping transform their business and how they do creativity over the coming months.
Okay, now you just mentioned Humane there, and that prompted my next question. I mean, where do you see Saudi Arabia and Humane, for that matter, on the global AI map?
Yeah, I mean, the way we look at things is AI is very, very sort of AI from an engineering and from a development perspective is very, very clustered. So there's a clear cluster on the west coast of the United States. That's where our global headquarters is. There's a cluster in China. There's a cluster in Western Europe, and there's absolutely a cluster in the Middle East. And when we think about the investments that are happening in Saudi Arabia, led by Humane and the PIF and MCIT, the appetite around data centers, around the compute infrastructure, around the around helping us hire people in Riyadh. This isn't just we're not talking about people who are sort of, we're looking at people who are engineers and developers who are highly educated, have got a huge amount of relevant experience, but also people that we can continue to train up. So when you're putting together that mixture of infrastructure, policy framework, and frankly hunger and ambition that the kingdom has, those things all together make it not only a very, very exciting place for us to operate and for me to operate, and I've seen that transformation over the last 11 or 12 years since I first went to the kingdom. But it also means commercially, it's an exciting place for us to be, and it's a very rational place for us to be because the opportunity is there. So when you put all those things together, infrastructure, talent availability, regulatory framework, and commercial opportunity, it really doesn't take, you really don't need to think about it very long.
Okay. Now, I wanted to ask you a little bit about talent and recruitment. Are you finding that you've managed to find the right people that you need, the right talent, or are you having to invest a lot in training?
Yeah, so we've got we are growing at a very, very healthy rate. So we are obviously hiring, and we as a company are very, very focused on making sure that we bring in best-in-class talent. So when I think about the roles that we're hiring for in the Middle East, for example, I would say that the available talent pool is much larger than what it was even 2 or 3 years ago. If I think about where it was immediately after COVID, certainly when I was working in Saudi then, there was really a requirement to be making sure that you were flying people in and relying heavily on expats. What I would say now in 2026 is the pipeline is very healthy. So we have excellent candidates that are coming into our talent acquisition pipeline. We've got excellent candidates that are then being shortlisted, because obviously, it's the funnel gets narrower as you get closer to hiring someone. So the talent that's getting shortlisted is very, very good. And then lastly, the people that I'm then interviewing in final rounds is very, very good. So I think it's a combination of having the right sort of reputation. It certainly helps that we've got a great partnership with Humane. It helps that our technology and our products is very, very strong. It helps having the right people supporting us on a daily basis, both internally and externally. But we are seeing some very, very good talent, both Saudi nationals and non-Saudi national talent that we are interviewing. And I'm delighted to say that we announced our regional HQ, Riyadh HQ, just last month. And we will be well into the sort of high single digits of employees in that regional HQ by the middle of Q2. So we're very focused on bringing in the right people, but we're seeing the right people coming through our talent pipeline, which is fantastic.
Now, tell us, which industries is Luma AI most focused on? And are there some industries that you're not yet particularly engaged with, but you're hoping to tap into?
So, I mean, our technology can really touch the entire creative ecosystem. So if you are doing a film, if you're in gaming, if you're doing social media assets, if you're doing a long form documentary, if you're doing a brand campaign, if you're doing e-commerce assets, really any element of creativity that has content, our technology can really transform how that is done, both in terms of time, in terms of cost, and in terms of quality. Our model is native 4K HDR, so the output is Hollywood grade quality, but the cost is a fraction of what this would have even cost 6 months ago. And in some cases, some of the things that we're doing were impossible 6 months ago. So from that's sort of at a high level, our target market. And then when we drill down into different verticals, advertising agencies are clearly a vertical that we're very, very focused on, and we've already announced 2 milestone partnerships in Publicis and Service Plan. Publicis in particular, the center of that relationship at the outset was very much around the Middle East. We've got some more announcements coming on the advertising agency vertical over the coming weeks and months, which we should absolutely let you know about in time. Secondly is then from a direct-to-brand perspective. So we're working directly with brands who have in-house teams, in-house agencies to help enable their creative transformations. And there's some fascinating case studies where when we can collapse the creative supply chain, we can then actually help collapse the manufacturing supply chain for certain brands. So it's not just creative transformation, it's real business transformation that we're helping enable. From a film perspective, we're working with some fantastic film directors on not only enabling, as I said, Hollywood quality output rapidly and for a fraction of the price, but also people are enjoying using our technology. So multiple use cases and deployments. The technology and what the technology can achieve, I really believe, is ahead of what most people believe is currently achievable. And the challenge that we've got is we need to communicate that to the world so that people can really interact and enjoy our technology.
And I just wanted to ask you were saying a little bit earlier on that you see AI as a tool for creatives, and you were saying that in the context of Luma AI being a tool for creatives. But I'm wondering whether to some extent it risks replacing creatives.
I don't see it as a replacement. So I wouldn't have joined, my background is in advertising agencies and working with amazing creatives all around the world. And for me, the opportunity here is to actually enable a creative renaissance. So in the same way that people were petrified about Photoshop in the 90s, that actually led to, more investment in advertising, more investment in creativity. And what we're clearly seeing is Luma is supporting large enterprises with more personalized content, being more rooted in culture, being able to do things faster, to a better quality, at a more efficient price point for their customers. And then if I look at the sort of other end of the scale, from an advertising perspective at least, we've got some fantastic agencies that are boutique creative agencies all over the world. And these are a handful of people, people who have set up their own company, have very deep client relationships, and are doing amazing creative work. And we're helping them elevate their output so that they can be doing multi-million-dollar campaigns for a fraction of the price. And it suddenly puts them into a space where they can be coexisting alongside large multinationals. And that competition is healthy. That competition elevates everyone's game. But we don't see this as a job replacement. We see this as an enabler of incredible work.
Okay, and just lastly, Jason, I want to ask you, is there one application or tool within the offering that Luma AI has that makes you say every time you use it, wow? I mean, something you just find really difficult to comprehend in terms of its power and its wow factor?
It's a great question. And the reason I sort of looked away is that this is such a leap forward that I spend a lot of time talking to people about templates. Because at the moment, when a brand is doing work or when an agency is doing work for a brand, there are templates. And our technology means that you don't need templates anymore. Our autonomous agents can be completely trained on your brand, can be, they're self-aware, they're self-accountable. And this notion that we need every single social media post or every single e-commerce post, e-commerce piece of content to be in a template is a thing of the past. So this technology isn't like a step forward. This isn't about, hey, we can do things X% cheaper and X% faster. This is about taking a real quantum leap forward in how creativity is done. But to directly answer your question, we've done a piece of work for Mazda, the car brand. And the advert is showing the Mazda MX-5 over time since it was first launched, and they're launching a new model later this year. We executed on that advert in under 2 weeks. We generated over 250 synthetic actors who look completely, you cannot distinguish. Now, not only would this ad have cost millions of dollars shooting, I don't know how many cars, 10 different cars over the years with 250 different actors. Not only is it potentially impossible to get all of those cars in the same place at the same time, we did it in under 2 weeks. This isn't about taking a small step forward. These types of things were not achievable even 6 months ago. And the compute and the technology and the appetite to adopt the technology has moved on so quickly that now we are able to do that at scale.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to tell us all about Luma AI and your activities in Saudi Arabia and the wider region. Thank you very much indeed. Jason Day, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Thanks, appreciate it.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The US says its war on Iran is ahead of schedule and almost complete. Iran says it won't stop fighting. President Trump has declared Tehran has no navy, no air force, and almost no missiles left. And yet, Oil tankers have been set alight and mines laid in the Strait of Hormuz. So just how close is the US really to victory? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints.
Boeing is one of the world's largest companies, and its defense arm is a key pillar of American institution. U.S. military institutions rely on it. The U.S. Army, the Pentagon, and many other American agencies depend heavily on this company, which has had a long-standing presence for decades in Europe and also in the Middle East. It has extensive relationships and major partnerships with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Here at the World Defense Show, we're joined by Mr. Brendan Nelson, president of Boeing International. Welcome to Al Arabiya. More than once you've spoken about Boeing's support for the vision and about your long-term partnership to support the defense industries sector in Saudi Arabia. What is Boeing's most important role in this area? What are you doing?
Osama, firstly, thank you for speaking to me here at the World Defense Show in Riyadh and for your audience listening to me. Great nations are built on great confidence, and His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman has infused into the Saudi people social courage and what I call a venturing spirit. And the vision of 2030, which sets out an economic and social revolution for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is one that is completely and utterly supported by the Boeing company. In tourism, technology, infrastructure, industrialization, localization, economic diversification, sustainability to make sure the environment that our children, our grandchildren and beyond inherit is one worthy of them, is very much a vision that we support actively. And at the heart of it, the Crown Prince has said that he wants a self-reliant, sustainable aviation and defence security system. And if you like, the system of systems. And so for the Boeing company, every single aspect of the vision for 2030 is one that we are supporting, whether that's in the commercial aviation sector, in localising, industrialising, producing parts, supporting and providing commercial aircraft, or in the defence sector, not just the provision and support of defence platforms, but increasingly what the Crown Prince would call the system of systems. Our challenge these days is not so much about replacing platforms like F-15s or other aircraft with new ones. It's as much about integrating. And so the World Defense Show is tagged integration. So it's about integration, digitisation and systems intelligence. To create, we want to work with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on creating an ecosystem in defence, which is about aircraft, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance of space, of strike capability, of sustainment, and all the aspects that are necessary for the defence of a very proud and modern country.
Speaking of aircraft, you've had a relationship since the 1970s with the Royal Saudi Air Force. How do you plan for the future of this relationship? How do you aim to develop it or cooperate with Saudi Arabia to develop this sector that the kingdom cares about greatly?
The Boeing company in the defence space first established our partnership with the Royal Saudi Air Force in 1978. And today, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its Air Force has the largest number of F-15 fighter aircraft outside the United States of America, some 230 F-15s. Also, the largest number of Apache attack helicopters. Almost 80 of those helicopters are here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Chinook helicopters, AH-6, which is known as a Little Bird, which is a reconnaissance helicopter. And we also have a very large number of unmanned aerial vehicles, or otherwise known as drones, Scan Eagles, which are used by the Royal Saudi Air Force. We have continued to support the Boeing 707 platforms in airborne early warning command and control aircraft. Also the refuelling tankers, which are very much a part of the Royal Saudi Air Force. But in addition to that, It's a question of helping to train and support those mechanics and technicians that maintain all those platforms, and also working with the Royal Saudi Air Force in the training of its own personnel. So we're very much a partnership. So when you see, as a Saudi, you proudly look up and see those Saudi F-15s, the Boeing company is working with the Royal Saudi Air Force to maintain and support them, to make sure they are available for the defence and security of the kingdom at any time.
Speaking of companies, Mr. Brendan, you mentioned companies and your work with Saudi firms. How do you evaluate this partnership? You have partnerships with GAMI and with major companies operating as well. In this field in the kingdom, SAMI and many companies, both startups and large firms. How do you view this partnership today? And what are these companies asking for?
Well, your question includes the key phrase, Osama, which is partnership. So it is not simply a case of the Boeing company selling products and services to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have partnered with the Kingdom for 81 years, and in defence we've been partners since 1978. And so what that means is that, yes, we have provided and sold platforms to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but we've also worked hard to sustain and support them in servicing and in parts, and increasingly working with Saudi companies, whether it's the Saudi Arabia Military Industries, so the General Authority for Military Industries, the Royal Saudi Air Force, and whether it's the National Guard, and various companies and industries in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to make sure that increasingly we don't just have a Saudi-led Boeing employing 90 Saudis proudly across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but we actually work with partners to bring Saudi into Boeing and Boeing into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we're working on a range of things which include landing gear for aeroplanes, the production and purchasing of aluminum. We're also exploring titanium to bring out of the kingdom. Heavy investments in the training of people. The most important asset that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has, as the Crown Prince has identified, is its people. And we need many, many more young Saudis to know that this country, in partnership with companies like Boeing, is offering them a future in highly skilled, highly trained jobs that are meaningful to them and to their country. We're also working with GACA on advanced air mobility, for example, the introduction of autonomous air taxis and UAVs and autonomous air vehicles, and how we work in a controlled airspace. We're also working in bringing technologies in to work with Saudi companies on sustainable aviation fuels to decarbonise the aviation industry, and to provide also funding to support technologies that are going to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So those and many, many other things is what we're doing, and there's going to be a lot more.
Saudi companies now care a lot about technology transfer and also knowledge transfer, training Saudi youth and developing these products locally here inside the kingdom, and also leveraging Saudi Arabia's geographic position to become part of global supply chains. To what extent is Boeing cooperating in this framework? Is it ready to provide technical and knowledge support for Saudi companies?
And so the transfer of technology is one of the key priorities of the Kingdom and the Crown Prince 2030 vision, and we accept it and fully understand and support that. And what we're doing, working through a range of technologies to bring into the Kingdom, whether it's in the decarbonising of the aviation industry, the production of aerospace-grade thermoplastics, the production and acquisition of aerospace-grade aluminum, of titanium, the manufacture of parts, where we're actually exploring with the Kingdom right now, producing parts for our defence platforms. We've had discussions around the forward fuselage for the F-15, for example, and we're also working through landing gear for aircraft. So a lot of technology that we want to bring and increasingly are bringing into the Kingdom.
About the training, aircraft that you recently built, the T-7 trainer, where have you reached in this project? Have you delivered parts of this aircraft to the U.S. Air Force? And is there openness to exporting it or making it available to U.S. allies?
The T-7 will replace the T-38. It's the first time in 60 years that the United States Air Force is acquiring a new trainer for its next generation of fighter pilots. And the pilots who train in the T-7 will be able to go on to fly F-15s, F-16s, F-35s, and a whole range of fighter aircraft platform. We have now delivered the first 2 of those T-7s to the United States Air Force. One of them is flying and already helping to train the next generation of pilots. The other one is being used to train the technicians, the mechanics, those that are going to have to support the aircraft. There is immense international interest in the T-7. The British, for example, have indicated an interest in it, and we also are aware of some countries in Northeast Asia that are interested in it. It will be an ideal aircraft, I would think, for training the next generation of Saudi pilots, and it will be a discussion that I expect the leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will have with the United States government about any decision to bring the T-7 to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Personally, of course, we will be very supportive of that should the decision be made, because in the end, as we all know, you've got to concentrate on the next generation.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon Nelson, President of Boeing International. Thank you for being with us on Al Arabiya, and thank you for coming to Riyadh.
For years, Nemesio El Mencho Oseguera Cervantes, leader of the Jalisco New Generation cartel, evaded capture. But in the end, authorities didn't just follow the money, they followed his girlfriend. Her name, Guadalupe Moreno Carrillo. Military intelligence says she had been in a relationship with him for about 3 years, after his split from his wife, Rosalinda Gonzalez Valencia, in 2018. Low profile, no public criminal charges, almost invisible. Her name first appeared in the 2022 Guacamaya leaks, placing her inside El Mencho's inner circle, though her exact role was never confirmed. Then came February 20th, 2026. Intelligence tracked a meeting between the two at a private cabin in Tapalpa, Jalisco. The next day, she left, he stayed. That was the break authorities needed. Special forces moved in, and one of the world's most wanted drug lords was dead. Officials later described her as the key to finding him.
De una de las parejas sentimentales del Mencho.
So who is Guadalupe Moreno Carrillo? Little is publicly known. Reportedly, she's in her early 50s, has light skin and dark hair. Military intelligence says she moved in high society and business circles in Jalisco. Despite being in his inner circle, there's no public evidence linking her to criminal activity. And authorities confirm she is not under arrest and faces no charges. After years on the run, El Mencho wasn't brought down by bullets, but by his own love story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The US says its war on Iran is ahead of schedule and almost complete. Iran says it won't stop fighting. President Trump has declared Tehran has no navy, no air force, and almost no missiles left. And yet, oil tankers have been set alight and mines laid in the Strait of Hormuz. So just how close is the US really to victory? I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. In a lot of ways, President Trump says the US has already won. He says there's practically nothing left to target in Iran and it will all soon be over.
Our country is doing really well. I mean, at a level that nobody thought. We took a little excursion because we felt we had to do that to get rid of some evil. And I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion. How good is our military, right? Amazing.
But at what cost to America and its allies? The Trump administration has acknowledged there will be some economic pain and it isn't ruling out boots on the ground.
I guess I am most concerned about the threat to American lives of potentially deploying our sons and daughters on the ground in Iran. We seem to be on a path toward deploying American troops on the ground.
And while the US is already claiming partial victory, Iran has increased attacks on oil tankers in the vital Strait of Hormuz. So, on this episode, we'll ask our panel, just how close is the US to victory in Iran? Has the operation been unsuccessful in weakening Iran's leadership? And amid economic warnings, do Americans support this war? Joining us for this discussion is George Papadopoulos, former foreign policy advisor to Donald Trump, and Anna Kasparian is here, executive producer and host at The Young Turks, an independent American media organisation. To both of you, thank you for being here on Counterpoints. Well, according to the president, the war in Iran is pretty much already won. He said in an interview on Wednesday that there's practically nothing left to target in Iran and that the war will end soon. His Secretary of Defense has echoed those sentiments, saying the US is crushing the enemy in an overwhelming display of technical skill and military force. That's a quote from Pete Hegseth. But Gulf states continue to endure missile and drone attacks. The Strait of Hormuz came under repeated fire on Wednesday, and Iran says it started laying mines in the vital shipping channel. So, George, let's start with you. How close is the US and Israel really to victory here when we see such strong retaliation continuing?
Well, I think what the world is witnessing is exactly why the United States and Israel did actually go into strike this despotic, theocratic regime in Iran, given the threat that not only it constitutes its own population, but the world. When President Trump suggested and stated unequivocally that he would never allow a nuclear Iran, this is what he meant, because if the world is witnessing the ballistic missiles raining down, not only on Israel and on American military facilities and military personnel, but on civilians in Azerbaijan, attempted attacks on Turkey, Cyprus, the GCC. Imagine if this theocratic regime had a nuclear umbrella at this point, and what kind of blackmail it would impose upon the world, given its tendencies to not only destabilize security, but obviously oil markets. So this
but George, if the president says there are no targets left, we've taken out all of their missiles, we've crushed them, that's not really the case. The US isn't close to victory.
Well, at this point, what is Iran actually doing? They're essentially a desperate regime involved with very desperate measures, and that's why they're lashing out all around the world. I mean, if you simply want to strike civilians with ballistic missiles all around the GCC and the Caucasus and Europe in order to maintain power and kill your own population who are uprising against you, that doesn't really suggest that they are actually a very strong regime. It looks like they are on their last legs. Now, blockading the Strait of Hormuz, that's actually going to turn the world against them, because by imposing a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, they're not only creating an energy price spike, but they're also creating a supply crisis, which their largest supplier, China, is going to feel. The Europeans are going to feel. The American population will ultimately feel. So,
George, this was all predictable, though.
Anna, if I can just interrupt you one moment there, Anna, because I just want to welcome our third guest into our debate. Avital Leibovich is joining us, former IDF spokesperson and director at the American Jewish Committee's Israel office. Avital, thank you for being with us. We are just discussing whether or not the US is close to victory. I'll come to you for a comment on that. But Anna, I'll throw it back to you. I just wanted to ensure our third guest is introduced there. You're saying it's predictable.
Yeah.
Why?
Right. I mean, all the individuals, especially in the United States, who were far more concerned with what happens within our own borders as opposed to fighting Israel's wars, were saying, look, if we get dragged into this war with Iran, this is going to cause a global economic meltdown because of the fact that we're discussing a region that's an oil and gas rich region. And Iran went out of its way on multiple occasions to come up with some sort of negotiation, some sort of peace deal to avoid war. The Trump administration used the false pretext of peace negotiations in order to lure the Iranians in and then essentially carry out what is the equivalent of a sucker punch, a military sucker punch, and attack Iran not once over the past summer, but now in this ongoing war. And Iran has decided, you know what, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, got fooled 2 times in a row. I mean, it would be incredibly embarrassing to go along with the United States and believe that they're in any way interested in peace. I think Trump has made a huge mistake. He knows he has made a huge mistake. The markets are roiling as a result of the mistake he has made, and he attempts to add a little bit of a release valve by essentially lying to the American people, lying to the globe about how things are looking up. They're not looking up. We're in a lot of trouble right now. And if people had just listened and avoided dragging the United States into a war that we are not benefiting from in any way, shape, or form, we wouldn't be in this position. The Trump administration wouldn't be in this position. Now we're looking for an exit route. So if telling Trump that there's victory will convince him to pull our troops out of that region, then I will tell him whatever he wants to hear. There's no reason why we should be there. There's no reason why more of our soldiers should die. This is not a war for the United States. This is a war for Israel. Period. And we have 2 different goals here. Trump might say that he wants to ensure that Iran is not nuclearized, but Israel wants to topple the regime, and Israel is not going to stop until the regime is toppled.
Okay.
And since the United States is dog-walked by the Israeli regime, we are going to be dragged into this war as long as Israel is involved. This is an unwinnable war. This will be a quagmire.
All right, Avital, obviously I'm going to bring you in here. How close are the US and Israel to victory? What do you make of what Anna is saying there, that this is not a war for the US, it's a war for Israel, and that both of those countries are in a lot of trouble in this conflict?
Well, I think there are a lot of misunderstanding here with regard to the situation. Iran, for the past 47 years, have invested huge amount of efforts, resources, money, funding to do a few things. Number one, to build a nuclear arsenal. Nuclear arsenal is relevant globally, not only to the region in the Middle East. Secondly, they invested a huge amount of R&D and funding in the ballistic missile industry. Now, the ballistic missiles can reach 4,000 kilometers. And if Israel would be the goal, why would they have developed 4,000 kilometers when Israel is only 1,200 kilometers away?
But as a country, they're allowed to have their own military. Avital, if I can push you back onto the question, are the US and Israel close to victory? And is this a war for Israel, as Anna has said, not a war for the United States?
This is a war of the United States, which Israel is supporting and helping alongside with very close coordination. But this is really a global war. And the US, as the strongest power in the world, is leading this effort, basically trying to have the world a better place, a safer place, without having a nuclear Iran. Now, look, at the end of the day, we're looking at 12 days in which Iran has attacked 12 different countries, not only Israel. If the thesis would be true and Israel is the sole issue here, then why is Iran attacking 11 additional countries as well as US assets all across the region? By the way, trying also to expand throughout the region to other countries as well. At the end of the day, Iran has invested 47 years to become a global threat, and this war is critical. And I'm hoping that eventually the world will be a safer and better place for everyone, for the US, for Israel, for the region, but also for the rest of the world.
Israel is the biggest threat to world peace. It has led to instability in the Middle East. Its expansionist policy has been at the detriment of not only the Arab world, but also the United States, which unfortunately is allied with one of the most belligerent regimes on the globe as we speak. Iran is attacking U.S. bases and embassies in Gulf countries in response to the war that started for no reason other than to carry out Israel's agenda.
It's a naive country talking about
They do not have a. They do not have.
Okay, all right, one at a time.
You lied and said.
All right,
nuclear.
Okay, Anna, you've made your point. Let's let Avital respond.
Go ahead.
Avital, a brief response, and then I'll hand it over to George.
Iran has murdered 32,000 of its own people on January 8th.
That's not
one of
a
the cruelest
number
acts we have ever seen.
They just make.
And I invite you, Anna, and others to speak with Iranian people who have been living under this horrific regime for so many years, trying to get a life. If you care so much about human rights, then you need to make sure.
I do. How many people did Israel kill in Gaza?
Exercise.
Is the number only 72,000, or is the number higher than that?
All right, I'll just interrupt you on that one because we're not going to get into Gaza because that's going to open up a whole new debate.
Gaza. I find it hard to believe that the guest is at all concerned about human rights or human lives, but I digress.
All right, let me hand it over to George. What do you make of these two discussions that we're hearing from Anna and from Avital? Do you think that the US is in a lot of trouble, potentially to be drawn into a longer conflict than what President Trump had anticipated here? Because, as both of our guests have said, 12 other countries have been hit in these retaliations. This is certainly not a contained crisis.
No, certainly. And I think that the polls suggest that the overwhelming majority of the American public will not support boots on the ground, especially in some sort of Iraq war or Afghanistan war type intervention. And I don't think that's even under serious consideration by the Trump administration. Now, President Trump just a couple days ago did come out publicly and state that he was given information regarding an imminent threat by Iran. Now, he, as the president of the United States, that his principal duty is to safeguard American lives and interests around the world, acted on the intel briefing that he did get. Now, regarding this conflict cascading or metastasizing into an 3-month or 6-month war, I don't think so. I think that the Iranians and the United States and the regional partners all do want an off-ramp. I think that the oil spikes and the supply shock that the world economy is now facing is not sustainable, especially given that there's a midterm election right around the corner in the United States. Many lives have been lost, billions in investments have been lost in the GCC, and trillions in potential FDI from the GCC are at stake, given their wariness to invest now in the United States, given their own crisis that they're facing because of the Iranian ballistic missile threat. So I don't see this becoming a long-term war. It all really depends on how ready Iran is to negotiate on opening the Strait of Hormuz. That is the key to this entire conflict right now.
George, I just want to push back on one thing that you said there, is that you said that you don't think that boots on the ground is being seriously considered, and yet we hear from various members of the Trump White House that they refuse to rule it out. I mean, just on the most recent comments from the White House press spokeswoman, she said that if that is what the commander-in-chief thinks is necessary, we will not rule it out. Do you think the US can achieve what President Trump says, this unconditional surrender, without boots on the ground?
Well, like I said, the boots on the ground, like the Iraq-Afghanistan model, will not happen. That I could guarantee for your viewers.
But boots on the ground is still boots on the ground, whether it's one, whether it's 1,000.
No, it's completely different, actually, because putting special ops or operators to take out nuclear facilities or to retrieve illicit uranium, the way that the United States has done in many foreign theaters, including just recently in Venezuela, that did not take 100 or 200,000 troops to do. So that when, of course, Caroline Leavitt and the administration says that no options are off the table, well, of course, the administration is not going to overtly talk about their strategy to the global public at the White House podium. Every option, of course, is on the table, and they will adapt as they see the situation evolve.
Avital, do you think Israel is ready to put boots on the ground, and would it support boots on the ground from the United States? Do you think it's necessary?
Great question.
I think that when you are engaged in such an operation that, by the way, had many, many weeks of close coordination between CENTCOM and the Israeli Defense Forces, it's best not to provide information about the different options. And that's exactly the reason why the spokesperson of the president said what she said in such a vague way. Because all the options are on the table at this point of time. Only 12 days have passed. It's a very, very short time to deal with a regime that prepared for this moment 47 years. So we are still in the beginning of this operation, not the end. And therefore, many things could still develop. And I would again say that all options are on the table at this point of time.
Would you like to see US boots on the ground?
Do you personally support boots on the ground? Yeah, I'm very curious. Do you support Israeli boots on the ground?
The question is what exactly you need to achieve. Because, for example, if you want to get rid of 460 kilograms of enriched uranium that are sufficient for 11 nuclear bombs that, by the way, would not only affect Israel, but many countries in the world, then I'm not sure that only from the air you can get rid of this amount of enriched uranium. So that's one
Israeli
way to
or
look
American
at the
troops?
situation.
Israeli or American troops on the ground?
Again, it depends what you want to achieve. What exactly is the goal of that specific boots on the ground?
And I also think we have to discuss the numbers too, because that makes a massive difference that we're talking about here. If we're talking about special ops going in and retrieving this illicit material, is completely different, as I explained earlier, with 100 to 200,000 boots on the ground. The United States has used this model over and over on the African continent, in the Middle East, and just most recently in Venezuela with tremendous success.
That's why the question is always what you want to achieve, because at the end of the day, there are 4 objectives here. Objective number one,
well, it's interesting because the Israelis have a different objective from Trump. The Israelis have a different objective.
I'm describing the Israeli objective.
They're bumbling
objective
and
number
fumbling.
one is to get
They started a war.
Okay, Anna, I'll come to you in a moment.
Flailing in.
All right.
7 of our soldiers are dead. 150 of our soldiers are already wounded. We get no benefit from this war whatsoever. Iran did not have a nuclear arsenal. This war was never about a nuclear arsenal for the Israelis. This was always about toppling a regime. And that regime is not going to be toppled. And by the way, one other thing, George was talking about the key to ending this war. There's one key that you're forgetting about, George, which is the fact that the Iranians have signaled now multiple times that they're not interested in a ceasefire. And you are right, Avital. They have been preparing for this war for a very long time. They knew about the aggression that gets carried out by the Israelis in that region of the world. They knew eventually the Israelis were going to attack with the help of the United States.
What kind of aggression are you talking about? Iran is 2,000 kilometers away from Israel.
Iran wants
what
to
kind
keep
of an
going.
aggression?
Congratulations.
The only aggression that
Congratulations.
we've seen is 14 Israelis that were
Okay, all right, Anna, let Avital respond to that.
The relationship between younger Americans and the Israelis never going to be repaired after this. Just remember that.
Avital, go ahead and respond.
Huge liability to our country.
A country which for 47 consecutive years chants death to Israel, death to America, death to the UK, and educates generations and generations of kids to hate. I don't know exactly what is Israel.
I've heard from a lot of young Israelis. They don't seem very loving when it comes to their Arab neighbors.
Israel only for the first time attacked Iran a year and a half ago. And by the way, this is a siren.
What are you talking about? Israel on a regular basis.
Anna, just let Avital respond. Let Avital finish her point, Anna, and then I'm going to hand it to George.
In the past 12 days, 14 Israeli civilians have been killed by Iranian ballistic missiles, and 2,000 Israelis were wounded. Why? Because
I'm
Iran
sorry, is there a problem with the war you ordered?
Fires towards residential areas like my city, which has no military bases or assets.
You don't get to play the victim card right now.
Tenfold.
This is a war Israel wanted. This is a war that you're cheerleading right now.
This is the kind of regime we're dealing with.
You don't get to play victim.
Okay, Anna.
The world will be a better place without this regime in Iran.
George, let me bring you in before I move us to our next segment, which will be about regime change that some of you have already discussed. I just want to ask you, though, did the US underestimate Iran's ability to respond here, or are they overselling their success? Because 12 days in, we are still seeing a very strong concerted retaliation from Iran.
Well, you had CENTCOM come out publicly and state that they were impressed with the retaliation by Iran. Now, that doesn't mean that the Iranians are overwhelming the United States military or its allies or its Arab partners. But certainly this wasn't Venezuela, where the United States went in and took out Maduro basically without a single casualty. Now, if you compare that with Iran, of course, it's a completely expanded theater and in conflict. Iran is 80 million people. It's a massive country. It has allies with China and other regional partners. This isn't an isolated country. So, of course, I don't think that the United States walked into this conflict thinking that they were going to overthrow the regime on day one. We are 12 days into this conflict. The capabilities of the Iranian military have obviously been hindered. Now, the key question is what happens with the Strait of Hormuz? The ballistic missiles have slowly come to a grinding halt, but they are mining the Strait of Hormuz. And I think that is where the focus for all the regional countries will be over the next month, not in terms of bombing the actual regime at this point.
Well, I wonder if that is going to be a distraction from one of the stated goals here, because there's been a lot of criticism and a lot of conjecture around the goals of the US and Israeli operation. And part of that stems from the apparent disparity in what the day after looks like for Iran's leadership. I mean, Anna, you alluded to this as well. The US has insisted that it isn't into a nation-building operation, and it suggested that it would be happy with a Venezuela-style outcome, whereas Israel has asserted that it will only be satisfied when the current leadership in Iran has been completely removed. So, Avital, we're not seeing that at the moment. The new supreme leader has been appointed. Has the push for regime change or regime control been unsuccessful?
So Israel's top priority is safety and security, which means removing the existential threat. The existential threat, the only existential threat Israel has, is the nuclear capabilities of Iran. So from an Israeli perspective, that would be the major success of such an operation. Of course, the ballistic missiles, the proxies in the region, we are right now in a multi-arena operation because Hezbollah is also firing rockets at Israel on a daily basis. So this is really a multi-arena. Now, obviously, a military operation, I recommend looking at it as a tool for the leaders, because following the military part, there will be a political solution, obviously. We cannot solve this with a military operation. And the political solution will have to be decided later on. It's really premature. We're not sure who will be the other part in Iran to discuss the political option. Will it be Mojtaba, that we haven't seen or heard his voice? We haven't seen his face since he was appointed. I mean, I hope he knows he was appointed, but we don't know where he is. Where is he hiding? Is it going to be someone else? So obviously the military operation is only the path towards a political solution. And at the end of the day, the Israeli leadership here also said publicly time and time again, it's the people, it's the Iranian people who will need eventually to choose their own leadership. There is no expectation, I'm hoping, but this is not the Israeli plan, to actually go and create some sort of a coup and change the regime in Iran. Israel has no plans or no motivation to do this kind of thing.
What about Reza Pahlavi? The Israelis are pushing for him to be the leader of Iran pretty hard. Why is that?
I don't know what you're talking about. Reza Pahlavi is in the US.
You do know.
Israel is not pushing Reza Pahlavi. Israel is not pushing actually any leader at this point of time. At this point of time, the main focus is the military operation and removing the threat to Israel's security. This is the main focus right now.
Anna, I want to ask you, I mean, Avital has said there that it's premature to be discussing or contemplating a political solution here. What do you make of the idea of President Trump beginning a campaign without a political solution in place?
Well, I mean, it's obviously disastrous, especially when our ally has a different objective and different goal. Their goal is to topple the regime. Make no mistake about it. For Trump, honestly, I don't think he genuinely believed that Iran posed a nuclear threat. I mean, he was repeatedly saying that we had obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. In fact, I believe he said the same thing literally last week, but he speaks out of both sides of his mouth. So you don't really know what he's thinking. You don't know if he's actually looking for an exit ramp. At this point, it's unclear whether he would even be able to exit this war. Even if he decided, you know what, this is unwinnable, we're not doing this. My polling is down the drain because the younger end of my base especially is not supportive of this war. The American people in general are not supportive of this war. And the notion that you're going to topple a regime without boots on the ground is laughable. Of course, you're going to need boots on the ground to topple a regime. And so far, everything Israel has wanted, Trump has carried out. So understandably, there's a lot of anxiety among the American people about whether, or more importantly, when Trump is going to make the call to send troops over to Iran, which will be disastrous because we've already lost 7 of our troops and 150 of them are wounded. I believe that the casualties are higher, but the administration is trying to withhold that information because of the fact that this war is so utterly unpopular with the American people.
Mm-hmm. George, what do you think? Was regime change front and centre in the White House's mind when it went into this? Or is it acceptable to go into a conflict like this without a political solution having been contemplated?
I think that the president and his current team have always emphasized and prioritized geoeconomics over geopolitics. And that's really why he did extend an olive branch initially to the Iranian regime, as he did many other countries, to basically be a partner with the United States and not prioritize death and destruction. There were discussions that the United States would invest heavily in the oil and natural gas sectors, pipelines, various other issues, potentially Iran buying Airbus and Boeing planes from the United States. But that all was premised on the assumption that Iran would no longer enrich uranium, would cease its production of ballistic missiles, and act as a responsible actor in the Middle East and the Persian Gulf. And Iran decided, by all reports, that it would no longer abide by the request of the administration, that it would continue enrichment because it was some sort of an inalienable right of the regime to do so. It would not stop stockpiling its ballistic missiles. And that's where we are today. It's really simple. Act like a normal country and the United States will deal with you. Act like a rogue state, and these are the unfortunate results. And many people now are facing those devastating consequences, not only in Iran, but around the world.
I agree with you, George. I agree. I think Iran should be allowed to act like a normal country. A normal country is allowed to enrich enough uranium for nuclear power, but for some reason, Iran isn't allowed to, based on what the Israelis and the United States is demanding of them. A sovereign country needs to have the right and the ability to defend itself. Ballistic missiles help them do just that. I have a hard time understanding why Iran isn't allowed to have ballistic missiles. Is the United States allowed to have ballistic missiles? By the way, it's important to note that their ballistic missiles, Iran's specifically, did not have the capacity to hit the United States. They're not long-range missiles. But it's a threat to a belligerent country in the region that keeps attacking its neighbors. And of course, I'm talking about Israel. And so Israel wants to do away with that threat so they can expand their borders without any challenge. Iran was the biggest challenger to that agenda. And that's what this is really about. It was never really about nuclear weapons. This is about regime change for the Israelis. And unfortunately, our politicians have been bought or blackmailed by the Israelis. So they carry out Israelis' best interests as opposed to the best interests of the American people, who overwhelmingly do not support this war.
But hold on.
Well, let me help you with geography, because I think there are a few mistakes here. First of all, the ballistic missiles reach
You're not
Europe.
really a credible person to me.
4,000 kilometers of ballistic missiles don't only reach one country. They reach dozens and dozens of countries, number one. Number two, you call Iran a normal country under this regime? Shame on you. A country that calls for annihilation.
You consider Israel a normal country? They just carried out a genocide. They have a planned nuclear program, the Dimona nuclear
Let's just let Avital respond, Anna.
Part of the non-proliferation treaty.
Just a moment, Anna. We'll let Avital respond.
Nuclear power on the globe. These are tough questions.
Avital, continue your response. Thanks.
So in addition to this, I would like to say that not only that they have developed their own nuclear capacities and enriched uranium and ballistic missiles, threatening many, many dozens of countries, but they also invested since the early 80s in proxies in the region, which don't only work in Lebanon, because Hezbollah, for example, works in Latin and Central America. And as you know, there are European member countries that have Hezbollah terrorists in them, as well as Argentina with the Amia bombing in the 80s. There are many, many examples of Hezbollah long arms all over the world. But it's not only that. It's the Houthis, which threaten vessels in the Red Sea. And Israel has a very small percentage of his vessels sailing through the Red Sea. So Israel is not even the issue here. This is a global threat. The world will be a better place without such a regime. Will Israel change the regime? The answer is no. Israel will only set the conditions by this military operation so that the people in Iran would hopefully change the regime. But Israel has no plans on doing it, not with Pahlavi and not with anybody else.
Okay, Avital, I want to just ask you this then. So on Tuesday, the March 10th, we saw on a social media post from Prime Minister Netanyahu's office saying that we will continue to hit with growing force, that in the coming days we will create the conditions for you to grasp your destiny. That's his direct message to the people of Iran. You say that Israel isn't going to force regime change. It sounds like they will only be satisfied with regime change. You say that Israel wants safety. Will it consider itself safe if the people don't grasp this opportunity that Israel thinks it's creating for them?
So you're right to say that the main issue here from an Israeli perspective is the security. And by the way, 93% of Israelis support this operation due to a survey that was done just a few days ago by the Israeli Democracy Institute. So 93% support it. The nuclear threat is the main existential threat.
Yes, but I want to know is, will this continue? Will Netanyahu continue this until the regime is gone? Because if the people don't grasp this safety, if they don't grasp the safety, will he allow them to continue under the new supreme leader?
The answer is no. This is not an indefinite kind of operation. In other words, I don't expect it will go on for months and months and months. My estimation that it will take a few more weeks maximum until it reaches the goal. And the immediate goal, as I outlined it, is really to have a better security for us here, which means to take care of the nuclear issues, the enriched uranium, the ballistic missiles, and the proxies. The rest, I hope, will follow. But of course, we, as I said before, the political steps should follow the military steps in order for shaping a better future here in the region and also globally.
Mm-hmm. George, I interrupted you. My apologies. Go ahead. What did you want to say?
Oh, what I wanted to mention is the 1,000-pound elephant in the room no one is talking about, and that is nuclear proliferation in the Middle East and in the Eastern Mediterranean. You have countries in Europe, including Greece, now asking to be under a nuclear umbrella because of the potential threat of an Iranian nuclear missile and the production
No,
of,
it's because non-nuclear powers get attacked. So
Anna, we'll just let George finish his point, and then I'll come to you for a response.
Yeah, it's not because of Iran. It's because countries that aren't
okay, Anna,
get attacked.
Thank you. We'll come to you in a moment. George?
I don't think anyone in the international community, especially in the Middle East, wants to see nuclear proliferation or an arms race. You have the king of Saudi Arabia himself saying, if Iran gets a nuke, we're getting a nuke. Turkey has said, if they get a nuke, Pakistan's going to give us a nuke. I don't think that's going to stabilize the Middle East. So I think when the president talks about regime or regime change or dealing with Iran, regime change means de facto dealing with a country in which the United States and the international community can actually have bilateral relationships with without the threat of a ballistic missile threat, nuclear proliferation, or an arms race in the Middle East. So that is what I think regime change really means. It doesn't mean continuously bombing and assassinating whoever the Supreme Council in Iran puts in power. It simply means allowing Iran to function in its neighborhood and with the world as a country that is not a threat. And as long as Iran, under this regime, acts as a threat, including attacking its neighbors, supporting proxies, and believing it's their inalienable right to have a nuclear weapon, this will continue and continue and continue. When they stop, I think they could get back into the international community. They could stabilize themselves within their own borders. They're an extremely rich country, and we could have a peaceful and prosperous Middle East. That is really what I think the ultimate objective of the Trump administration is. Now, I'll let Avital speak about the Israeli objectives because I don't speak about what those objectives are, but I think that is what the American objective is and what the administration ultimately hopes to get out of this entire fiasco.
George, you expressed concerns about nuclear proliferation and arms race in the Middle East. Do you think then that it is acceptable that Israel has an undeclared nuclear arsenal and is the only country in the region to be allowed to have them?
Well, North Korea has it. Obviously, Pakistan, you could argue, is a Middle Eastern country.
But is it okay for Israel to have undeclared weapons if you're concerned about nuclear proliferation and an arms race?
Israel has acted as a United States ally. It's acted as an ally of the West and as a responsible actor since its founding. If it indeed does have nuclear weapons, they've never used those nuclear weapons. They've never threatened to use those nuclear weapons against countries, even though they've been in direct conflict with numerous neighbors and now including with Iran. So that's really what we have to calculate. Israel as a responsible actor on the global stage versus a theocratic regime, which is not a responsible actor on the global stage, possessing the most devastating weapons known to mankind. And that's ultimately what the question is, and why the West, Europe, the United States, and other countries around the world have proceeded to deal with Israel versus Iran in terms of the nuclear question in this way.
Okay, Anna,
not only
circling
has
back
Israel
to you.
threatened, not only has Israel threatened to deploy nuclear weapons on specific instances, and I can describe them to you in just a minute, they literally have a policy known as the Samson option, in which they will deploy nuclear Armageddon if the existence of Israel is in any way in jeopardy. So the idea that Israel has never threatened to use their clandestine nuclear weapons is hilarious to me. Look, George, I don't think you're a dumb person. I just think you're ill-informed about the very real threat our alliance with Israel really has. And as far as our Gulf allies, I'm sure they're questioning their alliance with the United States right now because they were under the assumption that the U.S. would defend them when a day like this came. But we depleted our missile interceptors. And as a result, what we have remaining are being used to protect U.S. troops and the Israelis. And now our Gulf allies are essentially sitting ducks as this war rages on. This was a really bad idea. I don't think anything good is going to be accomplished. And to Avital's point about, Israel really doesn't want to choose who the next leader of Iran is going to be, you might be right about that, Avital, because much like Syria, Israel seems to have an interest in creating absolute chaos and failed states that don't really pose a threat to Israel anymore, but do lead to refugee crises that usually the United States and
forgot about our
Europe
history.
absorb.
What do you mean about no wars? Do you know how many wars
refugees
Israel
or
has
no?
been targeted
Or is that
with?
just for the Western world, everyone else in the Western world to absorb? Just wondering about that. Because Iran is a country.
Okay, let Avital respond. Thanks, Anna. Avital?
Unfortunately, the neighborhood that Israel lives in is a very, I would say, challenging neighborhood. Speaking of wars, that Israel is triggering wars. We have Hezbollah in the north that actually was built to target Israel with an arsenal of 150,000 rockets until 2 years ago, which we managed to take it down only to 25,000. This is a threat. And then Syria under Bashar Assad, which was the famous butcher of the region, which, by the way, what happened there has nothing to do with Israel.
There's an Al-Qaeda
Israel again found
leading
itself
Syria
with the border,
now, literally.
with infiltration dangers that needed to again readdress the issue of the borders, followed by Hamas, which committed the worst atrocities since the Holocaust on October 7, 2.5 years ago. And you're teaching me about the dangers that we have here in the region. And by the way,
I'm not teaching you anything.
Iran
I'm teaching
has
the
the blood
audience
of
to not believe your lies.
thousands of Americans on their hands. And you failed to mention that. And one more thing. Until 1979, Israel had great relations with Iran and with the Iranian people. As a matter of fact, the Israeli national airline, El Al, used to fly directly to Tehran from Tel Aviv on a daily basis. Except it was a different regime. Not the current regime of the Ayatollahs, but the regime of the Shah. So things can turn around and things can work for the better. But again, this is not an Israeli issue. This is not even a regional issue. This is a global threat.
Anna, do you want to respond to that?
Look, it's amazing to me how many countries have been absolutely devastated and destroyed because the Israelis saw them as a threat. I'm not just talking about Iran. I mean, we're talking about Syria, Libya, Iran is a country of 92 million people. I think a lot of Americans have been misled into thinking this is going to somehow be an easy war. We're going to topple a regime. We're going to free the Iranian people. This was never about freeing the Iranian people. It was never even really about ballistic missiles or even nuclear weapons. It's about toppling a regime, destabilizing a country, paving the way for Israel to expand its borders, which it's currently doing right now as it attempts to annex more land in Lebanon.
Anna, we suggest you read the IAEA reports from the last couple of years, in which the inspectors, not me, the inspectors write in their reports how inaccessible are the different sites in Iran where the nuclear weapons are being kept. So if the IAEA says
Iran used to be part of something known as the JCPOA,
and other countries point to the
Israel
danger
urged
of
Trump to
Iran.
pull out of, and he stupidly did. Yeah. When they were part of the Iran nuclear deal, we had the international community get access to Iran to make sure that they weren't enriching uranium and they weren't building a nuclear arsenal. But Trump ripped that up in 2018 at the behest of the Israelis, paving the way for Iran to enrich uranium because that deal no longer existed.
They had no access to a lot of the nuclear sites.
Just let Avital respond, Anna. Let Avital respond.
I'm saying that even then, they didn't have the inspectors, the IAEA inspectors didn't have the access to all of the sites. Doesn't matter what was signed. So at the end of the day, if you have such a problematic regime with bloods of thousands of people on their hands, Americans and others, you cannot let this regime continue, especially not when you're the best power, the #1 power in the world.
George, I want to bring you in here. Renowned political scientist Francis Fukuyama this week wrote an article saying that the strikes on Iran have vindicated North Korea's nuclear policy, for example. Do you agree with that assessment?
Absolutely not. I mean, what kind of contention is that? That it's a good idea for a hermit kingdom or a hermit country like North Korea to get nuclear weapons in order to prevent itself from being attacked?
But not that it's supporting that, but that it's vindicating it, because his argument is that if the US can go ahead and strike Iran like this, well, then maybe North Korea is justified in feeling it needs to have nuclear weapons to protect itself.
Well, under that assumption, then every country around the world should have a nuclear weapon to protect itself from any foreign threat. I mean, it's ridiculous. Libya had the same situation. And then, of course, Obama himself decided to go and intervene and destabilize that country and turn it into the failed state that it currently is, with various jihadist groups taking over and dividing it between two regions. But I don't think that North Korea is justified in having a nuclear weapon. This was obviously a very covert, illicit method to obtain those nuclear weapons. Like, you could argue that Iran is attempting to do so at this current moment. The only difference is North Korea was able to do it surreptitiously. Iran allegedly does not currently have a nuclear weapon. And in order to prevent that from happening, these strikes occurred. That's the situation that Iran is now facing.
Anna, what do you think? Do you think that strikes on Iran could vindicate a country like North Korea to say, well, look, this is why we need to protect ourselves?
This is actually a sound political theory that was popularized by the political scientist Stephen Waltz. It's known as the nuclear peace theory, which sounds ironic. It almost sounds Orwellian. But in reality, having a nuclear weapon serves as a deterrent. I think Ukraine is a perfect example, right? Ukraine had nuclear weapons, which the United States persuaded Ukraine to give up in the 1990s in exchange for security guarantees. Well, would Russia invade Ukraine if Ukraine had a nuclear arsenal? I think not. So I can tell the difference. I know the distinction between supporting a country getting nuclear weapons and validating the theory that nuclear weapons serve as a deterrent. And to be quite honest with you, in the case of a deterrent, of course, I totally agree with that theory. And on top of that, in the case of Iran, they had enriched uranium up to 60%. You need 90% enriched uranium in order to build a bomb. They obviously didn't have the facilities to build the bomb. They had been obliterated, as Trump said repeatedly. Even if those facilities hadn't been completely destroyed, they didn't have a way of delivering a nuclear bomb. So even Netanyahu himself admitted that Iran wasn't close to having an actual capability of using nuclear weapons against its enemies. So I want to be clear about that. But having 60% enriched uranium, they were hoping that would serve as a latent deterrent. Unfortunately, it didn't, and we got dragged into this war.
We're almost out of time, so Avital, just round us out with this discussion on nuclear weapons. What do you make of that political assertion or that theory that this could backfire, that Iran and the US's actions could prove counterproductive and justify or vindicate countries like North Korea, saying, well, look, this is why we need them?
Yeah, you know, where I live, and by the way, as I'm speaking to you now, there is, in addition to ballistic missile attack in some areas here in Israel, there is also Hezbollah rocket attack in the northern borders of Israel right now as I'm speaking to you. Look, I will not go into predictions because in this part of the world, anything could change, you know, within hours. But I will say this. In June, Iran was very close. Last June, Iran was very close to reach a stage in which it was able to put nuclear bombs on its missiles. And that's the reason why Israel had to launch a 12-day long operation. So the effort is still there. Now, the dialogue, the diplomatic talks should have begun after those 12 days in June. And the US actually pressured Iran many times to sit around the table, and they refused to do so until 6 or 7 or 8 weeks ago when the first session was in Oman and the second session was in Geneva. Clearly, there is no motivation of the Iranians to reach some sort of a diplomatic solution. And this is unfortunate because we do not aspire to be in a situation of wars here in this region. But our security is the number one, as, by the way, 12 other countries in the region face the same kind of threat right now of ballistic missiles and explosive drones. I'm hoping that Israel will be able to achieve its 4 goals. And then I'm hoping that a diplomatic solution will follow so that we will see a different future, a better future for the people of Iran.
Unfortunately, we're out of time, so we will have to leave it there. But your diverse opinions, your analysis is so interesting to us, and we appreciate having all of those diverse opinions here on Counterpoints. George Papadopoulos, former foreign policy advisor to Donald Trump, Anna Kasparian, executive producer and host at The Young Turks, and Lieutenant Colonel Avital Leibovich, former IDF spokesperson and director of the American Jewish Committee's Israel office. Thank you to all of you for being here on Al Arabiya English. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. As always, keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews on Al Arabiya English across YouTube, X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Al Arabiya English, coming to you from the World Defence Show in Riyadh. I'm Melinda Nucifora. We have the pleasure of being joined by one of the world's largest aerospace firms, VP of International Business Development at Boeing Defence, Vince Logsdon. Thanks so much for being here.
Good to be here.
Vince, Saudi Arabia, you have said, is one of Boeing's largest partners outside of the US. Talk me through why this region is important for Boeing's future.
Well, Saudi Arabia, in general, is a central point for Boeing's presence here in the Middle East. And we see Saudi Arabia as a major partner in helping us to define the future of aerospace.
There's a big push, not just for strategic partnerships, but for local investment in Saudi Arabia. You've said that you're not interested just in selling platforms, you're here to be strategic partners. So elaborate on that. What does that mean, and how does that differ from how you may operate in other countries?
Sure. Well, there's a lot of capability here in the kingdom, and very capable country. So what we want to be is a strategic partner across the board, and that's from every aspect. So when we're here to talk about the capabilities that we can provide to Saudi Arabia, we know that just providing those defense capabilities, that's not enough. We need to partner with the local community. We're partnering with the industrial places here, and making sure that what we do is engaged across the board. And we do that through various ways. We have joint ventures, we invest in human capital, we cut across the board to include industrial participation and supply chain. We want to be a part of that whole infrastructure.
Human capital is an interesting arm of investment, because obviously you can have the capabilities, but you need the people to have the know-how. So how challenging is that? How interesting is that? And how important is it to Boeing?
Well, it's extremely important and extremely interesting. So when we're investing in high-tech research. We're investing across the board, again, with workforce training, making sure that when we bring our capabilities here and we bring that partnership here, that we also have trained the people, and that those folks are ready to join that part of the aerospace business. We also do a lot with the local communities here. For example, the universities. We're very engaged there, and we're doing things with the local universities, such as getting into future capabilities like AI and autonomy. And we want to make sure that we're providing the best of the best to the local communities to make sure that locally we're ready to engage in the next level of aerospace.
You talk about the next level of aerospace because the face of war, the battlefield, is changing so rapidly. Talk me through what you think are the future challenges and opportunities for such an established company like Boeing. I mean, is it agility? Is it speed? Is it UAVs? I mean, how challenging is this new frontier?
Sure. Well, obviously very challenging. The world is changing constantly, as is the defense space and the battle space. So we have been trying to manage that in terms of a total system. So it's a system of systems approach. You can't just be in the battle space with this type of system and that type of system. You're cutting across a whole family of systems. And at Boeing, we're proud to offer an entire array of systems that cut across everything that you may need in the battle space, from our F-15 fighters to our heavy lift helicopters like the Chinook into space, and then things that are in the future like our MQ-28, a collaborative combat aircraft that extends the warfighter's capability, our tankers that expand that reach. It goes on, and pulling that all together, that's the future of warfare, that's the future of defense, and that's one of the things that we work really hard on at Boeing, to make sure we're pulling that all together.
Integration is a theme of World Defence Show this year. So has it surprised you how quickly the need for that integration has come about, or has it been on the horizon for Boeing for a while?
I think it's been on the horizon for Boeing for a while, certainly. We've been working on these concepts for some time. Because we are a large company and we build so many of these different systems, pulling them together just makes sense, and it has for some time.
Just finally, I know that for a company with such reach as Boeing, do you find that now part of the company's remit is future-proofing? Is it forecasting, assessing what the future threats are going to be, not just responding to them when they happen?
You can't just respond to them. You have to be out in front, and that's what we do at Boeing. We're staying in front of where we think the battle space might be going, and again, another great example of that, back to the MQ-28, when you're looking at extending that space, how do you do that, and how do you build that mass but do it affordably? That's where we're going.
And how does that integrate with work in Saudi Arabia?
It integrates. Now, it's a fairly new, when we're talking collaborative combat aircraft, that's fairly new, and I will say that we're ahead of just about anybody that's in that space. How that may interact here in Saudi Arabia remains to be seen, but Saudi Arabia certainly has the capability to do those types of things.
Is an interesting space to watch indeed. Vince Logston, thanks so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
Well done.
Thanks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
What are the scenarios for an end to this war? Deal, deadlock, or something worse? President Trump has made his stance clear. He's rejected negotiations unless Iran surrenders unconditionally, and he's left open the possibility of US ground troops. His message has been maximum pressure first, any deal comes later. Iran's government has pushed back just as strongly. President Masoud Pezeshkian rejected the idea of unconditional surrender, calling it a dream, and said Iran would not back down. So politically, both sides are talking about very different endgames. So here's what could happen next. First, a negotiated pause. Leaders could agree to stop large-scale fighting without a full surrender on either side. If regional pressure and back-channel diplomacy intensify, a ceasefire deal becomes possible. Not full peace, but a stop to major strikes. Markets have already reacted at times to hopes of diplomacy. Second, a longer drawn-out conflict. Neither side looks ready to step away. Trump has signaled operations could continue for weeks, while Iranian officials say they're prepared for a prolonged confrontation. That points to cycles of strikes and counterstrikes with no decisive ending, a slow grind rather than a quick finish. Third, de-escalation under pressure. Wars sometimes fade when the cost becomes too high, politically, economically, and militarily. If regional stability and global markets take heavier hits, leaders could shift toward limiting the conflict. And last, wider escalation, the riskiest path. More countries or armed groups get pulled in, making the war harder to contain and harder to end. So the short answer is there's no clear finish line right now. The most realistic paths are a negotiated pause, a drawn-out war of attrition, or escalation that complicates any peace effort. And what matters most is simple: what leaders are willing to compromise on and what they consider a win worth stopping for.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Iran's new supreme leader vows to keep blocking the Strait of Hormuz and calls for the closure of US regional bases in his first statement. Oil prices rise, reaching $100 a barrel as more cargo ships are attacked in the Gulf. And the US takes responsibility for striking an Iranian girls' school with a deadly Tomahawk missile after a preliminary investigation. Now, Iran's new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, has released his first statement, vowing to keep blocking the Strait of Hormuz. He claims Iran is only targeting American bases in the region and called for the closure. He said, "We send a message to the leaders of the region and emphasize that we are going to have good relations with the countries around us." But the existence of the US bases in some of these countries and the usage of those bases to attack Iran is not benefiting the region, and they must be closed. He also talked about finding unity among the Iranian people, saying we have to protect this unity, and this is only possible when we are together and we can find common ground. This is something that I share with the people who have lost their loved ones, because I lost my father, I lost my wife. I assure everyone that we will not ignore the fact that we are going to avenge our martyrs. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by presenter and journalist Jono Hayes and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. Jono and Dr. Ellie, good to have you on the show with me. A lot has happened today. We've been having a lot of headline news, Jono and Dr. Ellie, but we did hear from the new Supreme Leader today, Mujtaba Khamenei, and he didn't appear on camera himself, however.
No, and I don't think that we were expecting a message for sure. Not necessarily an appearance in Iran, especially during periods of instability, much like what we're seeing right now. Leaders communicate through these written statements, which are often read out on state TV rather than appearing themselves. So that's not that unusual. Probably better than the cardboard cutout that we saw appearing over the weekend at a rally, which we know that was bizarre. But there are claims that he may be indisposed at the moment, and again, we don't know the truth of those, but it would still very clear to point out a lot of the media is quick to jump on saying, well, that's why this statement has been issued as a text and not as an actual appearance. But first of all, let's think about the security elements here. For a pre-recorded piece or otherwise, you may be able to identify where perhaps he is from something that would be recorded. So in wartime conditions, leaders very much limit their visibility because the location could be disclosed and could be targeted. Secondly, it's controlling the message from an Iranian state media point of view. They can control the message when a news anchor reads out a pre-prepared piece like this as well. It can be tightly scripted. Every single word can be examined to make sure that there's no miscommunication, because we've seen even with the president of Iran previously saying that his comments were misinterpreted. That can't happen if it's been pre-scripted in advance. And the political communication for Iran at least has worked like this for decades under Ayatollah Khamenei previously. obviously. And major statements were often, in fact always, delivered through official channels and rarely, if not never, through live speeches. So it's not unusual. Maybe to the Western media this seems a bit strange, but it is not strange from an Iranian point of view, for sure.
I do agree on most of what Jono said, but I also think they would have had this very special interest to have him appear because of all the, the speculation about his health, that he has been hit or have some serious health damage because he was there when his father was killed. So I think it was in their interest to actually have him appear somehow, even in a pre-recorded message. And speaking about pre-recorded messages, we know that Hassan Nasrallah had done this for almost 10 years without revealing his place. So they know how to play the game if they wanted to. I think they should have, because now there's going to be more and more conspiracy theories about what his health situation is, who's actually writing the things, who's in control, who's taking the decisions, and so on. And maybe if we take a little bit of a step backwards and see about the background of Mujtaba also, first of all, we have to say he's not an Ayatollah. He has not reached that clerical level. He's at a level that we call Hujjat al-Islam. So the fact that he has been chosen is clearly part of the IRGC choosing their best fit in that position, rather than a purely clerical, spiritual, theological religion or position, because he did not reach this level. We also know that he is a very practical man. He used to control the operations, run his father's office, but he's not much of a public speaker. He stopped even giving his teaching maybe 10 years ago as a cleric, and all of them, they usually have, the teaching lessons in Qom or in other spiritual places. So all of this is adding up to say Mujtaba now is more the IRGC's person rather than IRGC are the people of Mujtaba in that sense. So this is the dynamics we're seeing. Maybe it's going to be clearer that we're more into a military dictatorship rather than a clerical one or a spiritual one based on the concepts of Khomeini to start with.
And that's so fascinating because someone I spoke to a little bit earlier, a strategist, echoed those same words. She said, if you have a look at the speech, it's more about military, it's more about strategy and less about religion. So who is it writing these speeches? Is it the IRGC? And as you speculated on Mujtaba Khamenei's health, there's so many questions that no one's really got to answer as of now. And it's really difficult, isn't it? Because we're going to talk a little bit about Lebanon, because we've got another theatre of war happening between Israel and Lebanon. And Lebanon has really hit the headlines today, and that's for lots of different reasons. Israel has said its military has begun a wave of strikes on Beirut. Israeli airstrikes hit building in central Beirut, less than a kilometre from government headquarters, and that's according to Reuters footage. We also got the death toll from Israeli attacks on Lebanon since the 2nd of March. It's now risen to 687. Jono, what's the situation there right now?
So it looks like there's 787,000 people who've been displaced as well in Lebanon right now, which is a huge concern. But if we're to look at it from the point of view of there is the massive media attention we're seeing on Iran right now, and unfortunately Lebanon is falling secondary to that. It has not been the focus of the media attention right now, which of course is a huge concern as well. We're hearing that it's targeting specifically towards Hezbollah targets right now, and Dr. Ellie would know more about this than I would for sure, but that seems to be what they're actually targeting. But there are civilians who are in the wake of this, which is the close to 1 million people who've been displaced, which is now a huge crisis, which is about to hit into humanitarian levels of a crisis that is hitting from a Beirut and Lebanon perspective.
Definitely. First, let's put this into perspective. It's 1 million out of a population of 4 million. So it's the quarter of the country that is being displaced. New evacuations ordered today go even further north to another major geographical landmark, another river. So that's going to be another few 100,000 evacuated from a couple of major cities in the south. Definitely Israel is trying to present it as we're hitting the Hezbollah targets. But definitely we know also for sure that Hezbollah's operations, Hezbollah's supporters, they are all civilians. They've had, hidden tunnels under their houses. They've had rockets launched from between houses. This is the way of operation of Hezbollah as a resistance, as it calls itself. However, this is moving with them wherever they move. So you spoke about hits close to the government place. We saw hits and assassinations in cars, in hotels, in Beirut downtown, in other places. So it cannot possibly be restricted to say, oh, we are only hitting the Shiites. All of Lebanon is suffering. And as Jono said, unfortunately, nobody has been prepared for that. Hezbollah has been giving assurances to the Lebanese government. The Lebanese government was trying to solve the 5 small points on the border. Now we're into a whole different dimension with 1 million people that actually need humanitarian support on a daily basis. They are hosted mostly in reception places, but still they need everything in that sense.
And a lot of people are moving into Syria they're crossing over into the borders. I've also seen reports
There's an issue with that, because you have to remember that Hezbollah and the majority of the Shiites were supportive of Bashar al-Assad. So with the current regime in Syria, very little of them are feeling safe to move into Syria. On the contrary, we have some Shiite/Alawite Syrians who have sought refuge in Lebanon. These may be trying to go back to their houses because they cannot even be hosted in government places because Lebanon is giving priority to its own citizens. So we have an issue with the Syrians who are in Lebanon. We have an issue with the Palestinians who are in Lebanon, who are even falling behind on the services and the basic humanitarian that is lacking for everyone, but more specifically for these vulnerable people. So it's just another layer of complexity of that situation.
And just another final thought from you, if I can. We're talking about Lebanon at the moment, Dr. Ellie and Jono, and we must remember, we talk about a second theatre of war, but Hezbollah has lots of weapons. There's lots of weapons within Lebanon at the moment, and we see this tension. And what does that mean for internal security and for civilian security when there's loads of weapons in the system and people are now struggling to get food, places have been struck? It creates chaos.
Definitely. I think we, as per Israeli estimates, they have hit more than 60% of the weaponry of Hezbollah that could reach Israel, meaning the ballistic missiles, the short-range missiles, and so on. However, the danger is not only from these. Hezbollah is a 40 to 60,000 estimated militiamen, trained, equipped. They have fought in Syria, they have fought in Yemen, they have fought in different places. Now these people are being cornered to the extent that they are in between the Lebanese government trying to reassert its legitimate right of controlling everything and controlling all weapons, and between Israel, who's hitting them and following them one by one wherever they are. And the danger here is what kind of reaction would these displaced people, if they don't have food for their children, if they don't have a place to keep their families, what could be the internal dynamics that could be there? What reaction could they have to their host communities, towards the government, towards the Lebanese army? And this is a whole dimension that Israel doesn't care about. Maybe on the contrary, it's better for Israel that there would be internal fighting within Lebanon. However, this has been the utmost priority in any discussion of Lebanese government with the international community, but also very difficult and challenging to control.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And oil prices have begun to rise again, reaching $100 a barrel as more cargo ships were attacked in the Gulf. The rise comes despite an agreement from the IEA to release 400 million barrels of oil reserves to calm the markets and also ease supply tensions. But US President Donald Trump says oil prices will come down. Take a listen.
But oil prices are already coming back down, and it's going to come down. But we're not leaving until that job is finished, and it's going to be very fast. It's going to be very fast. But we're not going to count on having competent presidents. We have to assume we're going to have incompetent ones, like the one we had last time that couldn't walk off a stage. Remember?
I'm actually going to start with Jono here, only because I got a few lines just before we came to air from the Deputy Foreign Minister in Iran. It says Iran allowed ships from some countries to cross the Strait of Hormuz. Iran are not laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. That was a Deputy Foreign Minister again. And Iran wants to ensure war is not imposed again. So we're getting some lines that some countries' ships can go through the Strait of Hormuz. But it doesn't look like it's going to be fully open for business anytime soon,
No.
like, of course.
And that, of course, has a knock-on effect as well. It's one of the most strategically important shipping lanes in the world. And right now, that's effectively leverage is what's been used in this conflict, which is what's a concern. A fifth of the global oil trade passes through that strait as well. And we've already seen that oil spike on close to $100 per barrel. Some analysis saying that that could get up to $150, could get almost to $200 if the disruption continues any more than it already has. And as you heard, President Trump is saying there, don't panic, the prices are coming down. But of course, we have those global reserves, which you mentioned at the start, Leigh Ann, that could balance the price point out a little bit. But in the meantime, yes, it's a worry. Is it unprecedented? Absolutely not. This is something that we see when there's regional conflict, and anything that affects oil shipping routes is affected. Are we anywhere close to what we were at in 2008? No, we're not. The highest price of oil ever, actually, $147 a barrel. That was in 2008. If you adjust that for inflation today, that's close to $198 to $200 a barrel. So it's about average, to be fair. And if you look at the price surge, that particular year, we saw this massive upward spiral when it got to 147. And then we saw it literally fall off a cliff in September and get down to, in December of that year, about $32 per barrel, which adjusted for inflation brings it to around $50 a barrel. So historically speaking, you will normally have a period of economic downturn, as either globally or regionally as a result of a conflict such as what we're seeing right now. If we're to follow the trends of past, you'll see it go up and you will see it level out and come back down again once prices, they've surged, but once they've started to balance themselves out as well. And like you mentioned, China, India, combined with the Middle Eastern conflict right now, even Nigeria, the weakened US dollar, all those things have heavy speculation when it comes to the oil market. So it'll be a case of wait it out, play out and see what happens. But I do believe the price of the barrel will probably at some stage plateau and then begin to come down again. So it's a concern right now. We should look at it again in 6 months and say, are we still concerned?
I think the concern right now is how long the Strait of Hormuz could be choked up for. I think that's what analysts don't know, right? That's where the concern is coming in. And I interviewed someone from Equity Group the other day, an analyst, and they were estimating that oil could reach between $150 and $200 a barrel. But once again, it's the time. It's the time that the Strait of Hormuz is clogged up, because obviously it's getting the oil back and the reserves back in the right place that causes a knock-on effect. But the big question is, Dr. Ellie, you know, the US came out today and they actually said that the Strait of Hormuz needs to be reopened. That was the Energy Secretary, the US Energy Secretary. And he was just also making the point that right now they can't get ships through the Strait of Hormuz safely, the US. Why can't they? What's so difficult regionally here for them to be able to usher these ships through?
First, we're speaking about a narrow strait, so it's very close to the Iranian shore. And second, the Iranians have so many ways and tools to actually stop the traffic there, starting from definitely short-range missiles to drones, to the two things that we haven't seen so far a lot, which are the suicide boats, driven by drones, of course, or driven by remotely, or the mines that you mentioned. So far, it seems that both of these two are still a capability that Iran could still use, but so far they are using only drones and short-range missiles to stop that. And the ability, as long as Iran has the ability to launch these, it will be very difficult to escort ships and ensure their stability and safety. The mines is a whole different level, because it will be a very long-term issue. It will be a damage to the whole region, including Iran. That's why so far they're still avoiding it, but maybe they will use it as a last resort in that case. Now, we also need to see how much focus Mujtaba in his speech, as we were speaking, did mention Hormuz. He ensured that we will continue to block it, etc. Because in the strategic sense of where the war is happening and how the war is happening, I think Iran is losing too many of its strategic points. They hoped that, you know, the militias in the region would cause a lot of damage and pressure. They didn't. They hoped bombing the Gulf countries will cause a lot of chaos and you know, running towards the US, telling it, please stop the war. It didn't happen. They relied also on the internal popular support in Israel or in the US for the two presidents this also did not happen. So the only real card that they still have in their hand is the Hormuz. So they will keep pressuring and they will keep use it to the maximum of their ability. And there will only be ability when, to open it, when Iran's capabilities to stop it have completely been destroyed. And this is going to take at least a couple of weeks, if not more, as per American estimates. But we never know. It could be more. Now, it's reassuring that the prices have been less even than the 2008. I didn't know that. We've spoken about some solutions. Definitely Venezuelan oil is part of the solution. The reserves that you mentioned is part of the solution. The two new pipelines, not new, but the new reactivated pipelines in Saudi Arabia from east to west and in the Emirates from Abu Dhabi to Fujairah have been given some leeways here and there. Some boats have been passing, as you said, to some countries, but still it's far from the norm. But that's why probably the prices are not skyrocketing. They are climbing little by little. But a long closure will definitely lead to more serious consequences.
I think stopping short of, a ceasefire would get it moving pretty quickly. Very unlikely. And then the other one is international naval protection, which is an option, but as you said, very difficult to police that. And I don't know unless you run a flotilla, which covers off the entirety of that. But I've also seen bizarre sketches from people online saying, I don't understand why they can't just run an entire channel which goes from Oman the entire way through. But at this stage, anything is an option. But there's been
that will take a very long time.
A very long time,
yeah.
There are mountains and
geographically speaking, almost impossible to do it, but that's been floated as an idea there as well. But it will take either a ceasefire, for the immediate reopening, either a ceasefire right now, some sort of an agreement. But like we said, if China are getting through, Russia are getting vessels through, India are getting vessels through, deals have been done somewhere along the lines to allow those to travel through the Strait of Hormuz. And then the rest of the ships we're seeing are travelling with transponders off, so we have no eyes on what's actually getting through that channel.
Yeah, absolutely. And India's Modi had a conversation with the Iranian president, Dr. Masoud Pezeshkian, today to discuss the serious situation in the region. India's Modi, on the call with Iranian president, expressed a deep concern over the escalation of tensions and the loss of civilian life. But also, definitely, India and Asia, China, will really suffer from this because they get so much of their oil from Iran and it comes through the Strait of Hormuz. And because they've got so many people, the volume of people, they need oil, and that is something that's absolutely crucial to those economies. And we're seeing places like Pakistan, Vietnam, Thailand already say to people, don't come into the office, we need to conserve energy. So that's where the concerns are coming in. But then obviously if we look on the flip side of this, this could benefit Russia, because America could think we could ease the sanctions on Russia and get some of that Russian oil to India and to China, so we don't see this massive spike in oil prices, because Donald Trump doesn't want that, because it pushes up inflation at home globally, and he's wanting the Fed to cut rates. So it's all really interconnected.
As a result, Putin couldn't be happier from what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, Dr. Ellie, apparently Netanyahu is holding his first press conference since the start of the war, and he says Hezbollah is going to pay a heavy price. I don't know what your thoughts on that are. So Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, the Israeli Prime Minister, speaking right now. There he is.
So when we speak about Hezbollah in general, we have to distinguish between two different things: the military capabilities of Hezbollah and the people, the support, the ideology. Definitely the military capabilities have been significantly weakened in the last war. And now again, they're making sure to continue in that process, definitely focusing on the military, on the ability to launch missiles, as we said, to hit Israel. However, when we speak about the people, when we speak about the ideology, it's the same as the situation in Gaza. What are you going to do with these people? Are you going to kill them all? Are you going to push them out of the land? This is where Israel is stuck and doesn't have alternatives, doesn't have viable solutions, doesn't have a plan for the day after. In Lebanon, it might be a bit better than the situation in Gaza, because there is a government, and the government is saying, yes, I am willing to take control. I am willing to keep things under check. But yet again, this is a government that has been given a full year and didn't do much during that year. That's why now Israel is saying, okay, we gave you the chance, now we're going to do it because you didn't. So I think the mentality and the mood and the will in Israel is just to follow all through with this, do as much damage as they can, not only to Hezbollah but also to Lebanon, and they're going to try to have a long-term solution to the point not to have Hezbollah on their borders anytime soon in the future. And this could come as a very high cost of villages being exterminated, and even they're spraying poison on the agricultural lands and all of these stuff that we have seen.
And we were just talking about the displacement of the people in Lebanon. But, Jono, Netanyahu's also said we can create conditions for regime change, but it's up to Iran's people to take to the streets. He says he speaks with Donald Trump freely. That happens nearly every day. And he also says Iran is no longer the same Iran. I don't know what you think about that, but this isn't the first time we've heard Benjamin Netanyahu or Donald Trump calling the people of the Iran to come to the streets.
And it's also the first time we've heard some sort of an end game goal, if that makes sense. Because and a lot of people will share this opinion where I've been unsure what entirely we've gone, and when the US and Israel have gone into Iran, what have they gone in for? Do we want regime change?
Yeah.
Do we want an Ayatollah who's Washington-focused, for want of a better word? Do we want the IRGC to be removed? What has been the end game?
Yeah.
Was it to topple the regime, in which case, and a tricky thing to do, and an even trickier thing to do on a war that's been fought from the sky? And actually, I hasten to believe if there's ever been a case
100%.
whereby a war has been fought from the sky and there's been a regime change, I don't think it's ever happened.
Never,
really.
no.
So I think this is a really tricky thing to say. If Benjamin Netanyahu has come out and said that the people need to take to the streets, which means that basically the war will be fought by the people on the ground.
But they don't have arms.
Correct, but we're now seeing, as we said, we've seen support from Israel being given in the north to the troops to try and send them in from that direction to try and potentially get the Kurds to come in and assist. That will distract slightly from the GCC region, right now at least, and maybe attract some of the attention towards there. And we would see maybe a chance for people to get onto the streets once again, at the risk of their lives, by the way.
Yes.
But this is encouraging the people on the ground in Iran to come to the assistance of the US and of Israel to try and topple the regime, because that's the first time we've heard a kind of an end game from either the US or from Israel. And it seems like they want the people to revolt and topple the Ayatollah once again. That's what it seems to be from here.
I do believe Trump would be satisfied with a change of attitude of the regime, but Israel is keen on flipping that regime altogether. So there's a bit of distinct interests in that.
I think Israel don't want the IRGC to be completely out,
Exactly.
removed completely, and some sort of a democratic system to come into place.
Yeah.
The US hasn't said that, but if they're asking for people to go to the streets, that's what the people wanted from those last demonstrations that we saw, which we're hearing the reports of tens of thousands of people having lost their lives when that happened. The same powers that be are in place. So it's the same risk that these people will take by getting onto the street, keeping in mind they're still in a period of mourning following the death of the Ayatollah, which was for 10 days of everything being completely shut and 40 days of mourning in total. So we're still in the middle of all of that. So taking to the streets right now for those people in Iran is a very dangerous place to be.
And we also heard from Netanyahu again, and he asked about Mujtaba Khamenei and Hezbollah leader Qassam. Qassam. Thank you. And he said, I wouldn't take out any life insurance on those leaders.
Definitely. I think it's been clear for Israel that they have taken that side of the contract. They've taken the side of targeting all the leadership. And even with the American hit on Khamenei, it seems that Israeli intelligence has been shared because they have had so much connections on the ground. They've been working in intelligence inside Iran for so much time and so many years. In Lebanon, it's the same. I mean, we saw how much Hezbollah has been infiltrated with the pagers, with the different attacks, with targeting of specific individuals in their own bedrooms with specific missiles and so on. So I think they do have the capability, they do have the know-how, and if they have the chance to kill either of the leaders, they will definitely not hesitate.
Yes, remember when the pagers went off?
Yep.
That was something that people just couldn't literally believe.
But again, that's a 10-year plan that was put into place. by Mossad agents to be able to find exactly those specific pagers, intercept them before. I mean, that whole thing is a movie just right there.
Absolutely.
And you have to think that what's going on a day-to-day basis with the precision that some of those targets have been taken out with has been it's been methodical, but it's also been very well rehearsed, very well planned. And we've spoken about it, the access to the cameras, that we're able to see the car parks, to trace down the cars, to find out where everybody was. The whole thing, when you look at it, I don't doubt for one second that Israel have got the capability to be able to take out whoever goes into what is now becoming the most unwanted job in history.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And the United States is responsible for the deadly Tomahawk missile strike on an Iranian school. And that's according to a preliminary military investigation. The attack on the elementary school, which killed at least 175 people, most of them were children, took place on the 28th of February. Preliminary findings concluded U.S. Central Command used outdated data for the strike. It's been seen as one of the most devastating military errors that we have seen in decades. Dr. Ellie, the spotlight is on this attack on this girls' school that happened pretty much at the beginning of this US-Israeli strikes on Iran. What's the latest in the investigation at the moment?
So again, so far, as you mentioned, the preliminary investigation have shown that it is very likely that it is an American missile that hit that school and caused the death. It is likely to have been due to outdated information that was given. Now, again, where did they get this information? How accurate was the information? This is all comes into play in the further investigation. There were mentions that it could have been Israeli intelligence. As we've been saying, Israelis have been more active on the ground. But we also have to mention, I guess, two things, let alone the huge loss of these people, of the families, of the children. This is all definitely cannot be touched and should not be diminished in any way. However, we're speaking about more than 6,000 targets. Yes. One of them was a mistake. So it's a percentage that is very, very, very small in comparison to any military operation, especially with the black box, as we don't know the details of Iran. Second, which is very important, we know from Hezbollah, from the IRGC, from other Iranian militias that they operate from within the population. They operate from beneath the population. They have, hidden tunnels. They have operated in hospitals, in schools, under hospitals, under houses. So it's practically the very high possibility that we have read that there is an IRGC center very close to that school, and this is where the mistake has happened. This is very unfortunate, but again, so far, I would say it is a very understandable thing. And Jonah was mentioning, I guess, also that when we put this into the size of the population that has been killed by this regime of its own people, then they cannot be a lot of bragging and crying for.
I mean, it's a lot. In terms of so talk about 28th of February to now, that's 10% of all the deaths in Iran that have been officially declared is down to this school, which is, of course, it's tragic. These are young kids. And again, you can look at the information whereby they struck a school on a Saturday, maybe unaware that, first of all, unaware that it was a school. Second of all, unaware that, the schools are in on a Saturday in Iran. But then if you look at the protests, and we have, Iranian government figures say 3,100 people. The estimation from human rights groups is more like 6,800. And then the higher estimation from leaked sources is more in the region of 20,000 plus. So then you have to look at, these are Iranians who've been killed by the regime, the IRGC regime in place there as well. So now all of a sudden those figures, and again, like Dr. Ellie said, not to diminish that in any way, but civilian casualties are something that happens in war. Of course it's tragic, of course it's awful. I think we all had the idea when we heard it was a Tomahawk missile that we thought this is likely to be a US this was a US missile which was launched, so it's not a huge surprise. Of course it's awful, it's tragic. Civilian casualties unfortunately are the price to be paid in a wartime.
And it's really interesting because we heard from the new Supreme Leader today. He made his first speech, as we've been talking about, and he actually mentioned this girls' school and also said, we'll avenge our martyrs. And I was just wondering, when I heard that line in the speech, Dr. Ellie, it stood out to me, because would this be something that Iran and the Supreme Leader and the IRGC are using to try and get their people back on side, to say, look at what the US and Israel have done. They've killed our children. You know, we need to wield the safe bet here.
Definitely, but again, as we've said many times on this show, it's between two crazy ideologies, each of them playing the victim. Iran is going to say, okay, look what they have done. I have now the right to target civilian areas in Israel. Israel is going to say, okay, the Iranians have been killing our people and threatening our people for so many times. So it's just the blame game. It's just benefiting from the others' tough positions or attacks or so on. Unfortunately, once again, like it happened in Gaza, like it is in Lebanon now, like it is everywhere, it's the civilians that pay the price for all of this insanity.
And neither of the two parties, right now where we're standing, is neither of the two parties are at that middle ground, that sweet spot that we have to try and find. And there's always a compromise. We've seen this with Ukraine and Russia, which has gone to the back burner right now. But we've seen it with the US many, many times before when they hit into some sort of a conflict like this. And the US said it wants unconditional surrender. But Iran has come back and said, well, I'll tell you what we want. Legitimate rights, military capability. We want repatriations, which is a bizarre thing to demand at the very, very start of a war. And they want to guarantee that Iran's never going to be attacked again. The US is never going to agree to those three terms.
And I don't think the international community will agree to that, and Israel either. Both of them seem to be extreme in what they want, don't they?
They're so far apart right now. And that's why I know we're 10 days into this conflict, but we're no closer to it being some sort of a middle ground to meet. Yeah. And again, I think if we're to listen to the rumours that the Ayatollah is currently indisposed and that he may be unwell, he may be perfectly fine for all we know. But if you're to listen to all those echoes right now, Iran doesn't seem to be in the strongest position to be able to have this negotiating bargaining chip, except for the Strait of Hormuz.
So it's eighth card, really.
That's it.
Yeah, very good point. Thank you so much for your thoughts of that. Now, it's that time of the show where Dr. Ellie and Jono have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And it's really interesting because I think we're going to start with Jono's. And Jono, I've lost my sheet of paper, but it's about a monkey.
Well, it's about a good start.
The monkey.
It's about the monkey.
When we all saw this guy already, he's been tugging on heartstrings for a little while. This is Punch. Punch is in a zoo in Tokyo. And here he is with his little IKEA stuffed animal, right? And everyone's been sharing videos of this. People wanted to get on board a plane, get over to Punch as quick as possible, rescue him and take him to a better life because he was being bullied by the other macaques in the area that he's in right now, in the zoo. This monkey is a scam artist, is the best way to describe it. So we've heard from the zookeepers who've said, guys, please, can you stop having sympathy for this guy? Just please stop feeling sorry for him. Handlers say he's not been bullied at all. What you're actually seeing is normal behaviour in a macaque troop. So the younger monkey gets disciplined. He should be weaned off his mother by now. He's perfectly independent, by the way. That's why his mother has left him. It's kind of enough is enough. You're done. Get out of here. I'm not supporting you anymore. Younger monkeys get disciplined.
I feel with that as a parent of teenagers.
Get out. Fend for yourself. He's got to learn his place in the group's hierarchy. So he is not a tragic outcast. He is a cheeky monkey. Apparently he's quite annoying as well. So, I mean, you've got an annoying dog. You get it. He's the annoying dog in this zoo. And he's coming over, annoying the other monkeys. And effectively, you have not been comforted by Punch for the last 3 weeks. What's happened is this monkey has gaslit the entire planet for the last number of weeks, and he's doing just fine. This is perfectly normal, as cute as it is.
It's a little menace.
It's a menace to society, yes.
It's a bit like my dog. Doesn't really have many friends because it's so naughty.
That's why.
But that's why we love them, because they are naughty.
But then it shows how easy and how emotional we are into things that we don't actually learn.
Yeah.
Take the time to learn about and see.
We don't understand the hierarchy that's at play here, and we've decided to stick our nose in once again and say we know better, and it turns out we don't. We don't know better, and Punch is absolutely fine.
We don't know a lot about monkey business, but that toy is from IKEA, apparently.
It is an IKEA toy,
So loads of people have been going to... Other shops are available, but yeah, so he's got his toy from... But I hope he makes some friends and settles down.
He's fine.
He's fine. OK, he's fine. Dr. Ellie... Yours is just bonkers. It's about a pastor and religion. I never thought I'd say pasta and religion, a pasta religion.
It's even worse. It's a pasta religion, yes. So the story is about this young guy, Australian, 28 years old, from Indonesian background. He has adopted Pastafarianism, which is worshipping the flying spaghetti monster. Yes, I'm sorry to say it. There are people around the world who at least say they believe in this. I don't know if it's a joke. It sounds like a joke, but some people are serious about it. But this is not the funny part of the story. The funny part of the story is that this guy went to the Queensland RTA, the Roads and Transport Authority, and he used a sentence or an act in the Australian law that says, you know, you are allowed to wear headwear that is related to your religion and keep it even on your official picture for your driver's license or whatsoever. So a hijab, a turban, things like that are allowed to be kept and are respected by the Australian authorities. His argument was, this colander that I need to have over my head is part of my religious headwear since I am a Pastafarian and I do worship the flying spaghetti monster. So he was actually able to convince one of the guys, and he got his photo officially put on his driver's license with this on his head. And of course, now everybody is going crazy on the authorities. They've been calling him, telling him it was a mistake, please come back. And he's saying, nope, I've got it fair and square. It's based on the Australian law, and he's enjoying it and showing it
It's a good story, though.
Everywhere.
It's great headwear. It's great headwear.
I just think sometimes inclusivity goes way too far, doesn't it?
It does when it comes to stuff like this as well. But not the strangest. I mean, there's an island that's in the South Pacific that worship Prince Philip, the late Prince Philip, the Queen's husband.
Yeah.
And they worship him as their spiritual leader.
In the South Pacific?
In the South Pacific,
Amazing.
yeah. And the entire island...
Do they know he's dead?
It's been communicated, but the entire island has erected statues, and every house...
He's resurrecting.
Yeah.
Every house has got a picture of Prince Philip up, and he's the be-all and end-all, yeah. So...
Well, I guess the limit is between, is it a harmless thing, let them be, you know, these, whatever, or it becomes, you know, something that the state needs to deal with or the laws need to deal with. This is where you actually draw the line. I think as long as it's something harmless, it's fine, and it's part of people's freedom.
I must admit, he looks really lovely and he looks very happy, and that he's just having a good time. Let him be. Thank you so much to our guests, presenter and journalist Jono Hayes and Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. G&T is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, Iran's new supreme leader issues his first statement vowing to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed and vowing to continue attacks on US bases. Well, after 13 days of warfare, we ask who has the upper hand? And Hezbollah launches its biggest rocket barrage yet into Israel, triggering fresh Israeli strikes on Beirut. With 800,000 people displaced and nearly 700 dead, is Lebanese anger directed at Hezbollah or at Israel? And as the Iran war nears the end of its second week, we'll assess the political fallout in the United States and what it could mean for the midterm elections. Hello and welcome to the programme. Iran has stepped up attacks targeting energy infrastructure across the region, pushing oil prices above $100 a barrel. Well, all Iraqi ports have now ceased operations after an attack off its coast set 2 tankers ablaze, killing at least 1 person. Well, senior Iraqi officials say that Iran is likely responsible. Meanwhile, Bahrain has reported strikes on fuel storage tanks, while Saudi Arabia says it has intercepted drones that were headed towards the Sheba oil field. Well, we're joined now by Dana Pittard, who is a Major General for the US Army, who served as Joint Force Land Component Commander in Iraq. He joins us from Indianapolis. Major General Pittard, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let's start by talking about what, militarily speaking, has been achieved so far. President Trump says, quote, "We have knocked out all of their boats. They have some missiles, but not very many." Does it look and sound to you like the US and Israel do indeed have the upper hand in this conflict?
Well, thank you for having me, Tom. Well, first of all, I think it's mixed in some ways. Iranian military capabilities have certainly been degraded. Their ballistic missiles have been degraded, their launchers and everything else. Their command and control has been degraded. Their Navy has also been degraded significantly. But Iran certainly has a vote. Iran is still able to fire some ballistic missiles. They're still able to fire their drones, especially the Shahed drone, which is causing problems for U.S. forces and Israeli forces as far as trying to stop a Shahed drone. And then as far as the Iranian Navy being able to put out mines in the Persian Gulf, specifically the Straits of Hormuz, they still have that capability. The U.S. has been able to destroy, I think, 16 mine-laying boats, but there are so many ways that the mines can be put out into the water, from any kind of boat can throw them off the sides to their submarines being able to do it. And we haven't yet seen something that Iran has, which is the submarine or waterborne drones that also can cause problems. So I think it's mixed at this point. This war, if the U.S. is to achieve the objectives at least that they have stated, it will take a little while.
Major General Pittard, how does the United States put a stop to these drone and missile attacks that have been carried out by Iran on Gulf countries?
Well, they certainly have tried. One of the best means is certainly to hit the launchers before they are fired, which is pretty difficult, but the U.S. is doing a decent job of doing that. Also, with the air defenses that the U.S. has, as well as the Gulf nations have, they have been able to shoot down most of them. But when you send a swarm of drones of 100 and you kill 85, and you're glad about the 85%, but that meant 15 got through. So that's got to be watchful, and I think there needs to be more that the U.S. must do in protecting the Gulf nations from Iranian missiles and drones.
Right, because the one statistic I saw is that Tehran has the capacity to produce around 10,000 drones every single month, which means they're not going to run out anytime soon, are they?
Well, that is given normal peacetime conditions as far as production. With the U.S. and Israel now having air supremacy as well as domination of the airways in Iran, they'll be much more free to bomb those sites. So it'll be very difficult for the Iranians to keep up that level of production.
Now, you were saying earlier that the Iranian Navy has been degraded, and that correlates with a lot of the reports we've seen. And yet Iran says that the Strait of Hormuz is undoubtedly under its control. And I'm wondering how, with a severely degraded Navy, they're managing to do that.
They're doing that in a number of ways. One is a very limited Navy, but it also has to do with their ability from land-based munitions to be able to hit ships. And all you have to do is hit a couple ships, cause the fear, and then you basically close the Straits of Hormuz. until the U.S. and other nations are willing to have their naval vessels escort tankers and ships through there, which right now the U.S. is not prepared to do.
Okay. One thing we haven't seen so far, and President Trump hinted that it would be, it was part of the U.S. calculation, was that there would be some popular uprising in Iran. We haven't seen that. I'm just wondering whether you think it's too soon, and I'm wondering whether you think that was an important factor in the U.S.-Israeli calculations.
I'm sure it was a factor. The idea of decapitate the regime, and then since there was just these huge violent protests in January, in which reportedly tens of thousands of people were killed, there was obviously a lot of dissent to the current government. But until the internal security apparatus and system in Iran is taken down, it'll be very, very difficult for the Iranian people to overthrow their own government because they're well armed. So the next level of targets I think we'll be seeing will be against the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps of like 150,000 or more, as well as the Iranian internal security apparatus, basically, that's been keeping people down. So that should be the next targeting. And so we'll see if that makes a difference in helping the Iranian people be emboldened to overthrow their own government.
I mean, what we've heard from U.S. intelligence sources is that Iran's leadership is still largely intact. And the new supreme leader gave this address today, a written statement, and he sounded like he's doubling down. I mean, there doesn't seem to be any shift, does there, internally yet? Or have you detected any change of direction or any change of sentiment in Iran?
No, in fact, even when the war started, I know I mentioned that Iran's got a deep bench of leadership and people who can take over when leaders are killed. So you're not just going to kill a couple leaders and take over a country of 90 million people, 90 plus million people. So it does look like the regime is basically intact as far as what their objectives are and how they're fighting this war. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be a walk in the park.
Do you think there's a sense in Washington that perhaps Iran was a stronger adversary than had initially been predicted?
I think that Iran was underestimated somewhat. I'm not sure the military underestimated them, but certainly from the presidential level, politically, diplomatically, economically, and to an extent militarily, that they were underestimated.
Do you think boots on the ground remains a red line that will not be crossed?
I think the American people absolutely do not want that to happen. But depending on the goals, if the goals regime change and, quote, unconditional surrender, unquote, then it's going to take boots on the ground. But ideally, that won't happen. Ideally, the scope of this war can be narrowed. And then both sides, all three sides, Israel, the U.S., and Iran, can sit at a negotiating table for a future peace agreement.
I mean, the FBI has been reporting that, and warning, I should say, that Iranian drones have the potential to strike the west coast of the United States. And I'm wondering how that would change the next course militarily of this war and the public perception of it.
Well, if Iran were able to strike the United States in some way, or west coast or east coast, I think that would anger the American people, and then you'd see double downing on what's happening in Iran. It would be not good for Iran.
Okay, and back to the Gulf, where I'm speaking to you from. I mean, we heard from the Iranian security chief that if the United States targets their electricity infrastructure, they are going to attack in a reciprocal way similar infrastructure across the region. I mean, Iran seems to be taking everything out on its GCC neighbors. And I'm wondering whether you think that pressure campaign by Iran is having any effect on the United States.
I'm sure it's having some level of effect, especially with the basically the closing of the Straits of Hormuz and the impact it's having on the price of oil going above $100 a barrel. And the Iranians are saying they're going to get it up to $200 a barrel, which would be unheard of. Yet more has to be done to certainly protect the infrastructure of the Gulf nations who have been in support of the United States for decades.
Do you think this is something that the US factored into its calculations?
I think they did, but in some ways still underestimated the ability of Iran to continue to fire drones and ballistic missiles after the initial onslaught. I think the hope was that by hitting the command and control network at the top of the Iranian leadership, that would affect everything going down. But for years, Iran has had plans to decentralize execution of their military and activities like that. And so that's what we're seeing right now. And I think that was underestimated.
And just lastly, Major General Pittard, just before we wrap up, I mean, what sort of a time frame do you think we're looking at here? Do you think we've got any closer to establishing what sort of length of conflict we're looking at here?
It is hard to say because President Trump just yesterday during a kind of a campaign speech in Kentucky, United States, said the war's won. So I thought that was interesting. If in fact the U.S. is serious about making sure that Iran no longer has ballistic missiles as a threat to its neighbors, no longer has the ability to fire all these drones, that their Navy is in fact decimated, and they're no longer a threat to their neighbors, it's going to take a while.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, Dana Pittard, Major General, retired Major General in the U.S. Army. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Now we're going to turn our attention to Lebanon, where Israel launched a new wave of strikes. Well, one attack hit a car in Ramlet al-Baida, which is a major seaside area of Beirut where dozens of displaced people had been sheltering. Well, that attack killed 8 people and wounded 31 others. Well, this marks the second consecutive day that Israeli strikes have hit areas outside of Hezbollah's traditional strongholds. Meanwhile, Israel is turning its attention north, not just to the south. The Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has ordered the military to prepare for expanding operations in Lebanon. Well, this follows a heavy overnight rocket barrage from Hezbollah. Well, Katz did not hold back, issuing a stark warning to the Lebanese president. If Hezbollah continues to threaten northern Israeli communities, his country will act directly, taking control of the territory and confronting Hezbollah head on. Well, we're joined now by Ronnie Shattah, who is a political commentator and host of the Beirut Banyan podcast. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Ronnie. Your father, Mohammed Shattah, served as Lebanon's finance minister. He was also a Lebanese ambassador to the United States, and he was killed in a car bombing in 2013 with his bodyguard and 4 other people. And had his life not been cut short, he would have turned 75 just a few days ago. And he was, of course, an outspoken critic of Hezbollah. He also criticized the former Syrian leader Bashar al-Assad. And I think it was the former Prime Minister of Lebanon, Saad al-Hariri, who accused Hezbollah of involvement in his killing. So I'm assuming that your sentiment towards Hezbollah is deeply, deeply personal.
I'll even frame it longer than that. My whole life, I've seen the birth, what was once legitimization, the expansion, the popularity, the paralysis, state hijacking, the long string of assassinations, the involvement in regional war, and now the diminishment, and what was 2 years ago, the startling defeat on the battlefield, and then once more, the last 10 days, another round of fighting that's deeply unpopular here, that no Lebanese wanted to be involved in. I think I've seen the whole story, and I think I'm actually living through what appears to be the final chapter of this group.
I was going to ask you about that because we've heard that from some other commentators as well, saying that this is Hezbollah's final act. their last hurrah, if you will. What makes you think that's the case?
I think it's the Iranian regime's last stand. It may not fall in the coming days or coming weeks. It may take longer than months. But I think when one is talking about Hezbollah today and its capabilities, one has to look at the Iranian regime's survivability. And I sense over time, this is the final chapter of that regime and its leverage in the region, the way it expressed itself through militia support, through paramilitary support here in Lebanon, and through leverage and security leverage in the region. And just to give you a more recent example, 10 days ago, throwing Lebanon into the fire on behalf of the Iranian regime. That's also what Iran can do to its crown jewel. So I think when the regime is very vulnerable, when it's wobbling, when it's at risk of collapse, it puts Hezbollah on the front line. And I sense in the long run, this is where we're heading. But I don't think this will end right now. It'll take time. But it's clear that Lebanon is not a country that can govern itself with this type of arrangement. And the Iranian people, whether they protest now or later, it's clear they're fed up with the status quo that they inherited over 4 decades ago.
And I want to ask you what went through your mind exactly 10 days ago when, just as you said, Hezbollah attacked Israel in some show of solidarity with Iran. Did you say to yourself, herein lies an opportunity, or did you say, did you despair at that news?
I was actually being interviewed hours earlier where I said something like, it's quite shocking to be in Lebanon while the Iranian regime is being hit hard, when the supreme leader is killed just hours earlier and Lebanese are watching rather than being involved. Of course, that ended hours later. I sense that it's shocking at how far Hezbollah is willing to go as what was once a more autonomous group for the survivability of the Iranian regime. What shocked me more so is that how tied the two are right now, and that there isn't that much autonomy left to what was once a semi-autonomous group here in Lebanon. This is now the Iranian regime in Lebanon fighting Israel. It is quite startling to see it so blunt in real time, even to the point that last night coordinated strikes by the Iranian regime and Hezbollah. So that, to me, is quite startling to see this playing out in a way that's blunt, aggressive, and I don't want to use the word suicidal lightly here, but it is to a degree risking the survivability of what Iran built in Lebanon. So that is quite shocking. And I'll say one more thing. The fact that Hezbollah remained armed after the end of the last round of fighting in early 2025, even when the government was positioning itself to find a local answer to Iran's security leverage here, meaning a local solution to Hezbollah's weapons, it didn't work. And we're seeing the consequences of that. We're seeing that the state cannot rein in Hezbollah's weapons. Whether it wants to is a different story, but whether it can, I highly doubt it. And you're seeing the consequences of this also. And the consequences are severe. And just minutes ago, another announcement by the Israeli army, they're striking a building in the heart of Beirut. It's not just southern Beirut, it's not just southern Lebanon. The entire country is a war zone right now. There is a risk always. When the Israelis go after Iran's militia in Lebanon, they're going after their security interests. They don't care what happens to Lebanon. I always worry that the problem could persist for us here, regardless of what Israel wants. And that's always a deep fear. Hezbollah can remain armed. After this round ends, it cannot fight Israel necessarily, but it can still pose a risk to us. And this is a status quo that's untenable.
Right, so it sounds like you're telling us that there's been a fourth Israeli strike in the heart of Beirut. We knew about 3. And here we are, 10 days into this conflict, 630 people have been killed. And I'm just wondering, from an optics point of view, and in terms of the hearts and the minds of the Lebanese people, whether this perhaps serves Hezbollah's interests in terms of the PR battle? Because they could say, well, we've never killed 90 plus Lebanese children in the space of 10 days, and look what Israel's just done. How does that play out with the Lebanese public?
Hezbollah's track record is so poor in this country. And it's not just, of course, their involvement in Lebanon and Syria as well. And it's not just about the assassinations that they're responsible for. It's the type of long-term paralysis that led to state failure in Lebanon. I doubt they can recover in terms of their popularity or their legitimization. I think that time has passed. Now, the political party that will probably emerge one day, named Hezbollah, that divorces itself from Iran, if it can, and focuses only on boring Lebanese politics, the way Lebanese politics should play out, which hasn't happened, I sense that Hezbollah will exist forever. There will always be a political outfit, and there will also be, to a degree, the NGO-like aspect to this group. I think that will stay. But the military aspect, I don't see that continuing. Unfortunately for them, I sense that their popularity is so low right now, it'll be a hard sell to claim this as a victory for anyone, especially when you're seeing it happen in real time. Over 800,000 Lebanese are displaced for what exactly? For Ali Khamenei? Not one Lebanese would throw their lives away for that person, for the supreme leader of Iran. Yet Hezbollah is forced into a battle that Lebanese, by and large, do not support. I can't see this being spun later as a victory.
Okay, I mean, just picking up what you were saying a bit earlier on about that barrage that was fired into Israel last night. Hezbollah fired some 200 rockets. That was their biggest barrage since the war began. And if all these efforts have been made to disarm them, dismantle them, I mean, how are they so well stocked, do you think?
That's the right question. The Lebanese state claimed that it had disarmed all of Hezbollah's weapons south of the Litani River. And the rockets that were first launched early Monday morning last week were launched from south of the Litani River. You're asking the right question. It appears that, despite the state's intentions, Hezbollah remains a sophisticated, armed group that can stockpile weapons, has intelligence capabilities, is a successful insurgent-like group in that they can fight the Israelis on the ground. They're able to do so. But the group, I think its communications structure that was destroyed 2 years ago allows Hezbollah to operate perhaps today less than it did 2 years ago, more like it did in the 1980s. Meaning it's also a group that could be smaller, could be weaker, but can also still pose a threat. And this is how you see it playing out too. And that the popularity of the group is low, the infrastructure of the group is diminished, and yet you have a group that can still fight on the ground. This is dangerous on another way too, in that the more spread out and the weaker the group gets over time, if the Iranian regime issue is not solved here in Lebanon, meaning if that regime's security persists and their influence here continues, you can see Hezbollah returning to the way it operated when the Marines were here in the early 1980s, when they were more famous for truck bombings, embassy bombings, kidnappings, a smaller group that's dangerous for Lebanon as well.
Yeah, I mean, one big difference between today and the 1980s and the 1990s is, of course, that Syria is no longer there to help Hezbollah in any shape or form. I mean, quite the opposite. And just looking at what's been happening the last few days, Hezbollah has been firing rockets, we're told, into Syrian territory. I mean, clearly the Syrian leadership is not happy about that. Do you see somehow them being drawn into this conflict? And do you see somehow the Lebanese armed forces, the Syrians joining forces to tackle this issue once and for all?
I worry about that scenario playing out. Even if the Syrian regime today is at odds with Hezbollah, I think Lebanon deserves no further Syrian encroachment in Lebanon. That said, Hezbollah is clearly looking to expand the conflict as far as it can. And when I say Hezbollah, I mean Iran. Iran is using all of its cards in the region. I do not see a scenario where the Syrians enter Lebanon the way they did in the late 1970s, where they become party to certain groups get involved in what later becomes a 3 decades long occupation. I do not see that bleak scenario playing out. But of course, the sovereignty of this country at large, whether it's the Israelis bombing, Syrians entering, or any other country that seeks leverage here, there has to be a solution that makes sense for this country. And I think over time, what will be pushed is less a military solution, because there is no military solution to Hezbollah. I sense diplomacy will take hold at the end. But it's the type of ceasefire, or even the type of Security Council resolution, that matters most to Lebanon, because you want the Lebanese state to work, not in a way that's stabilizing, not a return to the status quo, but a conflict resolution scenario that gives the government full control over its geography, and the final neutralization of the country, where you have local, regional, and international groups agreeing that this battlefield does not exist anymore. We're not there yet, but it's beginning. It's beginning in that no one can see a return to 2025. No one can see a return to Hezbollah maintaining its weapons the way it did. I think there will be a diplomatic agreement in the end. I hope the Lebanese state wins on that path.
I mean, I'm just wondering to myself, listening to you talk and obviously studying this issue on an almost daily basis for I do not know how long, but I'm wondering what yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm wondering what the enduring attraction, the enduring relevance of Hezbollah is in Lebanon. And I mean, part of me says the more Israel strikes Lebanon, they're giving, in some sense, a legitimacy and a relevance to Hezbollah. And another part of me is also saying that perhaps this is just about money. This is about poverty. People are in dire economic circumstances, particularly in some of these poorer southern suburbs in the south of Lebanon. Hezbollah is a cash cow for people who have no other economic prospects. Do you agree with any of that? And do you think perhaps money is what lies, what should be the solution to dealing with Hezbollah and marginalizing it?
Well, I'll answer two parts of this question. It's a good question. On the financial side, you cannot have a sophisticated Lebanese militia like Hezbollah. It simply wouldn't exist. No matter how aspirational a Lebanese group is, no Lebanese militia seeks this kind of confrontation on a regional level. So money in that sense, financial support, technical support, weapons support, sponsorship is necessary for Iran to sustain Hezbollah over the last 4 decades, if not longer. That requires a lot of money. So there is a financial component from the Iranian regime to keep its proxy alive and working, and what was once its crown jewel, still withstanding regional war. But the beginning of the question, which is a good question, yes, there is a reflection on resistance in this country towards Syria, towards any occupation, whether Syrian or Israeli. And of course, the Israelis stayed in Lebanon until May of 2000. And many Lebanese back then, at least, supported the idea of resistance against the Israeli army's presence in southern Lebanon, then mostly south of the Litani River. Roughly 10% of Lebanon's geography under Israeli occupation. But that type of resistance attracted all types of Lebanese. It wasn't just Hezbollah. What you see happening since then is the usurpation of that word, or even, if I can go further, the perversion of that word, turning resistance into something that's less Lebanese and more ideological. And that ideological, over time, included capturing the Lebanese government in its entirety, turning Lebanon into a battlefield long after the civil war in ways that only served the Iranian regime. That type of resistance, I don't think, will work. You will have the psychological component of resisting any foreign soldier on Lebanese soil, Israeli or otherwise. But I don't think Hezbollah can win the hearts and minds of Lebanese across the spectrum, or for that matter, the region at large, the way it once did. I don't think that's even possible. I think it's impossible for the group to retain what it was actually popular for. I sense today it's only retaining what it's unpopular for. And I can add one more thing.
Sure.
It's not just about war. It's not just about Lebanese fighting Israelis, whether they're Hezbollah or not. It's not that. It's supporting it's supporting regimes that are fighting for their lives in the region. And it's assisting those regimes on the way, leading to terrible tragedies in Lebanon that had nothing to do with Lebanese. 6 years ago, it's a port blast, ammonium nitrate stored in our port for regional war. It's assassinations. It's blood on the streets when the Lebanese government is trying to dislodge illegal telecommunications. It's political assassinations. And of course, it's war in the region that kills too many Syrians on the way and makes Hezbollah a pariah rather than a popular resistance force. I think down the road, people will unfortunately remember the bad side of Hezbollah because the group committed suicide to its own legitimacy, its own legacy, by really throwing away resistance and turning completely in loyalty and solidarity to the Iranian regime.
Okay, Ronnie, just before we wrap up, I mean, one of the mantras we're hearing from the Republican Party in the United States with regards to this whole conflict, their commentators, their strategists are all saying this is short-term pain for long-term gain. That's how they describe the conflict. And I wonder whether people in Lebanon shared that sentiment and felt like it's worth continuing this time with the conflict, somehow assisting or paving the way for Israel to finish this job, finish what they've started. I mean, do people in Lebanon think along those lines, do you think?
There is an extremist streak among certain Lebanese analysts, if you will, and they don't have to be here necessarily, that the Israelis can do our dirty work, meaning the Israelis can solve this issue and we don't have to even take part. Or for that matter, hoping, and I don't think this is a common view, but hoping that the Israelis will keep bombing and bombing and bombing until it's done. I think that's a minoritarian view. I don't think it has too much going for it, but I'll try to reflect or at least nuance the position in that I don't think anyone wants stability on abnormal terms. I don't think anyone wants a return to the status quo, that things appear quiet and then they blow up again and again and again. I don't think anyone wants a return to this abnormal arrangement where Lebanon appears normal enough for even tourism to kick off, the economy to regrow a bit, and for Lebanese to go on with their lives and then have another war, another round of displaced people, another round of civilian deaths. And really, over time, what kills Lebanon, the spirit of the country, this power-sharing experiment, this anomaly in the region that is supposed to be a good sell for pluralism and diversity and tolerance, I don't think anyone wants to return to short-term prosperity and long-term decay. I think stability, in that sense, is extremely unpopular. People want resolution. And that resolution, I sense, the overwhelming majority do not look to Benjamin Netanyahu for answers. I see the international community as something more appealing. And whether it's the Americans today or the Americans tomorrow, the Biden administration, the Trump administration, it doesn't matter. The type of power that can offer some mediation and a positive stabilization, I think any Lebanese would support that.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you speaking to us. Ronnie Chatah, political commentator and host of the Beirut Banyan podcast. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Now, it is Thursday, which means it's time for us to turn our eye to US politics. And joining us to talk through the top story of the week, namely the ongoing war between Israel, Iran and the United States, we're joined by Angie Wong, who is a Republican strategist who joins us from Florida. Always a pleasure having you with us, Angie. And we're joined by David Kusnet, former White House Director of Speechwriting for President Bill Clinton. David, great to have you back with us again as well. David, why don't we start with you, because we usually start with Angie. David, the opinion polls that I've seen show that a majority of Americans actually oppose this war in Iran. And I'm just wondering what the trends are and what you're reading into these numbers.
Most wars are popular when they begin, and the recent wars of choice have become less popular as they have continued. This war is starting out with pluralities and majorities of Americans against our having gotten into the war. They're against continuing the war. They're overwhelmingly against having ground troops in the war. And I think part of the reason for that is that President Trump never really explained why we were getting into the war. And he got us into the war several days after a State of the Union address that did not address the possibility of having a war with Iran. And that was a very partisan and divisive address. And usually presidents try to unite the country before getting the country into a war.
Okay, Angie, so if the majority of Americans are, according to the polls, against this war, why do you think the president disregarded public opinion?
Well, I think David is right. I mean, when we first entered this conflict, there was a lot of American support, mainly because our troops are there and their lives were in danger. But now it's been going on for over 12 days, and people are wondering, well, why are my gas prices going up by 60 cents on average here in the U.S.? Why are the body counts going up? So those are the two metrics that we're looking at. And maybe Trump's cost of his foreign policies could be the cost of his midterms. And I think that is going to be something that he is trying to now kind of go backwards on. Look, Trump is using every available tool that he has in the U.S. government to shield Americans from a global instability, especially when it comes to oil prices. And that's why he's releasing, the oil reserves. The IEA is going to be releasing about 400 million barrels of it just to compensate for the quick rise of oil prices. So he understands that there's a very, very short window that he's going to have to get in and out of phase one in the Iran conflict. And not only is he fighting Iran, everyone around the world now is questioning Trump's moves. I'm looking at the Asian papers right now. Japan, South Korea, everyone's saying, when is this going to end? We don't have the kind of oil reserves that the U.S. has. Italy is now tapping into their oil reserves. So Trump knows, short window. He's now jumping back on the domestic issues. He just re-kicked off his affordability tour in Kentucky yesterday. I think that's where his focus is going to be between now and November.
Okay, so you're on sort of erring towards the opinion that this is going to be a short-lived conflict. The US will be in and out very quickly. I mean, David, do you get that impression looking at what's happening on the battlefield, so to speak?
I think that's what a normal president would do. During the war in Vietnam, Senator George Aiken, who was a Republican, famously had the line that we should declare a victory and leave. I think that if President Trump responded probably as most presidents would do in this situation, he would define some limited objectives, say that we have achieved those objectives, and call a halt to this. I think an open-ended conflict leads us in directions where, as I think Angie was saying, not too many people from any point on the political spectrum want to see us in an open-ended conflict in Iran and literally setting the rest of the Middle East afire and doing unforeseeable things to worldwide energy markets and to the global economy.
Yeah, and Angie, I mean, just picking up on some of the points that have been made already in this discussion, I mean, one of the things that David said earlier is that the president didn't really set out the case to the American public in a very clear way. And I'm just wondering what you've made of the messaging from the White House since the outset, because, going back to the timeline, that's shifted quite a lot from a couple of days to a couple of weeks, and now where are we?
Yeah, and David is right. I mean, President Trump had multiple messages come out, and we're like wondering which one is it? Which one is it today? The original message was we wanted to free the people of Iran, and I think that has run its course. I think people are happy. Americans are very happy to do that. We want to see freedom. We want to see some level of trust in their government that doesn't constantly wish death to America. But at the same time, at what cost, right? Now that all Americans are paying for that, whether it be at the gas pump or in our groceries because of this conflict, we're now saying, well, how much freedom do we want to give? And there's a bit of a trade-off. So I think that was the initial messaging. Then we're also hearing that this has to do with China and Russia and how, this is going to be Trump's posturing going into his meeting with Xi Jinping later on this month. All fine and well. We do need to posture to have a stronghold to negotiate a fair trade deal for the United States with China. But again, end of the month is still a long time away. And so I think that's what he's trying to straddle right now. I think phase one of this conflict has to be over soon. We're not going to leave anytime soon. These wars, we know, never end in 2 days or 12 days or even 2 months, but we can't stay there forever. So phase one has to kind of shift. And as David said, we should declare victory there because we are winning. We've taken out a lot of their military. Now, phase two is going to be more of the watch and monitor stage. I hope we get there soon.
David, I mean, just listening to what Angie's saying there, and some critics of the president have said there wasn't a strategy or a clear strategy at the beginning. There's no end game that's been announced. I mean, how long do people feel like this could drag on for?
Well, no, I think to add to what Angie was saying, the president did not offer a clear explanation of why we were getting into the war. He did not explain what the objectives were for being in the war. And therefore, I think it's not easy, but I think it is important that he retroactively define what the objectives were, say we achieved them, and stop this. And as Angie said, there's going to, as there was before the war, after the war, there is going to be tension between the United States and Iran. There are going to be all kinds of unresolved issues. I think most Americans would like to see the people of Iran, in some way, overthrow or replace the dictatorship and have a better system of government there than they have now. But I don't think anyone wants what has been going on there for the last 2 weeks to continue indefinitely.
But David, I mean, if indeed Iran was close to developing a nuclear weapon, as we've been told they were, I don't know what you make of those claims. I mean, what was the president supposed to do? I mean, should he have just let them get on with it? What do people in the Democratic Party say about that?
Well, I think one thing that they said is that there should have been, is that the United States is always strongest when we're united, and we can be united on national and international security issues without being united on domestic issues. And if you look back at recent American wars, President Johnson did get a congressional authorization through the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. There was some deception involved, but he did go to Congress. The first President Bush did get a congressional authorization for the first Gulf War. And the second President Bush got congressional authorizations for the Afghanistan war and then the Iraq war. So he should have gone to the country and explained what he was doing. He should have gone to Congress and gotten an authorization. That would have meant that he had to define objectives, and now he could be saying that we've achieved these objectives. How to deal? I don't think too many Americans want to see Iran get nuclear weapons and play a destabilizing role in the region and the world. There have been all kinds of approaches. President Obama negotiated an agreement with Iran toward that end. President Trump, in his first term, took the United States out of that agreement. After the bombing of Iran last year, I believe President Trump said that we had gotten rid of their nuclear capacity, and he attacked as fake news anyone who said otherwise. Now, presumably, for there to be any logic in what he was doing, there was some kind of immediate threat 2 weeks ago that he didn't acknowledge after the bombings last year. So it's very difficult to understand what he's trying to do and therefore to understand whether or not he's done it.
Angie, I'd like to get your view. I mean, is this purely partisan, this war? Or are there some in the ranks of the Republicans who are questioning the wisdom of the United States engaging militarily with Iran? What's the feeling within the party?
Well, behind the scenes, certainly there's a lot of rumblings like, what are we doing? How long are we going to be here? Because everyone is worried about November's midterms. We have at least 45 House retirements and about a dozen or so senators from retiring as well. So we're going to have a completely brand new Congress next round. And we really need to be focused on winning. And right now, unfortunately, because of what's happening in Iran, it is definitely translating very poorly for the Republican Party back home for the midterms because of the cost of affordability, because everything here runs on gas. So everything from running our cars to running our businesses to buying groceries, it's all being affected. And if we don't stop that very soon, we're going to get punished for it. This is going to be a referendum on Trump come November. But I think he realizes that, and that's why he's gone back to the domestic issues by doing the affordability tour, making sure that he's talking to all Americans. He is doing everything he can to keep gas prices at a affordable rate. But whether or not Americans feel like they're having any sort of savings or that they're benefiting from this, that's too early to tell. But I do hope that this conflict ends soon. I think everybody would like that so that we can really just focus on what's happening here in the U.S.
Okay, and Angie, just staying with you for one more moment. I mean, there were some loud voices at the beginning saying, you know, this is supposed to be an America First president. It's supposed to be a peace president. Here we are going into a war that some Americans don't feel is an American war because Iran didn't pose an imminent threat to the United States. At least that's how they frame it. I mean, are those voices getting louder, or are we hearing perhaps less of them in the last few days than we did at the beginning?
Well, we're still hearing them, but here's the reality of things. We've kind of been in a slow burning war with Iran for decades, right? This is putting an end to an endless war. And we don't want to keep financing all our allies there just to fight this, right? We want this to be over once and for all, rather than writing endless blank checks into the region to protect ourselves and our allies. So that's what President Trump wants to do. I know it doesn't translate well to the America First crowd because they only want to see jobs and, you know, businesses coming back to the U.S. And we're doing all that. It's just not making the news cycle as much. But give President Trump a little bit of a runway to do this. But if he doesn't end this pretty soon, I can understand why those voices will get louder and louder, because he is supposed to be protecting Americans, but we don't see the benefits of protecting Americans when there's a far, far away war.
Okay, David, I mean, just picking up on what Angie was saying there, if the US campaign has the effect of crippling the Iranian military, Iran doesn't develop a nuclear weapon, and the Middle East suddenly becomes a much safer place, I mean, would you acknowledge that it had been a successful mission and the right decision by the US president?
It's a lot of ifs, and I think Angie and I are on the show because we know about domestic politics, not because we know about the national security issues. But I'm thinking that a lesson of previous wars has been that you can't win a lasting victory just by having a more advanced country bomb a less advanced country. That the track record of that in the past has not been good. And Americans, depending on what generation we're from, understand that. And I think that's one more reason why there was skepticism going into this war. And I think there's also, I mean, going back, you know, for those of us whose memory goes back into the 60s, having a president deal with domestic issues in wartime is complicated. I remember that President Johnson had a very ambitious and very successful, in my view, very successful domestic program. But when it became a matter of guns and butter, it became more difficult for him to maintain his domestic program. And I think in a different way, that's the challenge for President Trump and for the Republicans. And it's hard to talk about affordability in one breath and talk about a destabilizing war that's destabilizing world energy markets and the world economy and American prices here at home in the next breath. And we're going to see in some unforeseen ways, under very, very different presidents, history repeating itself.
Okay, and Angie, just to give you the last word, I mean, would you say that boots on the ground are still a red line in the United States, something that the US president can't really entertain as an idea?
Yeah, we definitely do not want to see boots on the ground, although it may be necessary for phase 2. But right now, everything is just air and water strikes. We'd like to keep it that way. We do not want to see any more body bags coming back to the U.S. That is going to be the determining factor of whether or not this strike, this operation was a success, is to keep things in the single digits. And hopefully we've already capped it at 7 dead soldiers, U.S. soldiers. I don't think that boots on the ground is going to be very popular here. I think, in fact, you're going to have a rebellion, not just from Democrats, but from Republicans as well. We don't need that right now. It seems as though everything seems to be quite under control, at least for now. But who knows? I mean, we're now starting to hear of more threats on U.S. soil by this regime, and that might turn things. If there is a U.S. strike on U.S. soil, I think that the popularity of going in and striking Iran is just, it's going to be a lot more higher amongst Americans. But so far, that has not happened.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there because I'm told we're out of time, but really appreciate you both speaking to us. Angie Wong, you've had the last word. Thank you very much indeed to you, and thank you as well to David Kusnat. Thank you very much to you both.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Welcome to the metropolis. The big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Istanbul, definitely a glory of the world. Istanbul bridges 2 continents, marries civilizations that highlights the best of the Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman empires. Take a look and see. Perhaps the most popular among tourists is taking the Bosphorus cruise in Istanbul. They say a trip to the city won't be complete without taking this route. It provides a majestic overview of the city, taking both European and Asian shores. You'll see century-old places and mansions to marvel at. There are also several options of cruises to take for your convenience. The Hagia Sophia is definitely a sight to see too. It's a splendid church-turned-mosque-turned-museum that's considered one of the world's greatest architectural treasures. Also head over to the Archaeology Museum in Istanbul. It is considered one of the city's hidden gems, displaying one of the world's richest collections of classical antiquities. Here, you'll find the marvelous sarcophagus of Alexander the Great, depicting important phases of his life, the blue-tiled Karaman Marab, the beautiful tiled pavilion, and the Treaty of Kadesh, which is known as the world's earliest surviving peace treaty. When it comes to shopping, Istanbul has its Grand Bazaar. You can go bargain hunting to your heart's delight. It is over 500 years old, but still one of the largest covered bazaars in the world. Locals visit the place every day to shop and bargain like pros. The Grand Bazaar is also known for its carpets, leather, ceramic, jewelry, plus souvenirs you can bring home. Not to be missed are the local markets that will allow you a taste of different cultures of continents. Turkey's kitchen is in fact known to be the richest of all. Their dishes are known to be made with only fresh produce. Plus, you can buy the ingredients firsthand at the local markets. Then, of course, you can't miss the Galata Tower. It is one other way to see the best of the city. You'll get a 360-degree panoramic view of Istanbul. Its very high tower also has a restaurant and cafe for you to dine in at the 9th floor. Feel free to enjoy the view and the food too. Definitely a great way to see, experience, and absorb the beauty that is Istanbul. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
One sec.
You gonna do your hair?
I've got this thing that I bought.
What is it?
It's to take the shine off your head.
Okay. Go on then.
Let's see if it
I've
works.
got to see this.
You might need it as well, please. Deglosser.
Listen, mate, if I shine, I shine. That's what the people are getting.
Light bulb
You It does look like a light bulb, though, doesn't it?
Have you had many crisis meetings when it ain't going your way?
Obviously.
Really?
Hello, Jason. Hope you're not wearing them ghastly pants.
Ghastly! You've got the type of face that they just want to abuse,
I
geez.
know. Right, lads, shall we get into it? The FA Cup, what a weekend of football. Did the Port Vale win over Sunderland? Proved that the magic of the cup's still there. The geezer who scored the goal, big Newcastle fan.
Is it?
And he's done the Shearer to the Sunderland fans.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I love all that.
I love that.
It's a League One side into the quarterfinals, so it's still on. It's still on. What did you make, Bridget? Did you watch any of the games?
It was good. I watched the Wrexham-Chelsea game.
Yeah.
I thought it was a wicked game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good game.
It was a good game, wasn't it?
It was a tough game, definitely a tough game. They played really well.
Yeah.
Some standout players.
Who was the one?
Doyle done well.
Yeah.
It was the guy up front.
Smith.
Yeah, took his goal well as well.
Mm.
They just played really well.
Yeah.
I don't think the scoreline was just. To be honest, you know what I mean? It was
I know
touch and go, wasn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Chelsea. Did you say Chelsea look always uncomfortable?
Yeah, they always look uncomfortable.
I said that earlier.
You said
they're not
robust enough. They're like flimsy
Yeah.
a little bit. Like, that's only I'd say defensively. Like you could get at them. You can get at them if you get it right. Kiefer Moore. Kiefer Moore's giving Badiashile some problems.
When he come on,
when he come on, you know what I mean? So it just showed that if the tide was going in their way, they probably would have won the game. And it just shows you how far Wrexham is. Wrexham, come on.
I know, mate. I was there. What did you think of my punditry? Was I bang average?
I didn't watch your channel, mate.
Do you know what I've noticed?
I
I love watching you on telly, right?
Is that Joe? No, change the channel, love. What's going on here?
You know what? You can't hide happiness, you.
I know. It's always happy.
The Chelsea game the other day and they got a great result, you just look so happy. And then I see you at the Tottenham game.
Oh, my
and you
God.
couldn't hide your happiness. You
know,
couldn't hide it.
Did you get any abuse? Did you get any abuse?
Do you know what? It was like, we'll get into the Tottenham game later, but I think the whole stadium was just so perplexed with the team. Like, they didn't even muster up. I usually get a little
bit of stick.
I didn't even get nothing. No? I was like, they were just too hurt with what was going on.
They've got bigger fish to fry.
Don't worry about me. Yeah. But going to the Chelsea Wrexham game, so I went up there on the day of the game. It's a really small stadium, and they're doing it up. And the two boys that were there, that the owners, Ryan Reynolds and the other fella, Rob McKelney, and was having a look round for Blake Lively as well. She was on the pitch after the game.
Was she?
Yeah.
You didn't get to meet him?
No, I didn't meet him. I didn't want to be that guy.
Why?
All right, mate.
Chase them around with your phone camera.
No.
Try to get a selfie, eh?
No, I didn't know. To be honest with you, this is my bone of contention with them. I'm sure they're lovely people and everything, and I'm only half joking about Blake Lively.
No,
but anyway,
anyway, not what you're saying off camera.
Oh yeah. Anyway.
Awkward.
Go on, then, move on. Save him.
No. So, like, they wouldn't come over and speak to us, right? And I thought they would because they're, you know, what I mean, because when they were in the conference, we was covering that, and they was bouncing. No, it was a big thing then. Like the cameras.
They've gone big time, haven't they?
Mate, I think Hollywood went big time.
They've gone big time. They're like, nah, we're not giving you free material no more. Plus Joe Cole's down there. I don't want to speak to him.
The atmosphere was great, mate.
It sounded like it was
telly. Honestly, the atmosphere was great.
Was it good? Yeah.
It felt like an old-fashioned FA Cup tie where the proper fans, like they was giving it. And what I would say is their first experience of VAR. I've got a bone to pick with fans.
Was this their first experience?
I've got a bone to pick with fans up and down the country because I had another incident at Villa Park where, because we're doing the television and we're pitch side, sort of like, you know what it's like, Coley, like before the end of a game, you have to go down pitch side to get yourself ready to go on, and all there with a camera, and you've got the screens. Now, what people might not realise is I can hear the VAR talk if I choose to, right, when I'm doing comms. So you hear Stockley Park talking about it. So I can hear them going, oh, his toes there and he's there, or there might have been excessive force.
So you can hear that.
I can hear the conversation. I choose not to because it don't make no difference to me. They're going to make the decision left, right, centre. But the fans tend to know that we're going to get the decision first. So it's like everyone's looking at me. And I'm going, and this geezer was abusing me. This fella at Villa Park, right? Because there's a couple of dodgy decisions. Yeah. So I've got my earphones in. I can hear him. I can't quite make out what he's saying, and I can hear him.
What have you got to do with it?
Exactly my point. I'm going. Hello, mate. Sorry, I can hear him being angry and saying something nasty. I can't hear. And I say, I can't hear you again. Like now, I'm getting him at it. Now, and he's like, but now everyone's looking at him. Now he's like. And I'm going, mate, you don't think I'm making this decision, do you? Well, you think it's me. You think I'm VAR.
Did you have it?
Yeah, I'm not just like that. And then the geezer's like, you can see the
Are you supposed to be working?
Yeah.
You want to tear up.
Right, anyway, because Villa had a couple of bad decisions. Then Wrexham, bad decisions. And but I'm so close to the pitch, I can see how upset all of the fans are, right? Yeah. But I can see them trying to vent the frustration. And then about 7 geezers turn round to this, not the big screen where it says VAR, decisions, like, whatever, and they're just shouting at the screen.
At the screen? Mate.
That's how much you're frustrating people. It's making people shout at screens.
You could hear them singing. Mate, you could hear it on the TV. Honestly, they were going mad about VAR.
Were they?
Yeah, mad.
Mate, they better get used to it, because if they want to play in the big leagues, you know what I mean? You can't be shouting at the screen. The screen's not done nothing to you.
I'm thinking, like, so if anyone's there and I'm there with, listen, it's not my fault, all right? Don't have a go at me.
Carry on doing it. Carry on doing it.
You've got the type of face that they just want to abuse geese.
I know. Anyway, we move on. It was a good game.
Yeah.
Wrexham have to give them their plaudits for
fair play to them, yeah.
Fair play. And do you know what? A lot of our coverage afterwards, Bridgie, was like, you know, like they've lost the game, but they've played well. So we're like, I didn't want to sound condescending to them. They're championship players now. Yeah. It's not like it's Chelsea playing against a conference team or a League Two team. They're there. They could be in the Premier League next year.
It's about our mind adjusting to them being there.
So I think there's more of that. because it's Wrexham. If Chelsea would have beaten, let's say, for instance...
I just think it's the name as well.
West Brom or Coventry. Not even doing as well... Coventry.
Right.
West Brom, you wouldn't be going, plucky underdog. So I found that... So if any of the Wrexham players were thinking we were being a bit condescending, I make them right. I think we should have...
Even in sending off, they were still in it.
Yeah.
Still had chances.
Serious outfit now.
A proper serious outfit. Bridgie...
Saints went through as well.
I know you the boys, Luke and that, did he go to the game?
I don't think he went to the game.
You would have had friends there.
My dad watched it. I couldn't watch it. It was at kids' football. But Dad can be a bit biased. But yeah, the highlights that I see, they played really well. We were buzzing. It's the most excited I've seen Dad about Saints for a while.
Really?
And I watched some of the highlights. Mate, they had loads of chances. In fact, they only went through with a penalty.
Yeah.
So they had loads of chances. First half, it went clean through.
What do you make of it, Bridgie, right? You played for Fulham, so it's both your old clubs. So Marco Silva made 9 changes for the game. Bearing in mind, they're not really, you know, and bearing in mind Palace won the FA Cup. What do you think of that? And what would Fulham fans think of that?
Well, I don't know. I just feel like that happens.
Yeah, but
with the FA Cup, whether I agree with it or not.
What about?
It depends how bad you want it. Because obviously when I was at Chelsea, and obviously Ash was there, a lot of the cup games I might play, but they might depend who we're playing. I just think that happens these days. I think players are rested more than what they were.
But 9 changes. It was never 9 changes in our day. Do you not think?
No, maybe changes. 5, 6, maybe.
5, 6 maximum.
Fifth round.
Yeah,
fifth round. Yeah, it's late in the day for it. Isn't it?
Wholesale. What do you think?
Well, I can't remember like playing like in FA Cups, you know.
Yeah, but I know what you've done though. You've.
He's faked an injury. Had the weekend off. You mean?
No.
I've tried that a few times. I did try that a few times. You know, you want your weekends off, like you're thinking, you know what? Especially when you're playing regularly, you don't really want to be wheeled out for it. You want to just like save your legs.
No, I wanted to be wheeled out.
Yeah, I know you did, because you're that type of man. You just want to play. You played the other day. You still play. I don't play. So I love the game, but I don't love it that much to put my body through turmoil all the time. So, but plus I had a bad knee back then as well, so I wanted the rest in the cup games if I could.
But you got a good record in the cup games, right? The FA Cup record.
I think so.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
It's something I prepared earlier.
You should have took less weekends off.
Goalie. So
go on, let's have a look.
Listen, I decided to you know what you do. You go on AI now and then.
Yeah.
Come on, get on with it.
So across his career, Carlton Cole played 21 FA Cup games. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Scoring 8 goals in the FA Cup. That's decent. You know what I mean?
It's very good.
Those appearances came while playing for Chelsea, Charlton, Villa and West Ham. So West Ham played 15 times, scored 5 goals. It's 1 in 3, isn't it? It's decent.
1 in 3.
Chelsea played 4 times in the FA Cup, scored 2 goals.
1 in 2.
1 in 2. Charlton, I'm 1 in 1. So that Aston Villa, no goals, but one appearance for them. But yeah, so 21 times, 8 goals, not bad.
That's all right.
Yeah,
that's very good.
How was yours? What about
not as
yours?
good as that, mate.
I'm going to ask now.
FA Cup goals.
I'm going to ask Joe Cole, FA Cup appearances and goals.
I don't even bother about.
Oh yeah,
I know I've won it.
Oh yeah, you've won it. Yeah.
That's the only stat that matters.
That's all the stat that matters. That's all I've been trying to do all of my life. Anyway, so Joe Cole, FA Cup appearances and goals. Joe Cole had a strong record.
Oh, go on, well
in the
done,
FA Cup,
yeah.
mainly with Chelsea and West Ham. Overall FA Cup record appearances, 38 appearances.
Okay.
38.
It's a lot, mate. I played a long time.
7 goals.
Okay, it's not bad from midfield.
So West Ham, West Ham, 11 appearances in the FA Cup, 2 goals. Chelsea, 22 appearances and 5 goals. Liverpool, 3, no goals.
It didn't happen for me there.
Yeah.
That ain't always right, though, that chat GPT.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to do the kids' homework.
That's
and then I said that's wrong, and they went, "Oh yeah, you're right."
Oh,
so hold on.
Even ChatGPT said I was right.
Ricky knows best.
You shouldn't be doing that,
mate. Come on, man. We're better than that.
No, we had a rush. We were away for the weekend, and we had to get it done. So I had to help him. So I needed the answers myself.
Mate, your school's gonna be after this. Your school's gonna be on to you.
It's all right.
You know what I mean? They're gonna be on to you. Anyway, Wayne Bridge overall. Yeah. Oh, you played 30 times.
Have I?
Yeah, you scored 1 goal.
Did I? Who was that against? Shut up. Who did I score against?
Scored a goal.
I reckon that could be wrong, you know.
You want it to be right now, didn't you? Hey, you want it to be right now.
And then we're worried about this thing taking over the world. Doesn't even know how many goals Bridgie scored in the FA Cup. Rubbish. Yeah. We're moving on. Another game. These two seem to be playing against each other so much. Newcastle lost to Man City. Mm-hmm. Who've also knocked them out of the Carabao Cup.
Yeah.
You know, is a question for you, Coley. Is there pressure on Eddie Howe, bearing in mind he's give that club the first trophy in 60 years, Champions League football, some brilliant nights at St James's. Is football mental now that we're even considering that, or is just the way it is?
Look, any way you look at it, he's a legend over there. It's up to him what he wants to do now. The ball's in his court. Does he feel that he's taken that club as far as they can go? That's up to him to recognise that the club are always going to want him there. The fans are always going to want him there. They love him. But it's up to him. What does he want out of his... Does he think that he can win more trophies with Newcastle? And if so, stay. Because they'll always have you there because you've made your legacy there. But what I would say is if a good job came available... a very good, tantalising job that you'd think, do you know what, I'll fancy that. Would you want to do it?
When you say tantalising, do you think the England job, that comes into that? Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think he's the next England manager in waiting, Eddie Howe.
And I thought he would have taken it before Tuchel.
Yeah.
But I don't know what
things are going so well for him, aren't they?
Yeah.
When there was talk of that.
Just the timing of everything.
It's always timing with football managers. Like, he's going to manage England at some point, you know, because the field's clear for him. Unless somebody comes from left field and he just goes on a run and becomes... Because he's the next best English manager we got.
Why do you think they've had
Mate, I just think...
a bit of a slope?
Well, I think two things, right? So you've got the financial restraints that Newcastle are under, right? So to Elliot Anderson, who's arguably going to start for England at the World Cup, he was at Newcastle, right? I know for a fact Eddie did not want to sell him, right? But because they had to balance the books, because of their, you know, this financial regulations, they've had to sell him. So straight, if you're trying to build a club and you've got a great young player, you're prepared. It's not just, you know, you're not just thinking. You're thinking in the 12 months down the line, he's going to be there, and I'm going to be. You know what I mean? Build your team around him. So I think that's frustrated him, not being able to build on what he's done. And I still don't. I mean, we'll talk about it another time. I still don't understand how Man City are still just doing what they're doing with all the regulations and restraints that they got on. But then Aston Villa and Newcastle seem like they're chasing their tail, trying to sell players, like scrapping away. Man City just go in the window. Oh yeah, Semenyo, Mark Guehi come in, two massive. They ain't going to be on £3 a week, are they? They're going to be on big wages.
But it's about the infrastructure, isn't it?
Yeah, but like
to get the points.
Yeah, but the infrastructure. Man City are not Liverpool or Manchester United as much as they're like in terms of global economics, what they can bring in. So I don't know how they can actually do it. Do you know what I mean? Newcastle fill their stadium. They're in the Champions League. Why can't they? Anyway.
No, we need to talk to their accountant.
Yeah, it's way beyond. You're not going to get...
We need a forensic accountant.
Yeah, they do. But
dive deep into their finances.
But I think Eddie see the season out, and I think he should probably go and just wait for the England job, because I think it's not fair on him. I think, and it's not fair on Newcastle as well that they can't go and spend the money and go and buy some of the top players. Because remember they were talking about when the Saudis come in, they was thinking they're going to get Mbappe's.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
because that's what Chelsea done under Roman. Roman come in and no one was going, there's financial constraints. He went and bought Crespo, was Argentina's number 9. Varane was Argentina's number 10.
Man City done it before.
What's the equivalent?
City done it before as well. Robinho. Remember when Robinho first came when he first got the money in?
I feel for Eddie because I think he's done a great job there. And I'd like to see him as England manager at some point down the line in his career. I think he deserves it.
Yeah, so good luck to Eddie Howe, obviously. Doing a fantastic job. Could always be better. But before we leave the FA Cup, has anybody had any funny stories or some bad stories to tell or something that's interesting to talk about the FA Cup?
Not bad. So my first FA Cup final was a weird experience in the whole day.
What with who?
Did you play when we beat United 1-0 at Wembley?
In the final, yeah.
You played, right?
Yeah.
So about 3 months before, Prince William was doing because he's the president of the FA.
Yeah.
So he come to training, and he met us all at training, and then we were staying at the Lowry Hotel, and he's gone, and then we were all told he wants to come and have a look at what you boys do after training. So he's going to go and they call it a royal walk, right? Do you not remember this? You might not. Anyways,
you're never present, are you? I was there, but you're never there.
I can't remember.
It was 3 months before the final, right?
Where was it? In the hotel?
At the Lowry.
Oh,
and we had the whole. We had the whole of the floor and there's security to get up. So you pop it in each other's rooms. Yeah. So they said, leave your door open. He's going to come and have a walk round, and he's got the camera crew with him because he's his picture opportunity. It says Prince William with, I don't know, David Beckham or something.
And you didn't know that he was coming?
No, I knew he was coming, but I forgot. Right?
What?
So I've got
times.
So this is a training ground. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Lovely. Yeah. Great. Thanks for being the president of the FA.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. Right. Go back on the coach at the hotel.
Yeah.
Get showered. I'm in my room. I remember enough to leave my door open. Got the telly on, and I forget he's coming.
He was going to slip.
I was in my slips, just my slips like that on the bed, like these little briefs, white briefs, right? Just forgot. I was watching Loose Women.
Watching Loose Women?
I do not remember this one bit. I must have been asleep or something.
Mate, you shut your door.
So anyway, I could hear a commotion at the door, and I'm thinking, what's that? What's going on, right? And as he's come round, and I just hear people walking into my room, and it's too late now. I'm nearly naked.
There's no robe.
There's no robe. So, and he's just come walking round, followed by his camera crew, and I just thought, I've got to front this now. So I've just bounced up.
I would love to get this footage. Go on.
So I've bounced up, right? I've gone, hello, William. Nice to meet you. Right? Nice to see you again. Right, shaking his hand in my pants, and he's laughing. He's laughing. And the camera people are behind him, and they're going, and the camera people are putting the camera down. I'm going, oh, sorry about that. And I'm putting my trousers on while I'm speaking to him. I forgot about it. I told the lads and that and everything, bro. And then we get ready. You forget about these things. Well, and then,
I have.
Well, you definitely have. You had your door shut.
So then the FA Cup final, they come. I don't even they come along the line to shake your hands. Yeah. Remember, it's a big day.
I remember that bit.
And he's shaking hands, and he's just shakes everyone's hands, but he stops and he leans into me. He went, hello, Joe. I said, hope you're not wearing them ghastly pants.
Ghastly!
Yeah, I've got them on again. I'm on.
Do you have them wide fronts on?
Yeah.
Them ones.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Ghastly,
yeah. Can I just say?
We should have said to him, what, you weren't rating the pants?
We've got an FA Cup final to play, It's spinning anyway.
These guys, banter.
I'm having banter with the future king. And do you know what? What a man. What a good man. Because that could have gone terribly wrong for me.
No, come on,
I mean?
man. He's one of the lads.
He's one of the lads.
He's a good lad,
He's
isn't he?
He's a good lad, yeah.
While you were chatting, I checked. I've not scored in the FA Cup.
Oh, so Bridgie knows more than ChatGPT.
Basically, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, that's weird.
Just thought I'd let you know, yeah.
That's bad, isn't it, really? Right, we're going to do Spurs in a bit.
Again.
Okay.
Again.
Carlton's away days. You've been not as quite as glamorous as Bochum. You've been to Braintree Town.
Oh yeah, mate. It was mate, do you know what, yeah? I was pleasantly surprised by the town of Braintree.
Really?
Yeah. It was So I've got there. I've got on the train, Elizabeth line, all the way to Shenfield.
Oh, not another train story.
Yeah, I'm on the train again. You know the train stories. There's another train. So I get on the train, Shenfield. Then I get on another train to.
Why are your train stories so long?
I know. I get on another one to.
Oh my God!
To Braintree.
Trains free. So get off the train.
Anyway, I get to Braintree anyway.
Right.
Braintree Freeport, actually. So I was like, well, Braintree, there's Braintree and there's Braintree Freeport. So I get to Braintree.
He's still Braintree off the train.
I get off and then I'm there. I just get Uber. But whilst I'm there, then I realise that I'm actually at a shopping place.
Right. Okay.
So it's like outlet centre. So I'm thinking, I want to go and get some stuff. I said, Bridgie would love it here because it's got Ralph Lauren, it's got everything there. Do you know what I mean? It's all cheap as well.
Bridgie, you love it.
We love it. So I was thinking, we'll come back here. You'd love this gaff. So
I'm in.
And listen, Braintree Freeport, you just walk off the train, you're there.
Yeah.
Right in the middle
How
of it.
How excited he is.
Anyway, so I didn't know where I was going. I got an Uber, gone to the stadium.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to call it a stadium, it's one of those, like loads of scaffolding around.
Yeah.
So it's Braintree, innit? And they got a nice stand, but I got there like an hour before kickoff. I was thinking, I was there twiddling my thumbs. I was thinking, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
Too early, 2 hours.
Yeah.
So I stand behind the goal. I'm looking at, because Mason Terry, we put him on loan from West Ham there.
Young goalkeeper.
Young goalkeeper, yeah, doing really well. He's had 7. He scored a goal. As well over there. Yeah, he's had 7 appearances, man of the match appearances. So I've said, listen, go and have a look at him. Get there. He's there doing the warm up. I'm there behind the goal. Yeah, with my long Mac on, Arsene Wenger, Arsene Wenger style. Yeah, I had that on, and obviously, I think I'm the only black guy there, innit? So everyone knew it was me.
Again.
Yeah.
You said that last time.
Yeah. Well, it's just the places I go, innit?
Did they all buy you stuff?
Like
so,
the
no,
fans.
no,
It
wasn't. But they was really friendly. So anyway, I stand up behind because it's all standing. It's all standing. It's the seats are over there, but all the rest around the stadium.
It's best if you're going to see the goalie, you've got to go and watch.
So I'm behind. So I'm behind him.
Yeah.
And he's come over. He's buzzing. I'm there. Everyone's buzzing, and I start taking pictures. I'm taking too many pictures now, I think.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to work.
Yeah.
Anyway, game starts. They go 1-0 up, and I'm thinking, cool. I feel a bit hungry now, because I can smell like the burger stand.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I'm thinking, can I just slip off to go and get a burger and just do what I'm supposed to do and try and sample the food as well? Get a tea, get a beer or whatever. But I couldn't because I had some guy talking to me all the time. And I didn't want to be rude, and I was giving him a bit back and we was talking about Spurs, so it was kind of captivating.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I'm watching the team and I'm thinking, the opposite team, they got the Brazil kit on. So they're playing Wildstone.
Yeah.
Wildstone, I've got yellow top, blue shorts and white socks.
No.
Brazil.
Yeah.
And some of their football, I must say, it was like watching Brazil.
Really?
It was like watching Brazil. and you know what, right? I must say, it was quite entertaining. They won 4-1 in the end.
And he done well?
No, he didn't win. They lost 4-1.
They lost 4-1?
Yeah, but Wildstone won 4-1. And I'm thinking, do you know what? Yeah. It's unlucky.
So you've had no food.
I've had no food.
No drink, and they lost 4-1.
And I've had my ears chewed off.
So anyway, you've got one job as a roaming reporter: check the beer and check the people. No, check the beer, the people, and the.
Well, I check the people. People are really nice.
All right, so have a rating on the people then.
I'll give them a strong 8.
8?
Well,
ain't that more than where you went last week? Where did you go last week?
Yeah,
they brought you food and drink last week, and you're giving these an 8.
Yeah, I know, but it was language barrier. Okay. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, you like the vibes.
I like the vibes. Yeah, I get it.
I'll tell you what. Yeah. We need to put a train section into this because
I can tell you how to get to places around the whole of England by train.
Right. Okay.
Carl, you mentioned Spurs earlier. We're going to have to talk about them again. I do get quite bored about talking about them all the time. But you were there, Joe. And I'm hearing it was really toxic.
You said captivating. It's a captivating story because of where they were. Europa League winners, massive club, new stadium. I've gone there, and it was honestly, it was like a morgue. Like it was so quiet. It was the tension was palpable. The players, and I thought the choice of of how to play, the style of play from Igor, is exactly how you cannot start a game at home when the tension's in the moment. You've got to give them something to get on, like a tackle. The players looked quite shackled when they played. He went to a free and he played Archie Gray as a right wing back, and Porro was like inside. And I'm like, lots of like really.
I feel sorry for Archie Gray. He's played everywhere on that pitch.
Archie Gray was the best player.
He's a great footballer. He's a great footballer.
Did you know who else is quite good?
Go on.
The cameraman.
Yeah, the cameraman.
The way he kept panning to these Tottenham
because
fans.
people need to.
They were in pain,
Was
mate.
it entertaining? I didn't get to see
that
it.
is that's a good point.
That's a horrible cameraman, right there.
Yeah.
He kept going back
Must have been a West Ham fan.
Kept going back to this same guy with his hat and beard, mate. He was.
I saw a guy with a hat on, and he had big spurs in gold across his, and he just looked miserable. Saw another guy like that.
That's how it was all around me.
Yeah.
People were like in disbelief.
Yeah.
Like, it even got to the point where a couple of Spurs fans who were sitting next to me going, Joe, like messing like, get your boots on.
Oh yeah, that one's always happened.
Like, wow.
That one always is willed out, like when you're not doing well, innit? Like,
there was something about that game, even the lads group chat. I'm in a couple with you, and in a couple of others, my mates from back home. But it was like everyone was excited for this game.
Yeah,
I know.
But they couldn't believe what they were seeing.
We've got no Spurs fans in our group chats, by the way, but everybody was excited to see what was going to happen, what was going to unfold. It was like the suspense of the whole day.
It was like the UN trying to the thing that brings everyone together. You know what I mean? Everyone's bad with Arsenal, Millwall.
We've got Millwall fans in our group. We've got all sorts going on.
I think that's the first.
We have actually got one Spurs fan, but he's really quiet at the moment. You know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Tell.
Oh, he's very quiet, isn't he?
Very quiet. He's not even come in today. He's not even come in.
Whenever he gets mentioned, he doesn't actually say anything, does he?
He leaves
He's chasing the pan note somewhere. We know that.
Do you know what?
Just to take his mind off things.
I don't know. And I feel a bit bad saying. I actually felt from a little bit.
No. I've never been in a stadium with that feeling, because you know me. I work on feelings. Right?
Yeah, vibes,
and it was so strange. So strange, and it transmitted to the players.
So you've never been in that environment like that?
No, I've been in toxic environments where it's like anger.
But this is not.
This wasn't anger. This was like.
They'd had enough.
This was like.
Was it like being at a funeral?
Yes. Disenchantment.
Oh my God.
Disenchantment.
That's crazy.
Did you notice it in the players being there and watching the way it's going, everything?
Body language. Like even Mickey van der Ven, when he given away, when he got sent off, right? Because Mickey van der Ven, I think, is a fantastic footballer.
Yeah.
Right, but I question the attitude a little bit, right? Because of his actions, right? And that can be changed. I don't like to question players' attitudes, but when I see the behaviour, like, you know, when he with Thomas Frank, he done that, and there's a few little things, right? Not questioning his ability. I think he's outstanding. But
his perception right now is not great.
So here's what that does. That atmosphere, what it does to players, even of that quality. The ball goes over the top. Sarr takes a bad touch, right? And he grabs his arm with. There's no need. The goal is basically in the goalkeeper's hand. Sarr won't get in there. But like when we talk about atmospheres affecting the players, it's things like that, and little things like, Cole, you know, like when they're, Bridge, you know when you like, you got the press on, you're in the low block, and you're a fullback, and you're pressing someone, they're going facing the wrong way, they can't get out, and you've got bodies, you're going to get them, and then they're just so anxious, scrambling all over, giving away a foul. And then the ball comes in the box, and then goalkeeper looks a mess. For me. Do you know what I mean? The goalkeeper as well. But it was just strange. It was.
They do need to address their defence, and I think the goalkeeper's a big one for them as well. But you say that Chelsea had Sanchez blundering for quite a while as well. But I think he's improved though.
I think it's their like you said about it's their body language. If you're not gonna
mindset, it's just mindset.
You've got to get everything right. You've got to know what everyone's doing. Know your jobs.
Yeah,
do it, and it's kind of like can't let that head go down. Was it one of them like when the goal goes in? Do you reckon their heads? Could you see their heads just go like that?
Yeah. It's fear. You see fear in their eyes.
I don't think people realise.
They'll be better away from home.
You'll look at the teams down there, and you'll think, they can beat them, they can beat them. But you don't realise how much. The fear of them, some of them players down there, they'll be thinking, mate, we can't lose today, That affects your game.
Which is a strange. I don't know what Tottenham fans will think if they're listening to this. Richarlison not being picked is a strange one for me. He spent his whole career in the dogfights, Watford and Everton, Like he's the type of character that whatever's going to happen, he's going to have a
about.
go. He scored the other day, nearly had a row with someone. Like, but that's the type of characters you need. Some people who are a little bit like they're not going to be fearful. They're going to be on the front foot. I just want to list this stat here. Since Pochettino's sacking in 2019, Spurs have spent 979 million on players with a net spend of 653 million. Only Chelsea, Manchester United, and Arsenal are ahead of them. That's quite incredible as well. And seeing where they're at.
Really.
Yeah, they've got. They've invested in the future apparently, but I just don't see no future. Sorry. That was a low blow. It's a low blow. Kick a dog while it's down, isn't it? Like.
You look at some of the players. Look at some of the players they got.
Yeah,
mate, they got some good players.
That's what I said.
Have they?
They got some good players. They got some.
Well,
it ain't going their way at the moment, but they got some good players.
They've got Kudus is out at the moment.
Kulusevski, Maddison, all out injured. That's three. That's three starters. Three very good players.
Yeah.
You know, there's that. Here's another stat. The top scorers from the last 3 seasons have all been sold. That never happens at a top club. You know what I mean? When you think about it logically, that's the guy that's banged in the most.
Not a top club.
No, of course they know that. They
know that. They know. They know where they are in the table. Spence is a good player, very good player. Jed Spence.
Yeah. Okay.
You're not having him?
I'm not sure.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure. I need to watch more.
I don't think a lot of people get past in 1v1s. Very good at 1v1 defending.
Have you had many crisis meetings when it ain't going your way?
At a club?
At a club. Yeah.
Really?
Mate, it's one of them things that you go in and it's just, I can't describe the feeling, but you're going to have a chat.
They need
and
a
do you
night
know
out.
what? Do you know what? You walk out of their meetings. I walk out and I don't feel any better.
No.
I don't know if it's not done right. It's
it just confirms.
Not created togetherness.
It confirms that you're crap. Like that's why it's what it is. It confirms why you're crap. And it doesn't give you no answers to get out of it.
One of them
Do you know what I
things
mean?
you've got to make your own luck sometimes, isn't it? Because when you're down there and you ain't right here, nothing seems to go your way. But when you're up there, things just seem to just click into place for you.
First of all, explain a crisis meeting, Colin.
Why are you picking on me for? Oh, because I've had my fair share. I would say in a crisis meeting, look,
what happened?
There's 2 types. There are 2 types of crisis meetings, right? You got the one when you're about to fall into the mess, and it's like pick it up, boys. Yeah. You got the one that when you're in the mess. Yeah. What do we do to get out of it?
Yeah.
And then you got the final boss. Yeah. When the manager. Brings out the table at the end. Right. And he's like, okay, we've got to make this season into a mini league. So you got 4 teams here, yeah? Who's going to come out on top, yeah? And then these are the teams that are going to be coming out to you might get 17th place, and you just scrape it.
Bridgie, crisis. Take us into the room of what a crisis meeting is.
My experience is you go in the room and you know what's coming. There's a meeting.
Yeah.
So, and nothing's going well. And you sit down and everyone's there all nice and quiet and the manager will say something like, so, you know, what are we going to do? And then all of a sudden there's just silence and everyone's thinking, who's going to speak, who's going to speak?
First?
And there's usually one of the most senior players going to say something. Yeah, and that one I've been in a bit nicey nice. It was, where's the goal's going to come from? And everyone goes, tis. And then the man's like, well, someone else has got to score. Do you know what I mean? But it's like, in that moment, we had players that all got on really well. Might have been 1 or 2, but every player then was just on each other's case. Like, we don't stop battling. There's too many heads that get down and stuff like that. So it was kind of a nicey way of doing it. But I think that's because the team got on so well.
Yeah.
But it starts off a little bit like that. No one wants to say anything. And then as soon as one person says something, so the conversation... It went okay, do you know what I mean? We got out of it in the end. But there's teams you'll go into, and this is happening, mate, everyone's got an ego.
Yeah.
And as soon as someone says something about you and they take it the wrong way,
yeah,
and then the argument starts.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, that argument can be fixed as long as you get that argument out of the way and then you're friends, you get up and you're going out to battle for each other. But when you haven't got a tight unit, I would have said at West Ham, I would have said the problem was definitely people's heads going, and mentally they haven't got it right up there to go out on the pitch and just fight for each other and keep going and going and going and never give up.
Yeah. On the flip side, when I finished my career, because from a manager's perspective, them meetings, to anything that's underlined, you want to bring it up to the surface.
Oh,
so like, if I'm sitting there and I'm going, and I'm an attacker and I'm going, I don't think we're defending right, and you're going, hold on a minute, well, I need you to do that. And I'm saying, hold on a minute, and you find the solution. So that's basically what a crisis meeting is. And it's also, if there's, because sometimes you get two egos and they're like this they're peacocking around.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You want it to put it on them, so no, you have to sort it out between you.
You're the type of guy to line them up as well. Just like, look at him walking around like he's the. I can't wait for the meeting.
Mate, it's learning to take the criticism a bit, innit, and deal with it in the right way. And I think deep down, you know if you're not pulling your weight or doing what you should be doing.
You do. Coley, you mentioned the mini league being used in the crisis meeting, right? So before we come on air, we looked at the Spurs, Nottingham Forest, and the West Ham's remaining fixtures. And we think where they're going to get the points is where they're going to end up, right? Now, this is a really interesting...
Is it?
It's interesting. Like, so we've calculated what we think their results will be. And... shall I go with me first?
You go.
Yeah, right.
No. We'll go with you last. And I want you to explain yours.
No, Joe first.
I'll go first. This is me, right?
I want him to explain himself.
I'll explain myself, right? I've gone with Forest on 43 points. West Ham on
43.
West Ham on 41 points, and Spurs on 38 points, being relegated. So it's going right down to the wire.
Yeah.
You boys have been. This is Carlton Cole, right?
Go on.
West Ham are going to finish the season on 45 points. Forest are going to get 37 points, and Spurs are going to be out of it by April on 32 points.
Mate, just get the job done, innit? I think the fans want it.
Bridgie's
this is a quick death. It's a slow death for them.
Bridgie's got like no hope for anyone down there, it seems. So West Ham will have 37 points.
Mate.
Forest will have 34 points. And Spurs will have 32 points. I think Spurs have got like 30
Yeah, but to be
points
honest,
down.
I don't think the point thing really matters. We've come up with the same scenario of the positions they're going to be in.
Yeah, I think
so there ain't much difference.
Not much difference.
Really in like the positioning.
You've got to have some faith in some fighting. There's got to be some fighting.
What do you mean? But we've still got the same outcome, though.
I think you're giving them 3 points.
Yeah, but we've still got the same outcome. He's just giving them loads of points. I'm not giving many of them hardly any points.
All right. So I'll tell you what, we've done our predictions, right?
And we'll see who's closest.
Whoever's closest, on the pod after that, whoever's the furthest away can buy lunch.
I'm reasonable. Look at me.
Whoever wins,
45
whoever
points.
gets closest decides what we do, and then whoever's last has to pay.
All right, sweet. I'm happy with that. I'm 100% going to win that.
Okay, so
mate, you got your hopes up, mate.
I actually gave 32 points. I've done the same as you.
Yeah,
I gave Spurs 32.
He didn't want to do the same as me. He wanted to give them more points.
I did.
He thinks West Ham are getting into Europe. 45 points. Right, from the relegation zone to the Champions League, some great fixtures this week. Bridgie, you've got the fixtures involving all the English clubs. Let's make some predictions.
v Liverpool
in Turkey.
Yeah,
I think that's going to be a draw. That
I was thinking draw as well, and I fancy Liverpool to nick it at home.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I mean, Osimhen's the player, isn't he?
Oh, proper player. He's
Coley, how's he not in the Premier League? Like,
I think
he's tied himself in knots with a contract.
That's what he done.
Yeah,
and I think it's and he wants a lot of money as well.
Does he?
It'll be a tough game. Yeah, a tough game there.
Yeah,
but he could be a good player in the Premier League. I think
I
he will move here eventually, though.
Yeah.
Definitely, he's got family here.
Has he?
Yeah.
You sound like you're part. You know.
I know the setup.
Okay.
I think Liverpool nick it overall.
Are you trying to get a little agent's fee to get him into England?
Mate, I work for West Ham, please.
Well, they're in Europe next year.
Well, he's got to come West Ham, isn't he? Hey?
You got Atletico v Spurs. Atletico at home. I was trying to be nice to the Spurs fans.
You weren't. You've given 32 points.
Well, no, but in this game I was going to try and be nice, but I'm still thinking it's going to be 2-0 Atletico, something like that.
I think it'll be 1-0
win.
Atletico. Like
Tough
Atletico
place
is
to go.
my most annoying team to watch.
Yeah,
Spurs are good in Europe. These guys don't turn up. They don't turn up for Premier League. They're bread and butter, but they turn up for Europe. It's weird behaviour.
Yeah, strange behaviour.
Yeah, they're just trying to advertise themselves across the world, and domestically they're not interested. What's going on?
Romero's been linked with Atletico Madrid.
Of course he has.
Yeah, he's right up their street.
He's right up their street.
Just a big, aggressive, angry centre-half causing carnage. Yeah,
Anyway,
getting sent off every other week.
Simeone's gone, he'll do for us.
Right, we're saying they're losing then. Then you've got Newcastle at home to Barca.
Now, this is the one that I really like.
Do you know what? I think Newcastle do it, you know.
I was at they played them in the group stage.
They've got a chance.
Yeah.
They've got a chance.
I covered the game, right? And what was interesting in the first game, something to look out for, is the way that Newcastle pressed with Gordon as the number 9.
Yeah.
It was brilliant. They dropped off and they set traps, and they got good pressers. They had, you got the boys in midfield. Guimaraes, I think's out. Tonali, Joe Linton.
Tonali, what a player.
They got players. They all bought into it. The place was they should have been 2-0 up.
Yeah,
Newcastle. So the first 20-30 minutes in that game is crucial. Get on.
It's a tough one to call.
I think it's going to finish a draw, but I think Newcastle are going to take the lead. That's my prediction.
Yeah, and then you got Leverkusen v Arsenal. I think that's just Arsenal.
Yeah, it's Arsenal. Arsenal, they're just good. They're just a good, strong, solid team. And I don't buy into all of the, they're boring or they're winning games of football.
Well, they are boring, but
yeah.
Two
PSG Chelsea.
things could be right at the same time, mate. They are boring.
PSG Chelsea.
Yeah, I'm out in Paris.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I'm there.
Oh, you can give us a report on there. Maybe you could try some food and drink this time.
I'll tell you what.
Let us know what a train journey is like. He is definitely not getting on a train either. By the way, he'll either be on a bike, scooter, or an Uber.
Imagine that. Where you go, juggle the nap on the subway. Got to tell Carl what the train's like.
check the aircon out for me, yeah.
It's tough one to call that. Chelsea defo need to strengthen up a bit defensively if they're going to get any kind of result.
Yeah. Yeah,
PSG, Chelsea.
PSG are not quite at it, but nor are Chelsea.
Nor Chelsea, man.
By heart, I want Chelsea to win, obviously, but I think Chelsea get beat.
I think the advantage is
how they
PSG.
Get beat.
The advantage is with PSG. The league has moved the matches around. They moved games around for them.
I've gone draw. I'm thinking draw for that one.
That's amazing. If Chelsea get a draw,
they get draw,
it's an amazing result.
That'd be a great.
Take them back to
I
the
think
bridge.
that's coming from my heart. A lot of that.
That's something we have to.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, 2-1 PSG.
And Chelsea's still in it, by the way.
2-1 PSG, and then return leg, innit?
Yeah.
It'll be all right.
And last but not least, Real Madrid v City.
Well, you know the news here, didn't you? Kylian Mbappe is looking like he could possibly out alongside Rodrigo and Bellingham. That's three massive
players for him.
Man City, last time they went there, won 2-1, I believe.
I think there could be a few goals in this.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm going Man City.
3-2
I'm going Man City.
Yeah, I'm going Man City. Man City 3-1. I'm going
3-1.
I'm going big.
I'm going 3-2.
Yeah, mate, it's toxic. That Real Madrid when they go goal down at the Bernabeu, it can get really toxic. Okay, so we've done relegation, we've done Champions League, and before we go, I'll tell you what I was up to this weekend. I was at the Grassroots playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bottom of the barrel.
It obviously went well because he's got a big smile on his face.
You score.
He definitely scored.
He scored. All right, go on, tell us. Talk. I know why are you mentioning this, but you want to mention it. Still wheeling yourself out on the pitch.
We're literally wheeling myself.
Zimmer frame and all that. Yeah.
So I did a gig for Specsavers. It was like basically it's a question.
Specsavers.
Yeah. They're doing a campaign where they found the worst Sunday League team in the country. Mika Richards is the director of football.
How do they measure that? How do you measure the
I was
worst
chatting to the lads.
team in the Sunday League? Worst football team in Sunday League?
Yeah, but listen,
across the map,
across the globe.
It can't be across the globe. It can't be.
Anyway, lovely Luke was the manager, lovely fella, right, and a great bunch of lads, right. So last year, you know what Sunday League's like, right? So they finished with 4 points and a minus 81 goal difference, right?
Damn, they're bad.
Yeah. But Luke said to me, he said on the positive, we turned up. We had 16 every week. So there's 16 lads getting outside out of their bed on a Sunday morning. Great lads, right? So Specsavers have swooped him.
Yeah.
And they're like, we need to sort this out. So they've got Mika Richards. Mika's the director of football. I was the loan signing. They've had James Milner doing a little bit of fitness with them. They've been put on a fitness program. And this season they got 17 points. And I was coming in for the run-in to try and get promotion. And we won 3-1.
It's the proper grassroots, like Sunday League. Lads have been out on a Saturday, had a few beers, but they turned up and played football,
Okay.
They've just been going through a tough time.
So they didn't know I was playing yesterday.
So I just turned up. I'll surprise them.
I think they've heard it was Jermaine Defoe, so they was a little bit disappointed.
They need goals.
Mate, they would have been buzzing you were there. They would have been absolutely buzzing. I bet they were buzzing.
They would have been.
Do you know what it was like? Because I was in Wrexham night before. I didn't get home till late, and I was like, God, as soon as I got there and I smelt the grass,
it does, doesn't it? It does.
And I got into it. Geezer cleaned me out in the first minute on the floor. And,
what do you mean he cleaned you out?
Like just got tight and just bodied me.
No way.
Did you look at him say anything? I bet you just got up and walked off.
Of course, I always do.
Yeah, he always does.
You say something.
Mate, any time he gets smashed, there is literally no retaliation. He just gets up and carries on.
Yeah, that's a man that's been down on the block a few times. That's a man that's used to it.
No, we got taught as a kid.
Yeah.
Never show them you're hurt.
Yeah.
Never show them you're hurt.
And do you know what? There ain't a lot of kids.
You can now.
There ain't a lot of kids out there that do that. I've seen one kid who plays in Parker's team, and he's so strong, and he gets stuck in. You know, he plays fair. But he wins a lot of his battles. But when he gets smashed, mate, he just gets up and carries on.
Does he?
Yeah. So
that's the opposite to one of our players that plays with my son.
You've always been good at that.
Yeah. Well, I've had a lot of practice keys.
Yeah. You just get smashed all the time.
My son's teammate, he's under 15s, right? Like he gets smashed, like because he's quite quick.
Yeah.
It's always like, but the type of scream when he gets smashed, the type of scream that comes out of his mouth, everyone thinks he's definitely injured. He ain't coming back on. This geezer comes back on and scores a hat-trick every time. I'm like that. So credit to you. Credit to you for not wailing like that, because you just carry on with your job.
Yeah.
And you're a prime example to that kid to stop like moaning and just get on with it.
Stop moaning. You might end up with 4 or 5.
You can still play at a good level.
Knees and shins
still
and
banging goals in.
Yeah. I had a great time.
So you banged the goal?
Big up the boys at Worley FC. I really had a good time.
What was your goal like?
Keeper should have done better. I can't lie. It's going to be out there, isn't it? It's going to be out there. Right, great prod. Love that. Bridgie, what do the people need to do?
Yeah, make sure you like, subscribe, rate and review. And how do they get in contact, Carlton?
You can email us on hello@thedressingroom@gmail.com.
Right, lads, we'll be back next Tuesday. Let's hope we have some great football next week.
Mate, do you know when you do it? I'm sorry, but it's like you're seducing people at the other end of the camera.
What do you mean? I'm looking down the barrel.
It's like you're going James Bond mode.
Yeah. I've got that.
It's like, innit? I know, you are.
I'm focused.
I know.
Someone give me a martini.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
I've really enjoyed meeting Arab filmmakers. I've really enjoyed seeing how the industry here is booming and flourishing. And I've enjoyed watching the movies, man. Just an incredible range. I've watched horrors, I've watched rom-coms, I've watched historical epics, I've watched tone poems, I've watched art house movies. I've watched films that I would not have seen had I not come here, and I feel the richer for it. I think the world will be richer for hearing these stories, and it's about time that they're heard.
Excited, happy, yeah, just carefree. It's been a full year of being on the festival circuit. I've been to so many film festivals, and it's wonderful to end the year here, kind of coming back home where we started, you know, in the region, and to be able to celebrate tonight and everyone's achievements is really just it's a privilege and it's really a joy. My favorite experience is seeing my film with an audience and seeing an audience connect with the film, and it felt like coming home and felt like just like embrace of family. It was beautiful.
It's been incredibly mind-expanding. The people are incredibly kind. I've made a lot of really good friends. I have a whole new understanding of this part of the world, so it's been great.
I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot about different stories and different filmmakers and creatives and a part of the world that I haven't really been able to visit before. Just meeting people, honestly, at the Red Sea Film Festival and talking with people and exchanging stories. It's always so cool to me, cinema, because around the world, we all speak the same language in our hearts, you know, like we all feel the same things, but the way we express them and the context of our stories and our daily lives are so different that being here is really, it's just inspiring because I'm exposed to things that I don't think I would have had the opportunity to be exposed to.
You know, every single time I come back, like, Red Sea Film Festival gets bigger, it gets more beautiful. Now that it's kind of more based in the old town, it's amazing. 15 amazing movies. I'm really eager to sort of see which one they choose, because I heard, like, the competition was very fierce, so.
So good. It's really good. I love it here. I'm being honored tonight, which is really special to get it here. So I'm feeling good. I had a great time. People were lovely. The people. I like the people. People are so warm and friendly.
Amazing. I mean, it's been 5 years since we started working on the film. It's 5 years this festival has been in existence, so it feels like kismet to be able to sort of bring it home, you know. So, yeah, it's a great privilege.
There isn't a film like this from this region. You're talking about before the rise of Islam, it's 609 AD, Arab tribes being united by a princess to fight this colonial power. You've seen war movies, you've seen people fighting colonial powers, but you haven't seen a Hollywoodized, you know, big scale take on this region and this history. So.
I think what's the most impressive part of this film is the scale of it. We had from international cast to crew, you know, merging with local crews. In Saudi Arabia, in the most beautiful cinematic landscape you can imagine, Neom and Tabuk, and seeing that all come together on that kind of scale is powerful.
Great, it was a massive cast, big ensemble. So I wouldn't say one's herding cats, but it's kind of like that. It's like that kind of like everyone has their place in the story. I have my place within the storytelling, and it's all about communication. And I was very lucky because I had very intelligent actors who understood storytelling, so they all kind of fit into their part of the film.
You start as a so-called bandit. For me, he's none of the above. What did you love about this onion type of character? You know, you kind of, you know, peel the layers of him throughout the film.
Well, Hanzala was a very interesting character for me, just simply because of his origin, his background, and how he ended up to be a part of this story. It was very unique and very eye-opening to be able to play the character and learn so much about this history that we've never really talked about outside of the myths and legends that we've heard.
How you changed as an actress. Obviously, when you've got the experience of acting, when you've got the knowledge of knowing what's good for you and what you should do you feel like your confidence changes, your curiosity, and you became more courageous?
Confidence comes with success.
And experience.
And experience, yeah. But curiosity you always have. That's the one thing that you have from birth. Like when you're born and you come into this world and you're just curious about what's this and what's that. And I see that now through my daughter's eyes. Like she's so curious about everything. And it makes me even more curious. She keeps the child in me alive as well. So I would say my way of approaching my work even now is truly through pure instinct. The way I choose a part and pick up a role is like, oh, I've done this, now I want to do this. And now I'm feeling this. I go very from that gut feeling. Like it's very like, what do I want to eat today?
On the subject of legacy here, in 20 years, how would you hope audiences feel and people feel, not about your fame, but about your presence on the global stage?
Again, I think different stages represent perhaps a different time. When I was younger, I'm still young, but like when I was very young, when I was in my 20s, I was a little bit more like,
when I was a teenager.
Yeah. A little bit more like fizzy and buoyant and like a little bit more like light, and then there came a little bit more weight, and now I'm like feeling light again. So I think it depends on different stages, but I only want the audience to be entertained. So whether it's through me or not through me, I am the first person to stand up and clap when a film does really well and gets a lot of love, because I feel so happy when the audiences are entertained and cinema connects.
Started his career very young. You've seen him in DC, in Marvel, in independent movies. He can play a romantic lead, a zombie, and a villain with the same pizzazz. Please, a huge round of applause for Nicholas Hoult.
Good evening. Assalamu alaikum.
From the beginning, actually, is it a cute story? Is it true that your siblings have introduced you to the art of performing? And did this mean that play dates in your house were all about singing and dancing and all these things when the friends came over?
There was a lot of musical theatre in our house growing up. The original was like production of like the stage video filming of that. But then my older brother was into acting, my older sister was into a lot of singing and dancing, so my mum would always say like, well, if your sister's in dance class or doing acting classes, then you can't just sit in the car and wait, you're going to do it too. And so it wasn't something that I drove, it wasn't something that I woke up one morning and said, oh, I have this burning need to act. But it was something that I enjoyed and did from a young age, and then got very fortunate to continue doing.
This year you played in a small movie called Superman. Has anyone seen Superman? So tell us how you constructed the character, and there's so many references you can have for Lex Luthor from the comics and from old books, etc. How did you do your research? How did you narrow your own vision of him?
It was interesting because the first time I read the script, I remember reading the Lex scenes and being like, oh, these are interesting. I might actually be better at Lex than Superman. I was like, well, don't say that to anyone now whilst we're auditioning for Superman. And then after the screen tests, James called me and he said, how would you feel about playing Lex? And instantly my brain was like, yes, that's the character you should and need to be playing, because there were just moments in the dialogue and in the script where I was like, oh, it's really delicious, the twists and turns of the character. And like you say, he is definitely very much the villain of that story, but at the same time, there's things in there where you go, okay, you can understand it in your brain and not have empathy, but understand it. So there's a really fun character to play in that sense. And James just wrote a wonderful script, and he's such a fun director to work with.
This actress is one of the most iconic actresses in Hollywood and in the world. She has been known for generations for iconic roles. I would love to welcome the iconic, the remarkable, and the loveliest Sigourney Weaver. Assalamu alaikum. I love to start from the beginning, and when actors start loving acting, was it early for you, was it later, and who was the biggest inspiration in your life to make you gravitate towards acting even in the first place?
I don't think I'm very typical because I was very shy, so the idea of becoming an actor was so far away from anything I was thinking. I was thinking I'd love to be a storyteller, maybe a writer or a journalist. So I never really said out loud I want to be an actor until I was, maybe in college. And my father, though, was a great influence because he was running NBC, which was a big television network, and he'd always come home smiling. And so I think whatever he's doing, which of course I didn't know at all, whatever he's doing looks like it's fun. So I think that did influence me.
You've worked with directors with such strong vision, and how much did that inform the acting profession for you? We're talking about Peter Weir, Mike Nichols, Ang Lee, Ivan Reitman, Ghostbusters. How much do you enjoy that? Every director is a different experience.
I think I love that part of it very much. I mean, I've never been an actor who looks for the roles. I look for the story. And then I have to find a director whose vision is so strong that we will make it through the filming process, because the filming process is really tough on films. And the script has to be able to hold up against all the things that can go wrong making a film. Don't want to discourage anyone, but a lot of things come up. And so the director has to be, sort of obsessed and be very forceful in his or her vision. And so the combination of the strong script and the visionary director, I think, is what helps a film continue to live on, like Ghostbusters.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you here at the Red Sea International Film Festival. Sigourney Weaver, please continue to inspire generations. Please continue to inspire us. And thank you for joining us once again at our 5th anniversary.
I'm so delighted to be here, and this is such a beautiful award, and I'm so grateful that you invited me. I'm so grateful to be here today, and to have my work acknowledged halfway around the world, and to feel a connection with what you all are doing here, and all the developments in the whole Arab world for the film culture is so exciting, and I'm so glad now to feel connected to it. So thank you so, so much.
Does it matter that you have all these awards and success when you're excited about working with the director? Is there candid enthusiasm when they send you the script?
With Paul, absolutely. I think, not to speak for Benicio here, but I know I've been an avid fan of his work for 25 years now. He just does everything right. I don't know how to say it other than that. The music, the tone, the world that he envelops you into, his imagination, the unpredictability of each one of his plots, the immersive quality that you feel in his movies like you're there. So this, I think everyone comes into a Paul Thomas Anderson project, A, feeling lucky and blessed to be there, but B, feeling like you got to bring your A game.
I ain't afraid to die anymore. I've done it already.
My name is Jordan Belfort. At the tender age of 22, I headed to the only place that befit my high-minded energy.
We always joke when I interview you that you don't like simple roles. Everything has to be very energy-consuming. Was that a whole other level of energy consumption because it's so full-on?
This was a huge adrenaline dump.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually needed to take a year off after this. I did 3 films in a row, but this was the culmination of all, and that was because we had we really had artistic freedom on this film.
'Cause I ain't going nowhere!
wonderful role. You gave him such vulnerability. You made him transparent. Is that how you felt him, Gatsby?
Well, the Gatsby that I remember reading in junior high school is a lot different than the Gatsby I remember reading, that I read as an adult. He's a much more tragic figure than I remember as a youth, you know. I didn't quite connect with how hollow this man really was, you know. Daisy to him is really a representation of so many of his dreams of becoming this great American figure, this powerful man, this entrepreneur, and in a lot of ways, he is an empty vessel. Why, of course you can.
I'll do it school style. I'll start with his infused imagination. I always feel like the imagination comes out of his head. How amazing is it to construct a character that could be possibly iconic, like in this one?
We had the benefit with these characters of getting this incredibly rich backstory. We had an entire history together that he wrote for us. So even though it's the sort of day in the life of these two sort of outcasts of Hollywood that are trying to fit their way into a changing culture and a changing industry, there was an immediate familiarity with who these people were because we knew so much about our past, and it was so easy to fit in those shoes.
Gentlemen, you had my curiosity, but now you have my attention.
This is going to be the adventure of a lifetime. We've dreamed of making this movie ever since we were kids.
What does it cost to get this thing made?
$2.5 million.
We've approved a loan for up to $9,400.
Yes. Raya.
Good to see you both.
Good to see you.
Tell us about the adventure of making movies like this, in the sense of so much fun and so much comedy, but also a lot of heart.
I am a sucker for some real heartfelt, sweet, hopeful, makes you feel good kind of movies. And then if there's some laughs in there, even better. So that's kind of my favorite thing, I think.
Yeah.
What about you?
Well, I mean, when I read on the page some of these scenes that make me laugh and make me think, oh, that's going to be really exciting and fun and funny. It's one thing to read it, but then when it comes time to do it, you're like, I really do have to run through the jungle with a boar strapped to my back probably 100 times. This is going to be physically challenging, but that's the name of the game, and that's what you have to keep in the back of your mind. It's like, it's worth it. That's what you got to do to make magic sometimes.
Here we go. Doug, you direct.
Action! Put your face right up next to the snake.
No.
Maybe it'll be okay.
Coding.
Well, with you guys' experience in comedy timing, how much are you completely involved on set into, knowing what works, knowing what doesn't work, trying new things?
Somewhere, I'd say over the last few years, I would be on a set, look around and think, I think maybe I have more experience than anybody on here because I'm old and I've done it now a bit. And I still have the mindset of like an actor starting off. Like, I can't believe I got the job. I'm excited to be there and try and do it. And I feel insecure and I hope I do an okay. But I think just by the very nature of doing something so often and logging your 10,000 hours or whatever, I start to become just innately aware of certain things that work and certain things that don't. And also some technical things about actual movie making I don't ever remember really trying to study, but now I'm just very aware of.
I like to really imagine each scene, and I like to look at the script and go through all my lines and imagine the way I would do it. But there's some scenes that are challenging, like, I don't know how I'm going to approach this. I don't know what quite the right way to say this line is. And I'll look around the crew and the cast and crew and imagine how everyone on the set would say it. If they had my part, what would they do? And I'll get inspiration from anywhere I can. Sometimes, you need to feed off the people you're working with.
Always when it comes to comedy.
This is Anaconda, and we no longer have a snake for our snake movie. We have to go out in the jungle and find another one.
Also, when when it comes to legacy, like the legacy of the Anaconda in cinemas, how much do you enjoy that a whole new audience generation is gonna kind of be very Anaconda crazy?
I hope the whole world gets Anaconda fever. There's another movie coming out at the same time as ours. I can't remember what it's called. It also starts with an A.
Very small.
No
one's heard of that one.
But now they're saying that maybe it's going to be like Barbie and Oppenheimer. Do you remember when those two giant movies came out at the same time?
Barbenheimer?
So they are saying this could be the new one, Anatar.
Anatar.
Yeah. That's what I think James Cameron has been saying, that we're Anatar. Now we're Anatar.
What do you like more, Anatar or Avoconda? Because it's up to you to start this.
Avoconda is my favorite. I have
Avoconda without hesitation.
Yeah, that was right. Yeah,
Avoconda's good.
It does have a funnier.
It doesn't sound too much like avocado.
Well, that's catchy, and it goes with Jack's t-shirt, so why not? I love it. Before I wrap, my daughter has a message for you, Jack. She's completely obsessed with the Lava Chicken song from Minecraft.
Lava!
Chicken. We're obsessed with it.
Yes, thank you. La Lavacanda!
George! He's right behind you! What the hell is going on there? It's a long story! Run!
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.